Jennings stars with stunning 318. Somerset posted an impressive 446 in their first innings at Southport and Birkdale, led by Lewis Goldsworthy's maiden 100, but Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings had responded well. Their opening stand unbeaten on 164 at the end of the second day, the former just one away from his ton, and it didn't take long for Wells to go to his 100, up to the mark with a bit of fortune, the edge from Siddle streaking through the slip cordon for 4. With their partnership a massive 186, Jack Brooks finally made the breakthrough for Somerset. Wells out, well taken by Stephen Davis behind the stumps, departing for 109. But Lancashire shrugged it off. Josh Bohannon now with Keaton Jennings in the middle, and the pair struck up an effective partnership with little to trouble them. Jennings would join Wells on 100, slower to the mark, but the opener had another big score to his name, a productive season continuing for the former and probably aspiring England international. The flat surface offered little to the bowlers in the remainder of the session. Lancashire headed in on 271 for 1, now just 175 behind with 9 wickets in hand. And the pattern of play continued after the break, Somerset's bowlers charging, skipping and twirling their way in, but to no avail. Josh Bohannon taking full advantage of a pitch full of runs to move to 50 off 101 balls. Jennings would continue to pile on the runs, up to 150 soon enough, as Somerset continued to struggle to separate the second wicket partners. Soon enough, the deficit was down into double figures, and for all the plaudits earned by Somerset for their first innings effort, Lancashire looked set to, at the very least, match it now. After Wells and Jennings had shared a 186-run partnership, Bohannon and Jennings went even better. Theirs worth 200 runs, and the score was now touching 400. Bohannon eventually fell for 91. Roelof van der Merwe sneaking one through his defences to deny the number 3 what would have been a deserved ton. Jennings closed in on 200, which he brought up with a single. He'd had to be patient, but got to the double ton for the second time this summer. Lancashire were now just 25 behind. And when they strolled off for tea, they were 1 run in the lead. Jennings still there, unbeaten on 215. They'd moved that lead to 9 runs when Croft departed for 25, outlifting a catch to Brooks off the bowling of van der Merwe after he and Jennings had put on 50 for the third wicket. Villas followed, bowled by van der Merwe for 7. Jones joined Jennings in the middle, but he didn't have to do a lot. The opener was in scintillating touch and wasn't satisfied with his 200. He wanted more and took Lancashire beyond 500 in the process. And with a slapped pull shot through the leg side off a bowling of Goldsworthy, he went to a maiden 250, a sublime innings that kept going from strength to strength. It was another mammoth partnership, Jennings streaking his way towards 300 now, Lancashire over 100 runs in the lead, and the duo almost to 3 figures for the 5th wicket. Jones fell for 38, outcaught by Amar Verdi off the bowling of Matt Renshaw. He'd have to watch on as Jennings had a magical moment he'll never forget. Up to 300, a truly sensational, chanceless knock from the Lancashire opener, who was writing his name in the history books. It had been quite something to behold. If he was to get any further and work his way up the club's top score rankings, he'd need someone to stay with him. Balderson out for 1, another taken by Verdi off Renshaw. Wood wasn't the man to stick around, down the track to van der Merwe and bowled by the spinner for 3. Bailey would fall to Matt Renshaw, out LBW for 4. They moved easily beyond 600 before the close of play, which came about when Jennings' almost 10-hour stay in the middle was finally brought to an end. Van der Merwe with the wicket, Siddle with the catch, and the opener's innings over on 318. He'd been the undoubted star on a wonderful day for Lancashire and Keaton Jennings. But while it had been a colossal innings worth all of the praise it'll no doubt earn, it probably won't count for very much, with a draw looking the most likely outcome. Lancashire, though, will still hope that a few wickets in the morning of the final day, they may set the cat amongst the pigeons, though. Don't rule out a result.
Good morning and a warm welcome to day 4, the 4th and final day of Lancashire Somerset in the LV County Championship. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson back outside our tennis pavilion in the sunshine. Live on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app for the final day of this game. Lancashire have declared overnight on... Well, I didn't declare overnight. They declared first thing this morning.
Yeah.
On 624 for 9.
A lead of 178.
What do you reckon to that, Anthony?
Well, I'm surprised. I don't know why they didn't declare when Keaton Jennings got his 300.
Yes.
And had a couple of overs at Somerset last night. It seems a little bit strange, but I'm sure it's the right thing to do. Give themselves every chance of bowling Somerset out. Yep. Which is that's the task. Somerset's initial task is to wipe out the deficit, get more than 178, and they ought to do it. You know, judging by what's happened in the game so far, the way the wickets played, the speed of the outfield, which looks even faster this morning than it did last night. It's changed colour almost overnight. It's another beautiful day with loads of blue sky, just white fluffy clouds. Forecast is pretty good, and it will be very, very, very disappointing, and quite possibly very, very, very damaging as well to Somerset if they don't bat out time through the day.
And historic day yesterday for Keaton Jennings. There's lots of records that he kind of chewed up and spat out. I guess the biggest thing for him personally, of course, the first time he's ever scored 300 in his career, and absolutely smashed his previous career best score, making 318, the highest score on this ground as well in first-class cricket, and the fourth highest innings in Lancashire's history. So it was a really historic day for Keaton Jennings yesterday, making 318, and it was the top three that did all the work, really. Jennings, obviously, in particular, but then Wells 109, Bohannon 91, and Jones chipping in, making 38. So Lancashire 624 for 9 declared. What was the view from the Somerset camp last night? Who did you catch up with?
I caught up with Matt Renshaw. I was going to catch up with Rollo van der Merwe, but he was on the treatment table.
I bet he was, yeah.
Over 40 overs and taken his first fifer in his first-class career, which is extraordinary at the age of 37, that he hasn't taken 5 wickets in innings before. Matt Renshaw is a very upbeat character. He said how well Keaton Jennings, in fact, all of the Lancashire top 3 had played. He thought Somerset came back well in the last session to pick up those wickets after being well behind the 8 ball at the tea interval. And he said what I've just said, which is that Somerset really ought to bat through the day today, and more positively that it's a good opportunity for the Somerset top order batting to show what they're made of. Because we have, Somerset has had this reputation of collapsing, middle order collapses when the pressure is on, and the pressure will be on here today. Lancashire are going to come out all guns blazing and trying to take early wickets, and Somerset are going to have to bat well to keep them at bay. So it's a really good test for this rather remodelled Somerset batting lineup without the likes of Tom Abel, James Hildreth and Tom Banton.
Yes, and I'm just looking out there. It doesn't look like Stephen Davis. Is that Stephen Davis?
Yeah, it is.
It is, okay,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw what Keaton Jennings was saying last night, that they should bat through the day. It's a good pitch, but the challenge is having to bat all day, knowing you have to bat all day to save a match, and he thinks that's the strongest thing going in Lancashire's favour is that kind of psychological challenge that Somerset do face. So here we go then, the first over of the final day. It's Bailey bowling and Renshaw on strike, and he's kind of playing forward and he's beaten, and it's through to the keeper, and there's no run. So a good challenge for Somerset's top order. If they can bat through the day and secure a draw, they'll be pleased with their work. Lancashire will be happy that they managed to at least put Somerset, with the chance of putting Somerset under pressure, having started their innings, of course, 446 behind. This is defended off a angled bat down in towards the gully region where Croft fields, and there is no run. It's been a terrific 3 days leading up to this final day. The crowd has been excellent. The conditions have been terrific. The pitch has played beautifully, and the weather has been great, and it's been a really enjoyable return back to Southport and Birkdale. The crowd is certainly thinner today, considerably, than the previous 3 days. It's Bailey bowls again, left by Renshaw and taken by the keeper. But there's a few spectators dotted around. And the hospitality tent, which has been doing a good business today, is open for anybody who buys a match day programme.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I've been sent a scorecard from 1982 by A.G. Halewood.
Okay.
Which I'll come to in a moment.
Okay. We're halfway through the first over of the morning. Is Bailey into Renshaw, who is playing and is beaten. And the ball just shapes away from Renshaw and into the gloves of Dane Villas, who takes it and looks towards the skies.
Game here between Lancashire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire made 523 for 4 declared in their first innings. Lancashire replied with 414 for 6 and then bowled out Warwickshire in the second innings for 111 and knocked off the 226 that they needed to win without loss, so to win by 10 wickets.
Well, that'll do for Lancashire, won't it? Here's Bailey in, balls again to Renshaw, who defends towards the onside. There's no run.
It was, yes, I think that was intended as a warning to Somerset as to what might happen. See who took the wickets. Les McFarlane took 6 for 50. I can't say I remember Les McFarlane. Steve O'Shaughnessy, certainly I remember. He's now, of course, an umpire. He took 3 wickets. And Jack Simmons was in that game as well.
Here's Renshaw flicking the ball away through the onside for the first runs of the morning towards mid-wicket. And comes back for 2. And that's the first over complete. So 2 without loss. Somerset, first over into the final day.
I shall have to ask Paul Edwards about that game. I'm sure he was here for it, and something fairly drastic must have happened to the pitch, mustn't it? 523 for 4 in the first innings and all out 111 in the second. No. But then it couldn't have been that bad if Lancashire then knocked off the 226 they needed without losing a wicket.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the pitch.
Right, we're going to have Will Williams, the New Zealander, adopted son of Lancashire. Signed a 3-year contract, I think, hasn't he, Scott? As he's going to be bowling to Stephen Davis, the left-hander. Both of these two left-handers, of course. We've got 3 slips and a gully for Williams, who's coming in from the Harrod Drive end. He's up to the wicket and bowls outside the off stump to Stephen Davis, who's happy to let that go through to wicket-keeper and captain Dane Villas. So we have got, is that Keaton Jennings or Luke Wells at first slip?
Luke Wells.
Luke Wells at first slip, Rob Jones at second, and Keaton Jennings at third, just clapping his hands. You can probably hear that through our effects microphone. Not such a big crowd here today. Here's Williams in and bowls to Davis. Davis plays a dead bat defensive shot down into the offside. And there's no run. 2 without loss, Somerset on this bright, breezy, sunny, warm morning. Blooming Pier was still shut though. I went for a walk this morning. Yeah, this pier is closed and alarmed, it said.
Oh dear, let's keep out.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Williams in and bowls, and Stephen Davis looking to run that down to backward point. He has a tendency to hit the ball in the air in that general direction, hence the gully. Sides quite often when Stephen Davis is batting, just post the gully a little bit deeper. So he's almost a fine backward point, but that looks to me like a fairly conventional gully position. As Williams is in and bowls, and Davis again drops that into the onside. Tom Bailey comes trotting across to do the fielding. Strange that there aren't so many people here today. I mean,
yes.
It really is there are a lot fewer today than there were on the first 3 days, when the game could potentially reach a very exciting climax. Lancashire could thrust themselves right to the forefront of the race for the championship. Williams in bowls, and Stephen Davis is underway as he just clips that down to Jack Morley at long leg, goes through for the single. 3 without loss. He has 1, and Matt Renshaw 2.
I suppose if you can pre-purchase tickets for the match, as I think most people did, you're probably going to buy days 1, 2 or 3. You may think that it's unlikely to go to a 4th day, perhaps.
Here's Williams in and bowls, and Peel sort of appeal for LBW. Renshaw thinks about taking a leg bye, decides not to, and the second over has gone with no mishaps yet for Somerset. 3 without loss after 2 overs.
Maybe if it gets to a stage later in the day where it looks like a Lancashire win, for example, might be possible, then maybe we'll see a few extra people flooding into the ground.
Darren Bryant says on Twitter, "I have a good feeling we'll bat out the day, whilst hiding behind my sofa."
Oh dear. He's not behind sofa time just yet. There's Bailey in, bowls, and that's punched away through the covers by Stephen Davis, and that'll be 4 runs. It's a nice shot. Caressed along the ground through extra cover for 4.
He's a very elegant batsman, isn't he, Stephen Davis? Elegant, but he hasn't been scoring many runs just recently, averaging 17.5 in this season's county championship. When he came to Somerset from Surrey, he was averaging well over 40. So not quite the batsman he was.
224 runs this season for Davis, who is squared up. That ball presumably off the edge, but bouncing short.
Yeah.
In front of Jennings, I think, there.
Anxious moment.
Yeah, it was a slightly nervous look over his shoulder, wasn't it, from Stephen Davis?
As you said, he was squared up by the bit of late movement from Tom Bailey.
3 slips waiting. It's just dropped into the offside by Davis for no run. 150 this year. That's his top score, isn't it? 51. Just 1 half-century. So,
yeah.
As we were saying yesterday, in Somerset's first innings and Lancashire's first innings, it's an opportunity for batsmen to get themselves into a bit of form, isn't it, on this pitch?
Yeah, I think if a batsman can get in,
yeah,
he ought to stay in.
Keaton Jennings said that about but he said he found it actually quite difficult at first to get in and get used to the pace of the pitch. Bailey bowls again, and Davis is in behind to defend. There's no run.
He was really quite scratchy in the first hour or so of his innings, wasn't he?
He
wasn't timing the ball.
No,
he was swishing his bat in frustration at missing out on scoring opportunities. But he settled in.
Yep.
And by the end, he was looking invincible.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was pretty much.
I put on Twitter that he reigned supreme. Jennings reigned supreme, which he did.
7 without loss. Here's Bailey, and again it's jabbed defensively with a slightly angled kind of back by Davis towards mid-on. Slightly crooked look to it as he pushed it along the ground, and there is no run. 7 for no wicket. It was just a super day for Keaton Jennings yesterday. It was lovely to see him at the close of play, actually. He was gathered by the scoreboard, so he had his score behind him to have his picture taken. Bailey bowls and Davis drives for 4. That's a better 4 than the previous one in the over. It's a lovely shot. 2 fours in the over, 1 to start it, 1 to end it. Both through extra cover, both terrific, but that perhaps might just pip the first. Score moves on to 11 without loss. But yeah, it was lovely to see Jennings last night. He was gathered over by the scoreboard, so they had his picture taken with his score behind him, and he had some kind of young lads who have been here watching and getting his autograph. They were all around him and wanting his autograph. One of the lads said, "Hey, Jennings, can I have your badge? Can I have your..." Keaton went, "No, you can't have me bat, no." It was quite nice. It was a really nice end to the day.
Yeah. Yes, Paul Edwards on, in the Times this morning, referring to that, and on ESPN Crick Info. His report there, 11 without loss. Williams is in and bowls to Renshaw, who's playing that from the crease into the offside. Won't get a run. Yes, he seems a thoroughly nice bloke, does Keaton Jennings. And great day for him. The 6th Lancastrian to score a triple hundred. Not that he is Lancastrian, of course, he comes from born in South Africa. The 6th Lancashire player to score a triple hundred. Williams in, bowls. Renshaw gets on top of the bounce. Turns it into the onside. He's wearing both batsmen wearing short sleeve Somerset cable knit sweaters and maroon helmets. I don't know why they have maroon helmets when the Somerset County cap is navy blue. But then that's why it should be navy blue is a bit of a mystery as well. When the Somerset colours are maroon, black and white. Williams bowls, and again that comes off the middle of Renshaw's defensive bat out into the onside. There were some quite angry looking clouds,
yes, it was,
this morning, but they seem to have cleared away without producing any rain. The outfield is looking really quite parched now. Green is being overtaken by the straw colour. Williams bowls, Renshaw defends. Good accurate over this, making, I think Renshaw's had to play every ball in it so far. We've had 4 deliveries. It's the 4th over of the morning. Lancashire, if you're just joining us, having declared on the overnight 624 for 9, which gives them a lead of 178 on first innings. And they have a lead of 5. So Renshaw is turns that into the onside. How many bowling points did Lancashire get in the end? 1, was it? They got 5 batting points.
They did that, yes. Let's find out for you.
Wickets were hard to come by. They must have got 1, because Somerset were 105 for 4. As Williams bowls to Renshaw, who clips this down towards us. And bang! Oh, and it hits into the table on which the souvenir programmes are being offered. And 4 runs are taken. That's Renshaw's first boundary. He moves on to 9, and Somerset are 15 without loss.
2 bowling points.
2 bowling points and 5 batting points. So Lancashire have 7, and Somerset have 3, because they didn't take any bowling points, did they?
No.
So 7-3. Potentially, if Lancashire could win, they could turn that 7 into 23, which would do their championship hopes no harm at all.
It would not. It would be a pretty significant win for them if they could. There's Bailey to Davis. It's left. Just a little movement back in as it goes past the batter and through to Villas, who keeps wicket. 3 slips are all waiting to pounce. 15 without loss. There's Luke Wells, Rob Jones and Keaton Jennings, the 3 slip fielders.
I'm going to keep my sun hat well pulled down today. I looked at myself in the mirror last night and to my horror had a nose like Bardolph in Shakespeare's Henry IV.
Davis angles the ball away into the offside, but for no run. You put a bit of cream on today, haven't you?
Yes, I have, yeah.
There's been a case of the missing sun cream in this tennis pavilion, because mine went wandering off on the first day, and Max, the analyst, his sun cream that's done a disappearing act overnight as well. So there's sun cream keeps disappearing. We've managed to get some. Put the factor 50 on. Bailey over the wicket, balls left by Davis. Just taken by Villas, and there's no run.
He's just trying to tempt Davis to have a drive and a ball outside the off stump. It's where he is at his most vulnerable. He's hit a couple of beautiful off drives, but he does have a tendency to go for that shot against a ball that isn't quite there for it. And and nick off into the slips or gully.
Well, he's teasing him then, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, these two know each other of old.
Bailey to Davis, who defends the top of his off stump, and the ball ricochets out towards the cover, and Croft picks it up, and there's no run.
And interesting, Matt Renshaw, if he's got a weakness, it's the same one. He does like a lot of left-handers, where they've against the right-arm seamer, they've got the ball, the sort of stock delivery will be leaving them outside the off stump. It's very tempting to go for an off drive or a square cut, and it can lead to their downfall.
Bailey bouncing his way back in. Groves and Rodin balls again, angled across the left-hander, left this time, not tempted.
Big innings this for Stephen Davis, with James Rew in the side. Rew is a wicket-keeper batsman, and with Tom Abel certain to come back into the championship side for the game against Yorkshire next week, and Tom Banton likely to come back into the championship side, then two of this batting lineup are going to have to make way, I would expect.
15 without loss. Bailey moves in, bowls to Davis, just playing a little away from his body, but steering it safely enough away towards backward point, and there is no run. That completes the over. It's a maiden for Tom Bailey. 15 without loss after Lancashire's declaration. So Somerset trailed by 163 runs.
And before this game, you would have said the two most likely to make way would be Lewis Goldsworthy and James Rew, but Goldsworthy got his maiden century, and James Rew made 70 on debut, which puts the spotlight pretty firmly on Stephen Davis and maybe on Tom Lammonby. Williams is going to bowl another over. 15 without loss is the score. He's in and bowls to Renshaw, who plays a defensive shot to another good ball from Williams, who's bowls at a decent pace. He's not an out-and-out quick bowler, but low 80s, I think, between 79 and 83 miles an hour, I would guess. Interesting on the speed gun. If you take it, measure the speed of a Yorker as against a bouncer. This is a defensive shot from Renshaw. The further up the ball is to the bat, the faster it will be recorded on the speed gun. Because, of course, hitting the pitch takes a lot out of the velocity. But I would think Williams is around about 80, low 80, something like that. And again, judging by the distance that Dane Villas and the slips are standing back as well. Williams bowls. Renshaw plays around his front pad. Hence the excitement, I suspect, amongst the slips, thinking that if he didn't make contact, he'd be plumb in front. He's got those rather low-slung pads, has Matt Renshaw, so that the bit around the middle is sort of almost at the top of his calves. But,
it's a cunning plan.
Yeah, well, possibly. Williams in and bowls, and he turns this down to Morley at fine leg for a single. 16 without loss. He moves into double figures. Matt Renshaw got a best of 129 this season. Trying to think who that was against. Warwickshire, I think it was. He's averaging 46.37. That was before the start of this game. Williams then to Davies there in bowls. Davies watchfully forward in defence, plays it up to mid-off. Lots of encouragement for the bowler from wicket-keeper and slips, as you would expect. Three slips or two snares. 2 slips and a gully, isn't it?
Looks that way. I think it's 3 slips when Bailey's bowling.
Yeah.
2 slips and a gully when Williams is bowling.
Quite difficult to tell from our angle. We're at fine leg, or long leg, with the bowling to a left-hander from the far end. This is a long way outside off stump.
It's a no ball as well, that. I don't know what's happened at the...
Oh, has he hit the... did he hit the stumps with his hand? Yes, I think he did.
Yeah,
he dislodged the bail.
Yeah, he's given it as a no ball. He must have caught it with his hand. Yeah, we'll look back on the replay of this now. Oh, maybe he's foot,
yes,
perhaps.
He didn't deliver the ball either.
Apart from that, it was...
it's his hand. He's just shaking his... He obviously caught his right hand on the top of the stump, getting in close to the stump, and he's going to have some running repairs to it.
He may have cut it, yeah.
Yeah. Strange moment in the game.
Is it little that, isn't it? Yeah. Watch it back here on the
super slow-mo.
Yeah.
Ow. Yeah. Well, Lancashire will be hoping. Well, I think it's probably just a cut. There doesn't seem to be any manipulation involved, which would be the case if it was physio giving it a good squeeze.
Because that never used to be a no ball, did it?
No, I didn't know. It was because of Stephen Pidgeon.
Yeah.
Doing it repeatedly, and they changed the law.
But didn't he used to knock him with his knee or something? I don't think it was his hand.
No, it wasn't his hand. No, it was his sort of trailing leg, trailing foot.
Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio, is doing some running repairs.
Yeah, he's working hard on. Umpire's having a chat with Dame Villas, Lancashire captain.
Notice that Yorkshire have lost a wicket. Lancashire will be... Well, there's not much they can do, obviously, about the Yorkshire game, but they're perhaps keeping an eye on this. Because Yorkshire are playing Surrey. Surrey are top of Division 1, and they've lost their first wicket of the day. It's 74 for 3, with George Hill, LBW to Jamie Overton. Yeah. So it's a lead of 80 for Yorkshire. 7 wickets remaining.
Someone, probably Luke Wood, will completely over. How many balls? Was it just one ball remaining?
It looks like it's going to be Jack Morley, the left-arm spinner, actually.
It is.
Tom Hartley, that, coming on as a 12th man for Lancashire. Called into duty early on. Yeah, so the
no ball was... I wonder on what grounds the no ball... Oh, look, this is very exciting. Some very snazzy underwear from... he's putting on the his protector. That is that Keaton Jennings there?
Yes.
wearing his leopard skin smalls. I don't think they are leopard skin. They just had a hint of that. White with blue swirls on them. For those who are interested.
They were fancy looking things, weren't they?
Yeah, very smart.
Well, let's hope that Williams is all right after a little bit of further treatment in the dressing room. But obviously, the kind of the patched up job that was done wasn't sufficient.
Why wouldn't it be? I mean, it's both the stream and the scoreboard are saying 16, not 18.
No, I don't know. Maybe he didn't signal it. Maybe I imagined it.
But if the bowler knocks the stumps over in his delivery, it is a no ball.
I thought it was. Yeah.
Right, Jack Morley then to bowl the 6th ball of the 6th over. And Stephen Davis is forward calmly in defence. A lot of encouragement for Morley. Stephen Croft thinking that almost got through from his ideal vantage point of deep backward square leg. 16 without loss after 6 overs.
Yes, well, that was a peculiar over, wasn't it, with that delay? I suspect Jack Morley, he's only bowled that one delivery to complete the over. There's Will Williams. He's obviously having a little problem stemming the bleeding, perhaps. So he's currently off the field. That's not helping Lancashire's bid to try and take 10 wickets. But Morley will be in, you'd think, for a reasonable spell at some point today. Here's Tom Bailey to Renshaw. Started wide and got a little wider in truth. And Villas takes it right across Jennings, who's got the pads strapped on in the slips. There's no run, 16 without loss.
Just emailed the Somerset scorer, Polly Rhodes, to see if she can explain why that wasn't a no ball.
Okay. They're in their little scorer's van away to our right-hand side. There's Bailey's over the wicket, balls again, left by Renshaw. Taken by the keeper, who hands it to Rob Jones, who's at second slip. And there is no run, remains on 7. Renshaw, Davis on 9, and Somerset 16 without loss.
A few more clouds around now. The consolation of that is it's not quite so hot, and also we can see the screen in front of us, which we can't when the sun is shining full on.
Bailey in. Renshaw presses forward. The ball just shapes away enough. Again, taken by the keeper. There's no run.
Playing with his wrists very low, isn't he? And his bat angled down, so that if it does take the edge, it will go down rather than up.
Yes, and he wasn't kind of jabbing at it hard, was he, anything like that? Bailey into Renshaw. Straighter delivery, so plays at this ball. Drops it away into the onside for no run. Luke Wood giving the ball a bit of a polish. He'll be in for a burst at some stage himself with the ball.
Does he prefer bowling with the old ball?
He has bowled with the new ball occasionally, but I think Bailey and Williams, the last couple of games now, have been the preferred new ball pairing. Renshaw hops across the crease and drops it back down. Bailey picks it up off his own bowling. There's no run.
Good accurate bowling. It's reminiscent of the way Somerset bowled, actually. I mean, there was nothing wrong with their accuracy or persistence. It's just they weren't getting anything very much out of the pitch, and very little sign of swing as well. I thought there might be a bit of swing this morning with the extra cloud cover, but it doesn't seem to be.
So 16 without loss through the first half an hour on the 4th and final day. So Renshaw leads the delivery from Bailey, and it's through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. Renshaw's on 7, Davis on 9. No alarms yet for Somerset as Lancashire declared on 624 for 9 with a lead of 178 and they'll try and take 10 wickets and try and see if they can force a win, but it will be tricky on a good pitch, and Somerset will feel that they can bat through this final day and earn a draw. So half an hour gone on day 4. Somerset 16 without loss, trail by 162 runs.
Yes, and I suppose it could conceivably have a bearing on what happens on Saturday, this as well, because if Lancashire can bowl Somerset out, that will just buoy them up ahead of a possible final against Somerset. If Lancashire can beat Yorkshire and Somerset can beat Hampshire. We've got Jack Morley to bowl his first full over to Stephen Davis, who plays a dead bat defensive shot. Not that there are many similarities between a county championship match at Southport and the T20 final at Edgbaston. But Lancashire may well feel that they've got the wood over Somerset if they bowl them out here today. 16 without loss. We're in the 8th over. Just over half an hour's play. Morley bowls, and Davis plays a dead bat shot, and the ball runs off the face of the bat. Could easily have gone back onto his stumps. Fortunately for Stephen Davis, it bounced wide of his leg stump. He's got to be careful playing with soft hands in the way that he is. Several times I've seen batsmen, Rory Burns, I remember, at Taunton last season when he was bowling, he was batting looking like $1 million, and dead batted one from Marchant de Langer, and it just spun back off the face of his bat back onto his stumps.
It's a bit unlucky, isn't it?
Yeah, it was very unlucky. "16 without loss as a grey train goes past. Grey with yellow doors. Very smart, new, modern train sets going up and down the line from Southport to Liverpool. Stephen Davis gets one that bounces and takes it on the gloves. Yep. Just he's got 3 close catches now. Lancashire obviously reckon that this is going to take, and that bounced as well, down the leg side, so Davis didn't have to play it, but looks like Jack Morley could be a real factor in what happens today. Roelof van der Merwe got the occasional ball to bounce and turn. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, and that one's certainly turned from the bowler's footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump. It is true, but that's going to provide a significant test for these Somerset batsmen. End of that over was a maiden, 16 without loss. Lancashire got the other spin. Well, Luke Wells.
Yeah, Luke Wells.
Can't he?
He's a reluctant spinner, really, in Rob Jones. He does do it occasionally, but not too often. I tell you who has done a little bit of spun the ball a few times this season. He's this lad here, Tom Bailey. He's bowled a bit of off spin a couple of times this season. Yeah. This is into Renshaw.
He bowled a couple of overs of off spin in the first innings, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I suppose if the Morley's getting a little bit of turn, but particular bounce, and it could well become an option for Lancashire at some stage. With Bailey being a tall man, who would extract that bit of bounce, and again, if he could get the ball to turn, so it could be an option. It might come to that for Lancashire too, as they desperately try and search for some wickets. Left once more by Renshaw, through to Villas, no run. 16 for no wicket. Jack Morley might well be a name that's not too familiar with Somerset supporters. He's not played much. This is just his third first-class match. His debut came against Derbyshire in 2020 in the Bob Willis Trophy. Played the final match of that Bob Willis Trophy season during the 2020 campaign. Got wickets too on that match. He played at Liverpool in the game against Derbyshire. Bowled ever so well actually on his debut. Bailey comes around the wicket this time. Left by Renshaw and there's no run.
A little puff of dust there with that ball pitched.
Picked up 4 for 62, Morley, in that debut game to help Lancashire beat Derbyshire by 178. And then he waited 2 years for his second first-class match, which came just last week at Gloucester against in Bristol against Gloucestershire. And plays again, but 21 is from Rochdale. In for a decent bowl today, Morley. Bailey again round the wicket. A bit of width this time. Cut away through the offside by Renshaw. Set up nicely for him, really. And he jumped right into it. And gets 4 runs. And moves to 11. And the score moves on to 20 without loss.
Yeah, nice shot. No frills shot through the offside. Just got himself into position, transferred his weight nicely, and timed it beautifully.
Well done by David in the crowd. Stands up with the name David on the back of his shirt. Bailey in and bowls forward. Goes Renshaw, solid front foot defensive push into the offside for no run.
Well, from what we've seen so far, it does look as if the main threat to Somerset hopes of batting through the day will come from the spinners rather than the seamers. And Somerset would be grateful that Matt Parkinson isn't in the Lancashire side.
Final ball of the over. And Renshaw leaves the ball again. Bailey delivering it from around the wicket to the left-hander. And taken by the captain, Dane Velas. It completes the over. 9 gone then of the morning. 20 without loss. That's a pretty steady start by Renshaw and by Davis.
Did you see the news overnight that South Africa have forfeited their one-day international series against Australia next January?
I have not.
So that they can launch their own franchise competition.
Oh.
And Mike Atherton in the Times saying that this is the shape of things to come in the international cricket, except for maybe Ashes series or series involving India, is going to take second place to franchise cricket around the world.
Right.
Morley is in and bowls, and Davis plays this into the onside.
I mean, it seems almost unthinkable, really, isn't it? That happening up until probably the last few months, and the prospect of cancelling international series for a domestic.
Yep.
Goodness.
Morley to Davies. Davies will pick up a single as he's back on his stumps. Ball turning into him. Just a little bit too much leg side from Morley, and he's able to tuck it down to long leg for a single, fielded by Stephen Croft. 20 without loss now. 21 without loss. Somerset. And it will affect qualification for the next World Cup, as Morley is in and bowls, and there's an appeal for not quite sure what. I think it just came off the top edge. I think it was a catch it rather than an appeal. Excitement as Renshaw went for the reverse sweep and obviously did get a top edge because it's been given as a run, 22 without loss. Yeah, it will affect qualification, but Mike Addison thinks they'll probably still qualify anyway, South Africa, for the World Cup, even though they have forfeited that. This comes off the inside edge of Davis's bat. And again, it's a single, but batting looking a bit precarious against the left-arm spin of Jack Morley at the moment. So South Africa probably still be in the World Cup, but it does look as if most months of the year are going to be occupied by a franchise T20 competition somewhere, as Renshaw is, I think, he's determined to take on Jack Morley. He's not going to allow Morley to dictate terms down the pitch on that occasion, driving. A typical Australian approach to the threat of a spin bowler. Morley is in and bowls, and he's almost yorks himself there, does Matt Renshaw. He's coming down the pitch. Morley saw him coming, fired in the Yorker, and Renshaw had to come down sharply on it to keep it out. End of it, an exciting and interesting over. 23 without loss, 11 to Renshaw, and 12 to... No, other way around. 12 to Renshaw, 11 to Stephen Davis.
I've got that story up now on the BBC Sport website. So Cricket Australia refused a request to reschedule the 3-match series. Points from the matches, as you mentioned, which helped towards qualification for the World Cup, could now be awarded to Australia. And South Africa sit 11th in a 13-team qualifying league, while Australia are 8th, which is the final automatic qualifying place. Here's Bailey around the wicket balls. It's dropped away down through the gully region by Stephen Davis. Stopped by George Balderson, and there is no run. It's quite something to do, that, isn't it? To pull out of a one-day international series against Australia.
But I mean, virtually the whole year is going to be occupied by T20 franchise series somewhere, because the UAE are planning to launch a 20 over one.
Yep.
And there's talk of one in the USA as well.
I think it's raining. There's Bailey in bowls. Davis just eases the ball away into the offside for no run.
Coats are being put on and in the crowd. Not many umbrellas up. I shouldn't think very many people have brought umbrellas.
Umpires are having a little think here, aren't they? It just feels like it might just blow through this. It doesn't massively feel like it's here to stay. In fact, they were flirting with the idea of coming off, I think, then, and then both umpires are walking back to their positions. Feels like it might just blow through. Bailey to Davis, who's back into the crease and defends safely into the offside. No run. Just on that piece of news as well, the England and Wales Cricket Board have extended their partnership with Sky Sports to secure the 100 until at least 2028.
Oh joy.
And as part of this new deal, there'll be 30 T20 Blast matches shown as well. It's an increase of 50%. Again, Davis is back to defend and there's no run.
Well, that's something anyway.
The BBC's deal with the ECB, which is their free-to-air broadcast partner, is set to run until 2024 and will be renegotiated at a later date.
Yeah.
And the ECB have paid a deal worth around £220 million a year.
Sure.
Bailey is in and bowls. Oh, that's a play and a miss. That's the first genuine false shot of the morning, that. It wasn't far away from a little snick to the keeper. Taken by Dane Villas. Yeah, that's the first real kind of false shot we've seen this morning. He's flirted with that, hasn't he? Just outside off stump time and time again, and he's resisted Stephen Davis, but he didn't then. Final ball of the over, down to one slip. That's worked away to mid-wicket where Jennings fields, and there's no run. 23 without loss, 11 overs gone. Davis 11, Renshaw 12.
Three of the Somerset camp just wandered past, looking very relaxed. You can admire Ben Green's modern mullet now. It's his hairdo, and there's Lewis Gregory looking very relaxed, and then Joel Tratt is the other one, who's the strength and conditioning coach, formerly at Oakham School. 23 without loss, and we're going to have another interesting over, I suspect, from Jack Morley. Just feel the occasional raindrops still. We're out in the open, so I sincerely presume you've got a cover for all of this.
I've got a couple of tea towels. That's the best I can do, Anthony. It's high tech, you know me.
Here's Morley bowling to Renshaw, is down the pitch driving, and he's caught and bowled by Jack Morley, and Renshaw just stands there and looks down, but he's gone. Well, he decided he was going to take on the left arm spin, and it's been his undoing. He drove that straight back to Morley, who took a very good, sharp catch. And that's a wicket that Somerset could ill afford to lose. 23 for 1. Matt Renshaw gone. Caught and bowled Jack Morley for 12.
He kind of stood there almost a little bit in disbelief, Renshaw. But he'd been quite positive to Morley, hadn't he, since he came into the attack, the left-arm spinner, and hitting it back down the ground. And I suppose any catch off your own bowling is always tricky, but that's probably one of the more easier ones you're likely to get.
Yeah, he didn't quite time it, did he, Renshaw? But,
well, Morley's into the attack, I think, earlier than what would have been the case. Had Williams not hurt his finger, then I don't think Morley's bowling at the minute just yet. I mean, he will bowl, obviously, and bowl quite a bit today, but he's in as early as he is because of the injury to Williams. He's got the first wicket of the day. That's what Lancashire needed. Probably need a couple more before lunch, really, to still believe. And
well, I wonder whether this is a team policy or whether it was just a Renshaw policy to take on the left-arm spinner. Tom Lammonby, another left-hander, is the new batsman, and he's got to be careful about leaving the ball outside the off stump, given the turn that there is out of the bowler's footmarks. Left-arm spin will be coming in towards the left-hander. Morley is in and bowls, and well, it doesn't miss the off stump by very much.
It's difficult to tell from here, isn't it? Even on screen as to how far that has gone past the off stump. Lancashire will have you believe it's millimetres, but
well, it was almost over the top of it as Morley is in again and bowls. Lammonby's down the pitch driving.
Could see that coming, couldn't you?
But sowing seeds of doubt is Jack Morley in these left-handers' minds. Plenty of rough outside the left-hander's off stump for him to work with. Here he comes again, in and bowls. And this is taken on the full toss by Lammonby and played away to the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Sports Extra.
We're on 5 Live Sports Extra. Welcome to listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra, where Lancashire, we're from here at Southport, where Lancashire declared on their overnight 624 for 9, a lead of 178. And Somerset have already lost their first wicket as Tom Lammonby, who's on 4, plays that defensively. And the applause you hear is for Jack Morley, the Lancashire slow left-armer, who has taken that wicket, the wicket of the Australian left-hander Matt Renshaw, who decided to take on the slow left arm of Jack Morley and try and hit him out of the attack, but succeeded only in hitting a return catch, sharp return catch, which was comfortably pouched by Morley, and that was the end of Renshaw for 12. So Somerset 27 for 1 have basically got to bat out the day here at Trafalgar Road in Birkdale, south of Southport, and they haven't made a good start.
It's Bailey for Lancashire who's in to bowl, to Davis, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. Yorkshire Surrey currently not playing due to bad light, with Yorkshire 80 for 3 and lost a wicket this morning. Leads Surrey by 86 runs. Warwickshire have been bowled out for 243 in their second innings. So Hampshire have been set 91 to win. Bailey in bowls, and Davis goes right back and works it to square leg, but for no run. So Hampshire on the brink of a potentially big win for them. And they'll close the gap, certainly, on Surrey. Kent are playing Northamptonshire in the other Division 1 fixture, and Northants are 321 for 6 and lead Kent by 289 runs with 4 wickets remaining. 27 for 1. Somerset, second innings, Bailey's bowling, and Davis has a little flirt with this, a slightly loose shot, and he's angry with himself there.
It was just about he didn't get a nick on that. I'm not sure how he would have faced his teammates if he had done.
A previous ball that in the previous over that he played and missed at was a good delivery from Bailey.
Fair. It's one thing to play and miss. It's another to go for a big off drive.
That was a loose shot in a situation where the team's 151 behind. It's angled in towards Davis from around the wicket by Bailey, and he just pushes the ball safely up to mid-on, and there's no run. 151 is what Somerset trail by at 27 for 1 in their second innings. This game has been dominated by the bat. Over 1,000 runs scored across the first 3 days. It's Lancashire 624 for 9, Somerset 446 all out. Bailey to Davis, again who defends, no run. That mammoth innings from Keaton Jennings. First time he'd reached a triple century, smashing his previous career best score, 318, becoming the 4th highest score by a Lancashire player, and the highest at this ground as well. So it was a memorable day for Keaton Jennings. It's given Lancashire a lead, or helped to give Lancashire a lead of 178 overnight when they declared. Bailey to Davis, who flirts with it again. And through to Villas, and there's no run.
He just can't help himself, can he, Stephen Davis? Matt Renshaw's just wandered past. He'll be feeling a bit chastened. He's not lacking in self-confidence, though, Matt Renshaw. 27 for 1 at the end of that over. Almost unbroken cloud overhead now. Weather coming from the southeast. I think more or less from the southeast. We're looking just about south out from our commentary position at a deep backward square leg, with the bowling to a left-hander from the far end, and Lamonby's down the pitch and driving. He's looking to take a leaf out of the Renshaw book. Let's hope he does it rather more successfully. Morley, he's in and bowls, and again Lamonby's down the pitch, and he'll pick up 4 runs as he plays that sweetly through mid-wicket. 31 for 1.
You can understand the tactic. It's what Renshaw tried to do, and it's what Lamonby's done a couple of times now, and because of that he's just managed to disrupt Morley's rhythm of being able to pitch it in those rough marks outside the off stump, and you can see why you would try this approach.
He's on 8, Tom Lamonby. Morley bowls to him. He's down the pitch again, this time defending. Regains his ground quickly. He's got leg slip and forward short leg for company. He's looking, just leaning on his bat at the moment. Tom Lamonby looking very relaxed. I'm sure he isn't feeling very relaxed. You would have thought that 2 out of Lamonby, Davis and Bartlett, 2 of their places could be at risk if Abel and Banton both come back into this side for the next game against Yorkshire. And Lamonby again down the pitch to defend. If I was Lamonby now, I'd just hang back in the crease and hope that Morley just drags it down slightly in anticipation of the batsman coming after him. When it comes off the inside edge and will be fielded by Stephen Croft, and Lamonby, a moment of uncertainty there, as he did indeed hang back in his crease. Moves on to 9, 32 for 1. Not sure there'll be quite as much. There will still be rough outside the right-handers off stump for Morley to work with, because right-arm seamers have been bowling around the wicket to left-handed batsmen like Keaton Jennings, who was out there for very many overs. That's played into the onside. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 32 for 1. But fortunately for Somerset, Lancashire have only got one mainline or specialist spin bowler. Luke Wells would be the other spin option, or possibly Rob Jones.
On that Jennings innings of 318, Andrew Sampson got in touch yesterday, and he was here actually on day 2, which was nice to see Andrew, and he sent me an email overnight to say that Keaton Jennings scoring 257 runs yesterday is the 6th most for Lancashire in a day. And there is Dane Villas with 266, Archie McLaren 289, Jay Tilsley 295, Neil Fairbrothers 311, and Eddie Painter's 322 runs in a day. So he's the 6th most runs in a day by a Lancashire batsman. So thanks to Andrew for that.
I expect Eddie Painter and Archie McLaren had very many more overs to face in the course of their days.
It's a point that Paul Edwards said to me this morning. That there's Williams, who returns, having cut his finger previously when his bowling hand clipped the stumps at the non-striker's end. He's back into the attack, and that's driven by Lammonby to Josh Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run. The little injury that Williams picked up is what got Morley into the attack early on, and he's picked up the 1 wicket to fall so far today. Williams over the wicket, balls to Lammonby. Just eases the ball away off his hip to the leg side, where the king of Southport, Keaton Jennings, is there to field, and there's no run. There's a lovely sight of Keaton last night. He had his picture taken in front of the scoreboard and surrounded by probably a dozen or so young kids who were going across to get an autograph and get a picture. And he had his picture and his autograph taken with all of them. Keaton, he was over there for ages, spending time with some of the young fans. It's left by Lammonby and through to Villas, and there's no run. My favourite bit of the whole lot was when one young lad said to him, "Oi, Jennings, can I have your bat?" A slightly Scouse accent. And he went, "No, you can't, mate." 32 for 1. Lammonby waits. 1 slip and a gully. Williams bowls to Lammonby, who leans forward and defends into the offside, and there's no run. So 1 slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and deep backward square leg. 32 for 1, with 2 balls left of the over. Williams into Lammonby. It's pushed across the left-hander, full of length but wide of off stump. Gathered by Dane Villas. And there's no run. So 146 behind Somerset. It's the first priority, I guess, isn't it? Try and get themselves in front of Lancashire and
absolutely
moves the game further away from the Red Rose. Forward in defence with Lammonby, and plays it safely and securely up towards mid-off, and there's no run, so that completes the 15th over of the Somerset innings, and almost an hour gone, so a decent rate for Lancashire. 15 overs for the first hour, 32 for 1. It's a maiden that for Will Williams.
Well, if Somerset can keep the rate of wickets lost to 1 per hour, they'll be all right. But it's not going to be easy against the left-arm spin of Jack Morley, who's going to bowl another over from the Harrod drive end. Still got leg slip, and forward short leg. He's bowling to Stephen Davis, and Davis just clips this into the onside. It's fielded by Keaton Jennings under the helmet at forward short leg. He's got his fielding pads on. Morley He's there and bowls outside the off stump, and Stephen Davis thinks about playing at that. You can sense the uncertainty in Davis's mind as to how much it's going to turn out of the bowler's footmarks. Whether he's going to play it off the pitch, as this is again turned almost between the two short legs, fielded at leg slip. Rob Jones there, also in a helmet. Morley bowls, and this is played more comfortably by Stephen Davis into the onside. Spinners quite often get a little bit of extra turn in the first few overs that they're bowling, when their fingers are fresh and strong. Morley's there and bowls, and they think about a single. There's misunderstanding. There wasn't a single there. I don't know why Steve Davis thought there was. Tom Lammonby quite rightly sent him back as Tom Bailey moved in from extra cover to do the fielding. 32 for 1. We're in the 16th over. And this is down. Oh, he's caught at leg slip. He's caught by Rob Jones. He went for that flip shot and hit it straight to leg slip, who took a good sharp catch. And that is the end of Stephen Davis, and you could see that coming. It's 32 for 2. He's gone, caught Jones, bowled Morley for 11. And this is not good from Somerset. Good catch. It was well anticipated by Rob Jones as well. He'd played that shot earlier in the over, did Stephen Davis, and kept it down the first time. This time he failed to keep it down. And that's the second Somerset wicket of the morning. Not a good start.
Well, the ball turning into Davis, but it's the bounce as well that's proving to be tricky here for Somerset. That's a weapon that Morley's using to his advantage. I mean, the counter-attack and the way that Somerset are playing Morley, I think is really interesting to watch, because they're doing their best to try and knock him off his length and to try and really ruffle him up a little bit. They've come at him. Renshaw did that. Lammonby's tried that. But it's the bounce as much as the turn, I think, that's keeping Morley in the match. It's quite interesting to watch this at the minute.
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting if you're a Lancashire follower, but worrying if you're a Somerset one. George Bartlett is the new batsman, so we've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. And again, you suspect, I'd be surprised now after what he's done in this match, or hasn't done in this match, whether Stephen Davis keeps the gloves for the next game. I certainly would be tempted to give James Rue the gloves. He's Will Williams in and bowls. I think he's yours, Scott.
Sorry, yep.
That's all right.
32 for 2, yep. Full and wide of off stump and left by Lammonby. And there is no run.
Somerset need a partnership.
Yeah.
And they need these two to get through to lunch. That will be the first challenge for them. Interesting that Dame Villas standing up to Williams.
He's in and bowling and left by Lammonby.
It's presumably because Lammonby's been batting out of his crease.
It's a Villas up behind the stumps with a slip behind him in Rob Jones. Josh Bannon there at mid-off.
They're not over-attacking, are they?
No.
Presumably there's a plan here somewhere.
Yeah. Williams in to... Lammonby, blimey. Well, it's a good leave because he's not out, but goodness me, that wasn't far away.
There are only two sorts of leave.
Oof. Will Williams with a smile on his face thinking, how's that not clipped the off stump?
Yeah. Got his fingers, his middle finger bandaged after whacking it against the stumps from the other end.
32 for 2. bowls again. Fraction wider and left. And taken by Villas, and there's no run. Polish of the ball from Josh Bohannon. Lancashire should be keen to look after the ball. Two balls left of the over. It's Williams from the Groves and the road end. Lammonby waits and leaves once more, taken by Villas, who's up onto his toes. Lancashire wicket keeper.
Again, a bit of a puff of dust as that ball pitched.
One or two extra people just drifting in front of us as well.
Yep.
Let's see that through the day. Maybe if Lancashire certainly can pick up a few more wickets and the locals think there's a chance of a home win. The back foot cries of catch as it's hit firmly away, backward of square on the offside. And the thud as the ball hits the advertising board. It's 4 runs to end the over for Lammonby.
Handsome shot. He's not going to be tied down, Tom Lammonby. He's arguably, both of these batsmen, probably playing for their places in the lineup against Yorkshire. Certainly, if it was me, I'd give Steve Davis a spell, bring James Rue in with the gloves. And assuming that Abel and Banton come back in, that means that one other of this batting lineup is going to need to make way, and I guess it will be one of these two, given that Lewis Goldsworthy got 100 in the first innings. 36 for 2 Somerset. And we're going to have another over a slow left arm spin from the Harrod drive end to the right-handed Bartlett, who plays that comfortably enough. Back up the pitch, picked up by Morley. It'd be interesting to see whether Morley gets as much spin to the right-hander as he's been getting to the left-handers. Here he comes again, in and bowls. This is short and played away by Bartlett. But Stephen Croft is waiting for it on the deep cover boundary, so it's just a single. 37 for 2. Bartlett off the mark with that shot. It means that Lammonby is on strike, and the close catchers assemble. See if Lammonby uses his feet to the left arm spin. He's in and bowls, and no, he doesn't. That's well outside the off stump. And Dane Villas trying to kid Tom Lammonby that only just missed the leg stump, the off stump, where in fact he missed it quite comfortably. He's in again and bowls, and Lammonby's down the pitch, playing this into the onside, but won't get a run, as Luke Wood does the fielding at deepish mid-on. Morley in bowls, Lammonby down the pitch, defends when he gets there. But he's taking the sharp bounce and turn from the bowler's footmarks out of the equation, Tom Lammonby. But he needs to be wary of Morley firing one down. This is driven back to the bowler, who fields well to his left, and that brings the over to a conclusion. So that was a score draw there between Jack Morley and Tom Lammonby. 37 for 2 at the end of that over.
Steve sent a tweet to say he's enjoying the coverage, and he says, with Williams no more an overseas player, do Lancashire have another overseas lined up for the remaining championship matches? Well, they kind of do, yeah. They have signed Washington Sundar, who was due to play in this fixture, actually, but not quite fit enough to feature. And he's going to play in the Royal London One Day Cup campaign, and I suspect there might be a chance of him playing in in a championship match as well, whether that's next week at Northampton. Not sure, but yeah, Washington Sundar has signed. Williams bowling to Bartlett with the keeper still standing up, Dane Villas. And it's left and through to Villas, no run. I think Lancashire would have quite enjoyed having Morley and Sundar in their team for this one.
Washington Sundar?
This is off spin,
off breaks.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
quite quick. Is it quite quick off breaks?
I think many young spinners tend to fire it in, don't they? Yeah. He's got a really impressive record. He's only right at the start of his career. As Williams is in and bowling. That's worked away into the onside for no run. He played relatively handful of games, but you don't get into India's test team and one-day international team and the T20 team unless you're a good player, do you? But yeah, off-spinner who's played 4 test matches, 4 one-day internationals and 31 T20 internationals. So yeah, he's going to be with Lancashire at some point. It's hit straight down the ground. There's cries of catch. If it was a chance, it was a very tough one low down with Williams stopping the ball in the end. They have gone to him on the bounce. Difficult to tell from where we are, but there's no run. 37 for 2.
Don't think it carried to him. He's done a bit of further damage to his right hand, I think.
Yeah, won't please him.
But it's okay to bowl.
Williams in again and bowls. Eased off the hip away through square leg. Stephen Croft will bounce up from the boundary to field. And the score moves on to 38 for 2. Bartlett moves on to 2. That brings Lammonby on strike. It's an hour and 12 minutes of play on the final day. 2 wickets have fallen. The 2 opening batters are out. Renshaw and Davis. 2 of the Somerset young guns here. Bartlett and Lammonby working together. Williams in. That's swatted away through the onside. That's a terrific back foot pull from Lammonby. Caught that sweetly.
Yeah. He's good to watch.
Takes him up his total to 17, 42 for 2.
It's there for the shot as well. It was just a little bit short from Will Williams. Picked up beautifully by Lammonby.
17 to him now. Forward in defence this time. Ball ricochets away into the offside for no run. End of the 19th over.
He needs an innings, does Tom Lammonby. This is his 14th innings of the season. 304 runs before this game. He didn't get many in the first innings. Best of 76. That was against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Averaging 25, which is not great. And he's a much better batsman than that. 3 centuries he made back in the Bob Willis when he first came into the side in 2020. And great things were forecast for him by various people, myself included. But he didn't really train on last season. We've got Jack Morley, who is the main threat at the moment for Lancashire. He's bowling to George Bartlett as the sun comes out, and Bartlett just fiddles this down to fine leg, and they'll come back for 2 runs as the throw comes in. 44, I think it is, for 2. Scoreboard hasn't ticked over yet. 43, it's gone up to... He definitely took 2 runs there. I think it's 44. Should be. Bartlett on 4. Morley bowls. Bartlett. Given LBW, there's an appeal for LBW which is upheld by umpire Hartley, and that's the 3rd Somerset wicket. 43 for 3. George Bartlett gone. LBW to Morley for 4, and Jack Morley has 3 wickets to his name, and Somerset in all sorts of trouble. Yeah, looked a pretty good shout.
At first, I thought they were going up for a catch. There were cries of catch to begin with as the ball deflected down towards short, fine leg. But watching back on the replay, that does look a pretty safe decision, that, from the umpire.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, hard to say, but the only man whose opinion matters is umpire Hartley, and he decided that it didn't take the edge of the bat. It was pad only, and that's 3 wickets down, and, well, Somerset in trouble.
He's in the match, isn't he, Jack Morley? I mentioned his debut game, which came for Lancashire 2 years ago. And he picked up 4 wickets in the final innings of the match to help Lancashire beat Derbyshire. And the left-arm spinner, who has his chance in this Lancashire team because Matt Parkinson's international call-up, has picked up the 3 wickets. He's having a really good morning, and this is just the morning that Lancashire were hoping for. 3 wickets inside an hour and 15 minutes. And they will be starting to believe, if not believing already, that this is very much possible.
Well, I think they're probably believing already. Morley then to the new batsman, who's Lewis Goldsworthy, another right-hander. Goldsworthy defends from the crease. What are Morley's figures?
He has got 3 for 15.
3 for 15. Bowling to Goldsworthy, who's back on his stumps, defending. Picked up by Josh Bohannon at extra cover. Tosses the ball to Morley, the man of the moment. He comes springing in. He's there and bowls, and this runs off the open face of Goldsworthy's bat down to Rob Jones at backward point. Just the slip and backward short leg for the right-hander. Morley spinning the ball away from the bat. This is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy, and it's a misfield by Tom Bailey, but they'd already decided that they weren't going to take a run. It's the end of the over. It's 44 for 3. Another successful over for Jack Morley, 3 for 25. He has, and as we suspected, he is proving to be the main threat to Somerset's hopes of saving this game.
Yeah, he's in the match, isn't he, Jack Morley? Coming to a 4th and final day. We've been talking about whether the pitch is going to break up a little and will turn as the match progresses. As a spinner, it's your job, isn't it? Last day of a match, you just try and win the game for your team, and it obviously comes with a great deal of pressure for a young man that's not played much. But this is a terrific first hour and 20 minutes for Morley. Here's Williams in bowling, and that's Lammonby up onto his toes, and that guides the ball up towards mid-on, where Luke Wood fields, and there is no run. Yeah, Morley's figures will always be slightly skewed because he completed Williams' over, didn't he? So he's bowled 7.1 overs, Jack Morley. 2 maidens, 3 for 15. Williams to Lammonby, who defends the front foot, playing it back down the pitch. And there is no run. Where does Somerset find a partnership from? It's another young Somerset batsman replacing Bartlett, Goldsworthy now. So it's, again, these two trying to find something for their side. Williams to Lammonby, and defends, and there's no run. There's no room for him to get forward, really. The keeper's standing right up behind the stumps, having just to defend from the crease.
Dari Plumden on Twitter, you talked well about the selection for the next game, but what are your views on the Somerset squad for next year? Tom Kohler-Cadmore coming in from Yorkshire, Hildreth and Davies a year older. How long will Bartlett and Max Waller be retained? I'll have to say something about that at the end of this over.
We're halfway through it. Williams around the wicket again. Lammonby forward in defence. Ball deflects off the full face of the bat. And Will Williams still struggling a little bit here with his right hand as he picks it up and gives it a bit of a shake. He cut it sufficiently enough for him to have to go off for treatment when he caught the stumps.
Still haven't had an explanation as to why it wasn't a no ball. But, if I bump into Polly at lunchtime, I'll ask her.
44 for 3. Williams to Lammonby. Leaves this ball, content that that was pitching wide of off stump and wouldn't come back in to clatter into his stumps. Had a couple of close leaves, one in particular, Lammonby, but that was a pretty safe one.
He has got out, bowled not playing a shot more than once this season, I think it would be fair to say.
A fact will not be lost on Lancashire's bowlers. Final ball of the over, Williams to Lammonby. Goes back in defence. And there's no runs, so it's 21 overs gone. Somerset 44 for 3, still trailed by 134.
Yeah, Somerset's squad for next season, well, I think that I'd be surprised if James Hildreth, who's out of contract at the end of the summer, I don't think he'll be retained. I suspect Hildy's going to retire. Stephen Davis, big question mark against him. And Kohler-Cadmore, I suppose, would be the Hildreth replacement in the middle order. George Bartlett, he looks good, but he keeps getting himself out. And Max Waller, I think we've probably seen the last of Max Waller in Somerset colours. Morley is bowling to Goldsworthy, who certainly will be part of the Somerset make-up next season as he defends that into the offside. Hopefully that century in the first innings marks a coming of age for Lewis Goldsworthy, and he'll turn potential into really effective results from now on. 44 for 3 Somerset are. We're in the 22nd over of a day of a minimum of 96 overs. And Lancashire have already picked up 3 wickets. Renshaw, Davies and Bartlett all back in the hutch. A fielding change. As something is required in the way, I think, of protective equipment. As Rob Jones is going to don it. Are we going to get another display of underwear? No, I don't think we are. No, you must already have a jock strap on. So he's just putting the box in to go and stand at Silly Point. So we got backward short leg, a slip and a Silly Point for Jack Morley to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's yet to get off the mark. .44 for 3. 35 minutes or so to go before lunch. Morley bowls, tosses this one up above the batsman's eye line, but Goldsworthy not to be tempted. Just plays it quietly to Will Williams.
Rubs the ball around his head.
You're allowed to use sweat, aren't you? You're not allowed to use saliva anymore. As this is on the back foot. Oh, and Goldsworthy was a little bit late on that shot. Cut it out to Stephen Croft.
It's a good over this to Goldsworthy, because he's not giving him anything to try and hit to get off the mark.
That was just a little bit shorter. bit quicker as well as he's in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays that comfortably back up the pitch. They won't get a run. It's a maiden over from Jack Morley, who's bowling really nicely from the Harrod drive end. 44 for 3 at the end of it.
Elsewhere, they're back underway in the game at Scarborough. Yorkshire are playing Surrey, and Yorkshire have lost to 4th wickets. They're 109 for 4 and lead by 115 runs. And Hampshire are well on course for a victory against Warwickshire. At 51 without loss, they need 40 more runs to win that match. Hampshire are currently second in Division 1 and on course for a victory. Surrey are it's not beyond the possibility of a Surrey win neither. As Williams is in, and that's off the back foot, and punched into the offside by Lammonby, and he gets through for a single. 45 for 2. Some intriguing games in Division 1 that could reach a result for one team or the other, when they looked likely to be nearer to being draws. Certainly the Yorkshire-Surrey match, but that's still intriguingly balanced at 109 for 4. As indeed is this one at 45 for 3, with Somerset still 133 behind. So it's going to be Williams to Goldsworthy. Not sure we've seen this yet, have we? Not sure where Goldsworthy's faced Morley. Certainly faced Morley predominantly.
Yeah, this is the first ball he's faced from Will Williams.
2 slips are in place. Williams bowls and Goldsworthy leaves. Taken by Dane Villas, who's having a bit of drama himself behind the stumps there. Arms outstretched. Lancashire skipper.
Bubble and Squeak on Twitter says, Division 2 beckons, I fear, Anthony. Still, we'll keep the West Country derby. Bubble and Squeak making the assumption that Gloucestershire are going to go down.
Williams bowls, and that's through to the keeper. There's no run. Well, it could be Division 2.
If there is a Division 2.
I was about to say, it could be. I mean, you could finish kind of almost halfway up Division 1 and still be in Division 2 if it's if it's split into 3.
Yeah, but I think any team in the first 2 of the 3 conferences can win the championship next season, if that is how it pans out.
That's how it's divided.
So you just don't want to be in the last 6, because then you've got no chance.
Williams in. It's a fuller ball. It encourages Goldsworthy to drive, which he does. But to Luke Wood at mid-off, and there's no run.
But it's about time we heard something about
it would be nice,
the format is going
to
be next season, because it's very difficult for these teams to know exactly what they need to do.
Exactly, yeah. You could win Division 2 this year and still be in a Division 2 next year, if it's into.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
Here's Williams in again, balls, and that's snapped away by Goldsworthy into the offside. There's no run, but I understand what you mean with the conference setup.
The conference setup, it isn't. It won't. Well, it depends what model they use, but
yes.
The top 6 counties from this season won't necessarily be the only ones that can win the championship next season, because there will be. The suggestion is there'll be playoffs between the top teams in Conference 1 and Conference 2 to decide who are the ultimate champions.
Final ball of the over, short one by Williams. Goldsworthy ducks underneath it, through to Dane Villas, and there's no run. So 45 for 3, trailed by 133 runs. Lammonby on 18, and Goldsworthy yet to get off the mark.
So if that is the case, then a county needs to be in the top 12. So any county in Division 1, in which there are 10 teams this season, plus the top 2 in Division 2, will be in with a chance of winning the championship next season, if that is the model that's chosen. But we don't know what the model will be yet. Meantime, we got another over from Jack Morley to Tom Lammonby, who's on 18. Will Lammonby take him on down the pitch and turns that into the onside, and you'll pick up at least 1 run. Just 1 run it will be, as it's fielded by Luke Wood out in the deep. He moves on to 19.46 for 3. It means that Lewis Goldsworthy, yet to get off the mark, is on strike. Lammonby using his feet well to the spinner, but Lancashire will fancy their chances as Goldsworthy's back on his stumps and playing this into the covers, and a good stop by Stephen Croft, rolling over to make the stop by the umpire, who is at point, presumably because one of the short legs would otherwise be obscuring his view if he was at square leg. And this is turned into the onside. They might have taken a single there, but no point in taking a risk. Tom Bailey picks up from short mid-wicket. 46 for 3. We've got just under half an hour to go to the lunch interval. Morley bowls, and it's defended by Lewis Goldsworthy, who will sell his wicket dearly. He won't give it away, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's not that sort of cricketer. Morley is there, bowls, and plays around his front pad rather there, Goldsworthy, but keeps it down well enough. Gentleman goes past, carrying 3 pints of beer.
Good effort.
Good strong fingers he must have.
Don't spill a drop.
Yeah. Morley bowls. Goldsworthy defends. It's fielded at forward short leg by Rob Jones, and it's another. No, there was a run off the very first ball. Lammonby taking a single, so just the one run from that over from Jack Morley. 46 for 3 at the end of it.
Kevin sends a message as we see that chap carrying his 3 pints of beer around the. There we go. Huh? That's good effort. Around the edge of the outfield. Didn't spill a drop neither. Kevin on Twitter, whatever format they choose next year, I hope it will not result in a reduction in the number of county championship matches. The current format seems to work fine. Is Kevin's view on Twitter.
Well, I'll come back to that after this.
Here's Williams around the wicket and bowls. Forward goes Lammonby in defence, and there's no run.
Again, this is one of the recipes that's been discussed. That each conference of 6, the sides will play each other twice, so that's 10. Two lots of 5, and then there will be playoffs to decide who from the top. Well, who goes up into the top 2 divisions from Conference 3, and who wins the championship from Conferences 1 and 2.
Lammonby forward again in defence, and there's no run.
So those playoffs could mean 2 more games, or they could mean 4 more games. But if it's 4 more, then we keep the same number as we've got at the moment. But that, as I say, it's speculation.
Well, hopefully we find out before the end of the season.
Well, right.
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't. Williams to Lammonby. Well, he gets a little flick off the pads out towards mid-on and gets through for a single. Well run. Lammonby moves to 20. 47 for 3. Yorkshire have lost a 5th wicket now, so 115 for 5. 121 in front of Surrey. I think almost regardless of what, if Surrey do indeed bowl Yorkshire out, they'll try and chase them down. That tends to be Surrey's approach to certainly this season, if not previous ones.
Oh, yeah.
They'll have a go at that, even if it's something that would look like beyond them. That's an interesting game. Goldsworthy off the back foot flicks the ball away to mid-wicket, and there's no run, which potentially means 7 wickets here for Lancashire will be hugely significant, with Hampshire on the brink of victory and Surrey still with a chance of a win. Somerset, of course, have their own objectives and priorities, and this is a good challenge for 2 young batsmen, Lammonby and Goldsworthy, currently batting together, trying to help to save the match. for Somerset. 2 slips waiting. Williams over the wicket. Goldsworthy defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's flicked up off the right boot of Will Williams and catches the ball in his left hand. A couple of forward defensives from Lewis Goldsworthy. His sleeveless jumper on.
It's hot here now. I can feel my nose getting redder by the moment.
You've got some factor 50 on, O'Bean. You'll be all right. We do need to look at, if we come back next year, I need to look at a brolly to cover us. Here's Williams bowls, forward goes Goldsworthy in defence, and there's no run. End of the over. 47 for 3. Lammonby 20 and Goldsworthy on 0. That might be the next thing to try and invest in for Southport and Birkdale, is a brolly to cover us.
Stu DW on Twitter, he must be a Somerset supporter. He says, "This is Somerset, don't rule out a feeble collapse." But Grumpy Git is a bit more optimistic. He says he's somewhat uncertain as to whether Somerset can see this out. But as a Tom Lammonby fan, he's hoping that Tom is still there at the close. A sentiment which I'm sure is shared by very many Somerset supporters. It would be good to see Tom Lammonby put any doubt over his position in this batting lineup to rest. He's on strike now to Jack Morley, playing this from the crease into the onside, off the back foot, playing that one off the pitch, which is, if you can do it, it's one way to play spin. And this he doesn't play a shot at, but there's plenty of bounce and turn. It's not taken cleanly by Dane Villas. Lots of oohs and ahs from the close catchers. They slip the leg slip and forward short leg. 47 for 3. As Morley in bright sunshine is in and bowls, and Lammonby is down the pitch and just turns his wrists on this one. And the substitute fielder Hartley comes around to do the fielding, and they take a single. 48 for 3. Lammonby on to 20. He rehearses a much more extravagant shot, does Lammonby, but he played that quite nicely. Means that Goldsworthy, who is yet to score, he's had 23 deliveries. This is bowled right up in the block hole and defended by Goldsworthy. Hartley claps his hands to encourage his young spin bowler. Morley to Goldsworthy, who's seems to be playing comfortably enough. He's not looked to be in any great difficulty. There seems to be less bounce and turn outside the right-handers off stump than the left-handers. Morley is in and bowls, and on the back foot, Goldsworthy just plays this down in front of him. End of that over. Just the one run from it again to Tom Lammonby. 48 for 3 at the end of it.
Yeah, it looks pretty chilled out, doesn't it? But he's on the back of a century. I guess that helps. But some batters you see come out and utterly desperate, almost frantic to get themselves a run and get off naught. He looks pretty content to keep defending. 27 balls yet to score, Lewis Goldsworthy, but doesn't appear to be concerning him too much. Let's see Luke Wood coming into the attack to replace Will Williams. A 6-over spell from that end for Will Williams for 11 runs. First time this morning seeing the left arm seam of Luke Wood.
Bit of pace.
Yes.
He's got a very sharp haircut.
Yes. Yeah. That's a haircut ready for T20 finals days, that isn't it?
Absolutely.
Get the hair trimmed for the big day. Here's Wood then. Left arm over the wicket and balls, and Lammonby ran up onto his toes to nudge the ball away into the onside, but the way he played it would appeared to got to him a little quicker than he was expecting, but maybe it's just because it's perhaps slightly quicker than what we've seen so far. Played safely enough away to mid-wicket. Roland Butcher was quite keen to watch a bit of Luke Wood, wasn't he, on days 1 and 2?
Was, yeah.
Quite fancy watching a bit of pace.
Skiddy pace, isn't it?
21 to Lammonby. Wood balls, he's right in behind and defends away to the leg side where George Balderson fields, and there's no run.
He likes to hold the pose, does Tom Lammonby, doesn't he?
Short sleeves on Lammonby. Yeah, strong lad, isn't he? Big, strong lad.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Looks the part. Little bend of the knees as Wood's in. Wants a run here. It's dropped away into the offside.
Yeah, good calling.
Yeah, Goldsworthy alert to it. Just dropped in front of Jennings, who was at cover. So they are through for 1. 49 for 3.
Dari Plumden wants to know what sort of overseas player I'd try to recruit for Somerset next season. Well, I think opening good, experienced opening batsman, or someone like Imam Ul Haq, who will be joining Somerset later in the season for the championship run-in. But you won't get a player like that for the whole season. That's the trouble with all of the franchise cricket that's being played at the moment.
Yes.
But a seasoned, experienced, top-order batsman, I think, probably.
Here's Wood in and bowling. It's off the back foot, and driven into the offside and stopped superbly by Balderson.
Yeah, good stop.
Goldsworthy fancied that was 4 to get himself off the mark. Caught it well. Good piece of fielding by George Balderson at cover.
And maybe a spin bowler, I should think. Jack Leach will be with England. And we haven't really got much. Well, Roelof van der Merwe does his best, but he doesn't actually turn it very much.
Wood bowls again. Oh, short ball is a nippy delivery that. He had Goldsworthy bending his knees and getting out the way of that. He actually knocked Villas off his feet.
Yeah, quick ball.
49 for 3. Goldsworthy still on 0, 28 deliveries faced. First real feisty, quick delivery sent down by the left arm bowler Luke Wood. Wind blowing through his hair as he turns and comes back in again. Final ball of the over. This is snapped away into the onside by Goldsworthy. And there's no run, so just the single off it. Goldsworthy still on 0 from 29 deliveries. 27 overs gone, 69 left, 129 behind. Somerset 49 for 3.
And I suppose the other possibility for a Somerset overseas player would be a pace bowler of some sort, a seamer, because Craig Overton is likely to be involved in the England setup in one form or another, either in one-day internationals or tests or both. Jack Brooks is reaching the end of his career. Ditto Peter Siddle, although Siddle's done well for Somerset this season. Possible he might come back for another season. In the meantime, we've got Jack Morley bowling to Tom Lammonby, who's down the pitch, driving away into the onside for a single. And that is the Somerset 50, and there must be one or two Somerset followers here. Can't imagine many Lancastrians would bother to clap the Somerset 50. All generous though Lancastrians are when it comes to the opposition in games of cricket. A few Somerset expats here, as Goldsworthy is defending this ball from Morley. Marchant de Lange, of course, is Somerset's other existing overseas player who can't get in the side at the moment because Peter Siddle and Matt Renshaw are preferred to delaying. You can't get in the T20 Blast side either. This is pitched right up to Goldsworthy, who is a phlegmatic character. Nothing much phases young Lewis. He'll play each ball on its merits, and if that means he's still not out at lunchtime, then so be it. Morley's in and bowls. He's on the back foot, cutting but straight to Alex Hartley at backward point. Who's Hartley on for? Is Williams off again for running repairs?
Possibly.
50 for 3 as Morley is in and bowls, and Goldsworthy's away with a nice back cut, which is going to run away for 4 runs. Josh Bohannon giving it up as it runs into the boundary just around about 30 yards to our right. Just dragged down that one by Jack Morley. One of the very few poor deliveries that he's produced. He's been right on the money for most of this spell, which has brought him 3 wickets. 54 for 3 Somerset. Morley bowls to Goldsworthy, and that one does bounce quite a lot from the bowler's footmarks, but also quite a long way outside the off stump, so that Goldsworthy doesn't need to play a shot at it. And that's the end of the over. 5 runs from it. 54 for 3.
Nice shot to get underway, wasn't it?
It was.
And his first runs, we've got about 10 minutes, actually a little bit more than that, maybe 13 minutes to go before we get to lunch on this final day. 3 wickets to fall in the morning session so far. Yorkshire have lost to 6th, so they're 132 for 4, so we've got a real chance. And
you're rooting for Surrey, are you, Scott?
Most definitely not. And
I thought Lancastrians always rooted for whoever was playing against Yorkshire.
I'm an enormous fan of Yorkshire this week. Hampshire are on the brink. In fact, they need 1 more run to win now. So Hampshire are going to record a big win. Asked Luke Wells about Yorkshire Surrey this week, and this is it too early to be looking at games elsewhere? Here's Luke Wood, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's Lammonby to drop it away to square leg for a single. 55 for 3. And he said, no, not at all. And he said, we are kind of aware of what's going on. We have to be. So the Lancashire players are, no doubt, with an eye on what's happening in the Yorkshire-Surrey match. It would be a sizable gap, that, if Surrey were to beat Yorkshire this week and this game ended in a draw. Wouldn't be a gap that Lancashire couldn't make up, of course, but it would be a big dent in their hopes to try and win the title this year. They play Surrey in the final game of the season at Old Trafford.
Ooh, that could be exciting.
Wood, left arm around the wicket, bowls off the back foot, hit away through the offside. Good looking shot, and that's 4 more for Goldsworthy. Well fielded by a gentleman in the crowd. A nice looking back foot punch, square of the wicket for 4. Doubles his total. He moves to 8, 59 for 3.
Annie Chave, who produces the excellent County Cricket Matters, says, great to see you, i.e. me, looking like a millennial with your hipster hat and you're scrolling through social media. Yeah, there you are. I'm not sure that the hat dates back to 1997.
Here's Wood in, bowls. Forward goes Goldsworthy in defence, is no run. Yeah, it does look a little bit like kind of Oasis Blur era, that type of thing.
Well, it's actually from Palmares Golf Club in Portugal.
Like it, big fan of it.
Yeah. And I've had it, well, obviously I've had it a long time, 25 years. It's lasted well. Don't really see myself as a millennial, though. Whatever that is.
Trailed by 119 now, Somerset. Short ball again from Wood, signalled as a no ball by the umpire.
Yeah, just overstepping, putting in the extra ounce of effort and overstepping in the process.
So 61 for 3. Victory for Hampshire, so they have beaten Warwickshire by 8 wickets. They bought Warwickshire out for 217 and 243. Hampshire making 370 for 9 declared, and then 91 for 2 to secure a victory by 8 wickets. Wood back in, balls again. Worked off the hip. There is a forward short leg in position there for that type of shot, but he got it down into the ground well. There's no run.
Good test this for these two young batsmen, isn't it? Pace from one end, some bounce and turn from the other.
Yeah, it's a good little, it's a terrific contrast, isn't it, between what they're being served up at the minute. You have a bit of licence here, Wood, to have a burst and bowl as quickly, bowl aggressively, short, sharp stint perhaps. Again, that's short and little nasty and well directed, and has
He had Goldsworthy in a bit of trouble there.
He did, yeah.
Wasn't sure which way to move to evade that one. He's not going to try hooking. He can hook. Saw him in one of his, I think probably his first appearance for Somerset. He hooked Stephen Finn off his eyebrows, and it went like a bullet to the square leg boundary. Terrific shot.
They've got a forward short leg. They've got a squarish mid wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. Final ball of the over. Wood left arm round the wicket and defended up off his toes. A ball angled in towards his ribs. And there's no run. End of the over, 61 for 3. Somerset trail by 117. Just on that victory for Hampshire, that does put them top. At least for the time being. They've moved 7 points clear of Surrey, who was second. So 6 wins from 9 for Hampshire. They're the new Division 1 leaders as it stands. Surrey second, 7 points behind with 143 points. Lancashire are third, 122 points. Essex are fourth with 118 points.
We're going to have another over of spin. Jack Morley will bowl his .13th. This is a sweep by Lammonby. Didn't time it. Pick up 2 runs. Plays the sweep well, both the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep. Moves on to 26. Morley bowls and another sweep. As this time it'll just be a single. As as Balderson does the fielding down at third man. 64 for 3. Morley bowling to the right-handed Goldsworthy, who lets that hit his pad. There's a sort of involuntary exclamation from one of the close fielders, but nothing from the bowler or wicketkeeper. Morley in again, bowls. And this is driven and thick-edged down to third man for 4 runs by Lewis Goldsworthy. Slightly streaky, but it brings him a boundary, moves on to 12, 68 for 3. Certainly wasn't where he was intending to play that shot. And it's a fairly brave shot to play as well. The ball turning away from the right-hander's outside edge. Morley bowls. Oh, and nearly a bat pad to backward short leg. One assumes that there was a bit of bat in there, judging by the close fielders' reactions. And Keaton Jennings just couldn't quite get his left hand down to that. No run taken. Goldsworthy's down the pitch driving, and it's returned to the wicketkeeper by Morley. End of another over, 68 for 3. We got around about 5 minutes to go to the lunch break, so I guess we're going to get probably 2 more overs in, which will take us up to the official ration of 32 in the morning. And Jack Morley, 12 overs, 3 for 25.
Yes, and supporters sitting, watching, and from a Lancashire point of view, hoping for another one before lunch. And the Somerset supporters, I think that was one on screen just then, eager for these two to get to lunch. 24-run partnership, but 40 minutes they've batted together. As Wood comes over the wicket to Lammonby, just eased out into the onside for no run. .68 for 3. 110 runs behind. Take a decent way into the afternoon before that is chalked off. And then Somerset can try and push away from Lancashire. Try and take the game away from Lancashire in doing so. This is short, and this hooked away down towards Morley at fine leg for a single by Lammonby. Takes his total on to 28, 69 for 3.
Not sure about that from Lammonby. He does have a tendency to hit the ball in the air when he's playing those leg side shots. If he's got a weakness, it is against the short ball.
Well, he's off strike for the time being, and Wood to Goldsworthy will continue, and that was quite an interesting little contest in the previous over. So again, in fact, it's not just Keaton Jennings, there's 2 fielders close in on the leg side now, both wearing helmets.
Well, where Rob Jones is standing is exactly where Lewis Goldsworthy played a couple of deliveries in the previous Luke Wood over. So it's a good field placing by Dane Villas.
2 men close in there on the leg side by the batter, and that's played really well by Goldsworthy, getting it down into the ground, but perhaps even in between the 2 fielders. I think out through square leg, he did snap it well into the ground. Goldsworthy moves on to 13, 70 for 3. That'll get rid of those 2 fielders with Lammonby back on strike.
Yeah, and Tom Bailey going back to deep backward square leg, and there's a long leg out as well. That's again, they know they've done their homework on Tom Lammonby. We can see some more chin music from Luke Wood, and if I was Tom Lammonby, I'd be resisting the temptation to hook.
In comes Bailey bowls. He's not short on this occasion. He's pushed a little fuller and wide of off stump and left. 70 for 3, so 108 behind, and we've got... Oh, actually, this might well be the last over before lunch. That's creeped around quite quickly.
Yes, they've taken their time. I mean, the changing the field took a bit of time. Now got 3 helmets lined up behind Dane Villas, inviting target.
Wood left arm over bowls, forward goes Lammonby, and there's no run. Well, he's got 2 balls left of the over. No, he hasn't. He's got 1 ball left of the over. Will it be that short ball?
12:59, my mobile phone says, and just coming up to 1 o'clock on the watch. So we don't know quick. We thought yesterday the clock that they were using was a little bit slow, but we will see.
We will. This could be the final ball of the morning session, or it could be the final ball of just the over with 1 more to go. And will it be short? Here's Wood in and balls. No, it's not. It's pressed away into the offside by Lammonby, and he darts through for a quick single. And he's through for 1 to make it to 29. The umpire's having a little glance at the watch, and what's the outcome? Looks looks like another one.
Yeah, it does.
So 74, in fact 71 for 3, and Somerset trail by 107 runs.
It's difficult this for the batsman, isn't it? When you haven't got nothing to play for except survival, nothing to play for except the draw, and your own pride of performance, of course. But it's I suppose they could and perhaps should target 178. That's the Lancashire lead. It's Morley, though, to bowl the last over before lunch to Lammerby, who's down the pitch, and Morley sees him coming and drops it in short, and Lammerby just plays a defensive shot and retreats rapidly back into his crease. He's got slip, leg slip, forward short leg, bright sunshine. Morley bowls, and again Lammerby is forward, and Keaton Jennings, aware of the opportunity, Lammerby down the pitch, tried to get the ball back onto the stumps. This is another little reverse paddle from Lammerby, brings him 2 runs, takes the score on to 73, he moves on to 31. We've got 3 balls to go before lunch, and absolutely vital from the Somerset perspective that Tom Lammerby gets through them, and Somerset suffer no further damage in this morning's session. Oh, and that's not far away from Keaton Jennings, as Lammerby played that, coming down the pitch again, turning it into the onside. It was in the air for a moment. Wasn't a chance, but it wasn't very far away.
Almost got back, didn't he? Almost got his left hand to it, Keaton Jennings.
Yep.
He was following the batter down the pitch, Jennings, moving to his right, and then it deflected away low to his left and almost got something on it.
74 for 3 then, as Morley bowls to Goldsworthy, who's back on his stumps defending. So just the 1 ball to go before the lunch break.
Yorkshire is 6 down at lunch, leading by 142.
The close catch is reinforced with a second leg slip, as Goldsworthy punches this up to mid-off, and they will wander off for a bite to eat. So 74 for 3 is the lunch score for Somerset. They have lost the wickets of Matt Renshaw, who was caught and bowled by Morley for 12. Stephen Davis, who was caught at leg slip by Rob Jones for 11, again off the bowling of Jack Morley, and George Bartlett, LBW, to Morley for 2. But Tom Lammerby remains unbeaten on 32, Lewis Goldsworthy on 13, 74 for 3 to lunch, and all to play for this afternoon. We'll be back with you in around about 40 minutes.
Keaton, many congratulations.
Thank you very
Scoreboard
much.
behind you, 318. How does that sound?
Sounds amazing. Feels nice and sore at the minute, but we're in a great position to hopefully push on and hopefully win the game tomorrow. What are we, 160 ahead, I think, or 180?
Yeah.
I don't know, my maths does me wrong. So, you know, we've got a good chance here. Got a good chance to come tomorrow and really put some pressure on Somerset, and who knows, come the end of the day, hopefully we've got a nice win under our belt.
An exceptional innings for yourself, Keaton. I mean, just going to talk with some of it. How you feel, how you felt about it.
To be honest, I think it kind of went in waves. I mean, last night I didn't feel amazing. I think I sort of struck at about 30%. And then today kind of go through sort of ebbs and flows of scoring fairly quickly and kind of reining it back. But, you know, I suppose one of those days you look back on at the end of your career and think it was quite a special day. At the minute hasn't quite sunk in yet. Just feels like a day in the dirt, really. But no, really happy, and like I say, it's one of those days you look back on, I think, at the end of your career and be really happy with.
4th best score by a Lancashire batsman, that.
Lovely. I see our scorer Chris Rimmers, he's sent a couple of stats into the group. I haven't quite read them all yet, but yeah, look, it's a really special day, and like I say, it's one of those days I'll look back on with, I think, a lot of pride. I must be honest, I didn't think I would get a first class 300 at any point. I think as a young kid, you read about, like the young lad sitting behind you, you read about guys getting 300 in first class career. Mike Hussey was a guy that I looked up to as a player. I know you got a couple of first class 300s. I didn't think I would ever get there, so look, it's an amazing day. Thankfully, I've got there today.
Yeah, it's some great partnerships along the way.
100%.
Just a terrific day all round for the team, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Wellesley last night played absolutely amazingly. Started off with that partnership, and then Boshi went through the gears beautifully. I thought Jonesy played amazingly. So everybody chipped in to get us to the point where now we can put the pressure back on Somerset, and for a whole day you're under the pump, you have to bat the day. So look, we're in a really good position. Hopefully we can get 10 wickets tomorrow and try and force the result.
How tough will that be, Keaton? You've been out there batting for most of the day.
How tough will that be? When you've been in the field for that length of time, a new ball on that surface, you never know, you nick one or two off, suddenly Mauls lets rip on a couple of those footholds with a lot of left-handers in their lineup. You never know. It's not out of the question at all. We just need to make sure we keep believing all the way through tomorrow, and just be ruthless and relentless with the way we go about executing.
On a personal note, you've scored 200 and something this season, now 320 this season. You're having a pretty good year, aren't you?
Yeah, look, it's like I say, hopefully it'll be one of those seasons I look back on with a lot of pride. More happy with the minute that we're in a position where we can push for a win tomorrow. I think you never look back on seasons and think you did well personally. You look back on seasons and think you won it, you came second, or you were a championship winning side. Those are the memories you have, not necessarily the day you've had as an individual.
I appreciate it is a team game and you're a team man, I know that, but I remember speaking to you last season when you were struggling a little bit, and you were talking about you getting to 100 in a match, and how big achievement that was for you at that particular stage. So these are the moments you surely have to embrace and enjoy. Absolutely, it's the ebbs and flows of a career.
Look, I've had some pretty lows in my career. I've been fairly well documented. But look, it's a special day, and like I said, it'll be a day I look back on with a lot of pride. A day I'll smile at with hopefully my grandkids one day. And hopefully my grandkids don't quite go past the score, but we'll never know. Look, like I say, it's been a really good day for me personally, and a really good day as a team. We shared a lovely beer in the change room, which has been amazing. So hopefully we come tomorrow and really push for these 10 wickets.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, the penultimate session of an intriguing game of cricket with Lancashire and Somerset battling out for very different outcomes here. Somerset working hard to try and secure a draw, and Lancashire looking for 7 more wickets to try and force a win, a dramatic win on the final day. Somerset trailed by 104 runs after lunch, with 7 wickets remaining, 74 for 3. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson to take you through the afternoon and indeed evening session. We see Luke Wood to open up after lunch, and Anthony is alongside me.
And Somerset haven't drawn a game since this time last year, when they drew against Surrey at the Oval. They lost all 4 of their games in September last year, and they've won 2 and lost 5 so far this season. So what does that make? 11 games without a draw. Here comes Luke Wood for the first ball of the afternoon session. He's in and bowls to Tom Lammonby, who, as usual, not wearing a sweater of any description, either short sleeves or long sleeves. Even on the coldest, most miserable day, Tom Lammonby goes out there in his shirt sleeves. Whether he's got something underneath them when on a cold day, I'm not entirely sure, but it's one of his hallmarks. He's batted nicely this morning, coming down the pitch to negate the bounce and turn that Jack Morley's been getting out of the footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump. But he's got some sharp pace to contend with right now from Luke Wood with his sharp haircut. He's there, bowls turned into the onside by, and it's shy at the stumps. And if that had hit, I think Lewis Goldsworthy would probably have gone. That was an ill-judged single called by Lammonby there. And, well, Lewis Goldsworthy responded, but he must have responded with some doubts in his heart, I think, as to whether he was going to make it. But fortunately, the throw missed.
Yeah, George Balderson with the throw.
Well, he only had 1 stump to aim at, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
So, but that's the last thing Somerset need, is a run-out. But it's amazing how often batting collapses do include a run-out when you would at least expect batsmen to put themselves at risk through running between the wickets. Right, we've got the 2 forward short legs again for little Lewis Goldsworthy, 5 foot 6 inches of him. And towering figure of Keaton Jennings at forward short leg, and Rob Jones, who's 6 foot as well. He's at city mid-on. Here comes Wood bowling to Goldsworthy. He's back on his toes, and that comes off the bottom outside edge down into the slips. Oh, it's not really a slip, is he? Well, we've got Dave Villas standing back, and then we've got about a 4th slip, would you say, Scott? 4th or 5th slip?
It's quite awkward to tell from where we are, isn't it?
75 for 3, 178 runs Somerset need to make Lancashire bat again. And this is played down into the ground by Lewis Goldsworthy. Umpire just having a look at the bowler's footmarks, where Luke Wood is landing in the crease. Wouldn't have thought he would make much in the way of an indentation. He sort of skims across the ground as Luke Wood. It's not like an Overton size 12 come crashing down in the crease, as this is well played by Lewis Goldsworthy. Back up the pitch.
Yeah, they had this field set to Goldsworthy, didn't they, in the morning session?
Yeah.
These 2 fielders close in, Jennings and Jones on the leg side.
Again, they're not over-attacking, though, are they? I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men saving 1. 2 short legs and a 5th slip. and man out at long leg on the boundary. Wood is there and bowls, and bouncer, which Goldsworthy this time ducks quite comfortably underneath. End of that first over of the afternoon session, just the 1 run from it to Tom Lammonby, who is on 33. Goldsworthy on 13, 75 for 3.
Reminder, if you just joined our coverage then for the fourth and final day, Lancashire declaring this morning 6:24 for 9, so that was a lead of 178 runs. And the man coming on to ball now is the man that's taken the 3 wickets so far, Matt Renshaw for 12, Stephen Davis for 11, George Bartlett for 4, all off the bowling of Jack Morley. And Lammonby and Goldsworthy, the 2 batsmen out of the middle. Lammonby on strike. Here is Morley in. Oh, it comes off a looping top edge and almost a spectacular catch from Rob Jones. Tumbling backwards. And Jones on his backside got fingertips to it. Oh, it's most unusual way to have lost his wicket had he gone that way. Almost off the cue end of the bat, and Jones within fingertips of keeping hold of it. Is this a wicket now, perhaps? At least.
No.
Well, Lancashire say so. The 2 umpires are having a conversation.
Oh.
Jennings took a catch.
He certainly did. Well, it's just the question as to whether there was any glove or bat involved. Not sure that either the square leg umpire or the... Oh, he's given him. He's given him. Well, he escaped the first ball and didn't escape the second one. And well, it's not very intelligent cricket from Tom Lammonby. Curious one. Did it come off the top of the bat? Going for that paddle sweep again.
Yeah, it was just almost identical shot to the previous one that almost fell into Jones's fingertips. Lammonby goes for 33 off 61 deliveries and a wicket to fall in just the second over after lunch, 75 for 4. So the perfect start to the afternoon session for Lancashire. It's a partnership that was developing nicely for Somerset. And it's Jack Morley who strikes again. So the young left-arm spinner has picked up all 4 wickets so far on the final day. 75 for 4, and Somerset still trail by 103. So a great start to the afternoon session for Lancashire. As Luke Wood comes up and gives Jack Morley a high five.
Well, Tom Lammonby didn't look happy, whether that was because he was just disappointed at getting out or disappointed with the decision. We don't know. We'll no doubt find out in due course, but this is a real test for young James Rue, who's come out to the middle, another left-hander. Have to contend with that rough outside his off stump.
There's a lot of people catching around him. Here is Morley. In and bowls, it gets forward in defence and pushes the ball away into the offside for no run.
Well, these 2 young lads put together a good partnership in the Somerset first innings.
Yeah.
They added 145 together.
Morley in and bowls. Looks off the back foot, trying to work it into the onside. Just loops away off the thigh pad perhaps and drops just in front of Keaton Jennings. Into the helmet at forward short leg. Jones at leg slip, Wells at slip, and Croft at short fine leg. Morley in and bowling. Rue gets onto that front foot and smothers the ball away into the offside. Lancashire bouncing around the field at the minute. Plenty of smiles on the faces of the Lancashire players. Picked up 4 of the 6 wickets they need to take on this final day. Morley left arm over bowls. The ball turns back into Rue. He's off the back foot and pushing away. Behind square on the leg side for a single. And he's off the mark with that as well. And A wicket taken over for Jack Morley, just a 1 run off it. Could have been a wicket with the first ball. And Jones with a fingertip away from doing just that, from taking the catch. And then Jennings eventually in position to take a catch. 2 umpires in conversation before the official confirmation came. That sees Somerset 76 for 4 after 34 overs. So trail by 102.
And 4 for 33 to Jack Morley from 14.1 overs. The .1 being the ball that he delivered to complete the over from Will Williams after Williams had bashed his hand into the stumps in the act of bowling and had to go off for some running repairs to his right hand. And nice applause from the crowd down at third man, where Jack Morley is taking up his fielding position. Well, really good test for Somerset's 2 young middle order batsmen. It's Rue on strike as Wood is in and bowls, and Rue gets in behind a defensive shot and plays it out into the offside for Josh Bohannon to do the fielding. Very fine piece of fielding it was too.
We're going to be speaking to Josh Bohannon at some stage in the not too distant future. You're quite exciting.
He's got his earpiece in, isn't he?
He has, yeah.
There we are.
Oh, he can hear us now. Happy days.
Luke Wood is coming steaming in from the Grosvenor Road end. He's there and bowls, and James Rue just shoulders arms. He's quite a big lad, well-built lad is James Rue. 18 years old. Redhead. Reddish, anyway. He's a bit like... Luke Wood, is he technically a redhead as well, or is he just blonde?
Oh, I think he's strawberry blonde.
Strawberry blonde. Yeah, that probably is the best description for James Rue.
That'll get round to him in the not too distant future.
He's in and bowls, and Rue gets solidly in behind that. Lots of noise from the close catchers from Lancashire, encouraging their bowler, hoping to disconcert the batsman, particularly as he's a youngster, playing only his second first-class game, James Rue, and his first for Somerset. Made a very promising 70 in the first innings, but he's got a big task on his hands here this afternoon as Somerset look to bat out the day to deny Lancashire the win. Wood's in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Rue lifts his bat out of the way. Umpire Middlebrook goes and has a look at where Luke Wood is landing in his follow through, and it's not an official warning, I don't think, just an indication to the bowler to be careful, and perhaps an indication that if he strays again, he may get a warning. Wood up to the wicket and bowls, and again no shot from James Rue to a ball, this time outside his off stump. He'll be happy about that, Will Rue. There's nothing like a few balls that you don't have to play. If you've just come in, gives you a chance to get used to the light and the pace of the pitch and the pace of the delivery as well. Ice cream van's not doing much business this afternoon.
Quiet.
Still a very pleasant day for watching cricket. And there are more people here this afternoon than there were this morning, as word gets around, no doubt. This is outside the off stump again, and not the best over that Luke Wood has produced. Nothing much that James Rue had to do to keep him at bay. At the end of it, it's 76 for 4, with Rue on 1 and Lewis Goldsworthy on 13.
These are interesting times this afternoon. And you say the crowd has thickened out a little bit. It was quite modest when we first started, compared certainly to the first 3 days. We had great crowd across the first 3 days. But maybe with the prospect of a Lancashire win, supporters in and around Southport and Birkdale quite fancy an afternoon in the sun to watch Lancashire trying to force a victory here. Reminder for you that Hampshire have already won, so they're, for the moment, top of Division 1. Here's Jack Morley bowling to Lewis Goldsworthy. That's defended into the onside for no run. Hampshire moving 7 points clear of Surrey. For the time being, at least. That will change, regardless of whether Surrey win or not. Surrey will go back top. Morley bowls. That's a good delivery. It pushes her way into the offside. Through for a quick single for Goldsworthy. Moves on to 14 now. 76 for 4. Yeah, Hampshire beating Warwickshire this morning. Victory by 8 wickets. Keeping an eye on the game at Scarborough, Yorkshire-Surrey. Yorkshire 143 for 6. And lead by 149 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Keep across the England match as well. England are playing India. England are 50 for 1 after 11 overs. So Ruse on strike. Here's Morley bowling. He plays forward. It's pressed away into the offside and there is no run. 77 for 4. Halfway through the over, trailed by 101. Morley left arm over balls. It's wide of off stump. Just leans forward, offers the pad. Ball bounces through into the gloves of the keeper. So with Jennings at forward short leg, Jones at leg slip, Wells at slip. Morley's in, and goes back, steers it away down towards third man. Wells is charging after it. And they've come back for 2. That's the Balderson that comes round from backward point to get to it. And then James Root moves on to 3, and the score moves on to 79 for 4. So 99 behind now, down into double figures, but still 99 runs behind. We've got 60 overs, a minimum thereof, to bowl today. Morley to Rue, he's playing right forward. Back just a fraction in front of the pad, squeezing the ball away into the offside. And there's no run.
On Twitter, Ian Shepherd, who does Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast, says, I think we can close the book for the brain fade of the year early this season, referring to that 2 consecutive reverse sweeps that Tom Lammonby played, the first of which very nearly got him out, and the second of which did get him out when Somerset needed to bat all afternoon to keep Lancashire at bay. Not great shot selection. He'd have done much better just to have carried on his policy of coming down the pitch to negate the bounce and turn of Jack Morley. So I guess Tom Lammonby's place must be in some doubt for the next game, with Tom Abel and Tom Banton due to return. Here comes Luke Wood for another over. He's bowling to Goldsworthy, who pulls this just over the top of a leaping Alex Hartley. That brings 4 runs. That was he plays that shot pretty well, does Lewis Goldsworthy. But again, it wouldn't have looked so clever if the catch had been taken. Moves on to 1883 for 4. And Luke Wood won't mind seeing Lewis Goldsworthy taking him on, and Hartley is just sent 20 yards further back. So he's about 25, 30 yards inside the boundary at mid-wicket. Wood's there and bowls, a bouncer. And Goldsworthy ducks underneath it like a lot of less tall batsmen. Goldsworthy is very strong either side of the wicket, square cuts and pulls and hooks. It's presumably because bowlers tend to bowl that little bit shorter to shorter batsmen, because their lengths will tend to be grooved against slightly taller batters. At least that's a theory. Here comes Wood in bowls, and this is driven in a cloud of dust. Picked up by Luke Wood in his follow-through, not far away from Rob Jones, but all along the ground, so not a chance. We've still got those two men in close in catching positions on the leg side, forward short leg and Silly Midon. Sense of anticipation around the ground. At present, anticipation of more wickets for Lancashire. Lewis Gregory will be next in for Somerset. Wood is in and bowls, and Goldsworthy defends that firmly. Down into the ground, out into the offside. He's on 18. Maiden first-class century in the first innings, of course. That was a very important innings for his side, and arguably this one even more important. 130 he made from 262 deliveries. And something similar is exactly what Somerset need this afternoon, as Wood is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who's up on his toes, playing that down to long leg. It was in the air for a time, but no fielder behind square for Goldsworthy. Had there been a leg slip, he might have been interested. It's a single, 84 for 4. Goldsworthy moves on to 19. A few more clouds around this afternoon, but it's still very warm, very pleasant, positively hot when the sun is out.
How's your nose doing?
My nose is all right, I think.
Okay.
It's best not to get dazzled by the glow of it. You don't want to look at it too long. Here's Wood in and bowls, and Rue gets in behind that. Showing great determination, James Rue. And that brings that over to a conclusion. We've had, what have we had? 37 overs, I think, now. And it is 84 for 4.
Well, the case of the missing sun cream here at Southport and Birkdale this week. They've been wandering sun creams. Poor Max, the Lancashire analyst, he had his had gone missing as well. I was relying on him for some factor 50 today.
Yeah. He doesn't have a problem either because he's sitting inside.
Well, exactly, yeah, I was thinking that, but he was still putting it on. It's safety first. His has gone missing. It's in demand this week, sun cream. I think we have picked the hottest place in the ground to commentate from, mind you. Not complaining, better than rain. Here's Morley in. And Goldsworthy defends back along the pitch and picked up by Morley off his own bowling, and there's no run. Centurion in the first innings, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's 19 not out. Again, plays forward in defence for no run. It was that big partnership, wasn't it, between these two young Somerset batsmen that got help to get Somerset what looked like a total which would mean it's unlikely that they would lose the match at 4:46 all out. Morley bowls again. Bit of width, and he hops back and cuts the ball away into the offside, and Croft is there to field. No run. .145 they put on between these two in the first innings. Morley bowls, and Goldsworthy again defending.
I think Goldsworthy ought to try and take as much of Jack Morley as possible. Batting as facing him as a right-hander is looking rather less perilous than for the left-hander.
Morley left arm around the wicket. That's cut firmly out towards deep point. Well, Will Williams fields. They get through for a single. Goldsworthy moves on to 20. 85 for 4 now. With one ball left of the 38th over. So 93 behind. And James Rue back on strike. He batted well in the first innings, made 70, but it was his Somerset first-class debut. And He's coming out to bat with the team under pressure now. Plenty around the bat. Look at that, 4 of them. Here's Morley in and bowls to Root. Defends out into the offside and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 85 for 4. So Root 3 and Goldsworthy on 20. 93 behind and 6 wickets to play with Somerset.
Yes, and 2 batsmen having a chat in the middle. Combined age of 39.
It's depressing.
Goldsworthy 21 and James Rue just 18. We're going to have a bowling change, I think we are, aren't we? Looks like Tom Bailey coming back into the attack. He bowled 7 overs in his first spell, went for just 14 runs. So good, accurate stuff. Or is he going to bowl? No, I think he's going to bowl his off breaks, isn't he?
Oh, it's quite exciting.
Yeah. Well, spin from both ends.
Suggested this morning we might see a bit of this from Bailey.
He's going to be bowling to Goldsworthy with a forward short leg and a slip. Goldsworthy's back on his stumps, just playing that quietly out into the offside. Bailey is there, bowls. Goldsworthy stretching forward. He puts in a good stride, does Lewis Goldsworthy. Well coached, obviously, as a youngster down in Cornwall, and indeed through the Somerset age group sides as well. Bailey's in and bowls, and he drives this out to the cover sweeper, just for a single. 86 for 4, moves on to 21. Left-hand, right-hand combination, which makes it just that little bit more difficult for the bowlers to settle into a line. And Rue will also have a slip and a short leg. So Lancashire, as I say, not over-attacking. Bailey is in and bowls. This is short and tucked around the corner by Rue. Just be a single. As the fielder comes off the boundary, 87 for 4. He's on to 4. Is Rue, he looks very calm. I'm sure underneath it all he's anything but. Bailey's shorter this time, and that's cracked away. But again, it'll be picked up by the offside sweeper, so it's just a single for Goldsworthy. He gets quickly into position with anything that's just a little bit short, looking to cut it away through the offside. Cover sweeper goes to deep square leg for the left-handed Rue, who gets one pitch right up to him. That's a better length from Bailey, and he plays it watchfully in defence out into the offside, and that's the end of the over. 88 for 4, and Somerset have got another 57 overs to survive here this afternoon. They might not need to survive quite that many if they can avoid losing wickets, but as long as Lancashire are taking wickets, they'll want to take this to the bitter end.
The partnership's currently on screen. There's 1 or 2 that have started for Somerset. One big one should be enough to get them safely home. A couple of starts, 23 for the first wicket, 31 between Lammonby and Goldsworthy. And then one just developing between Goldsworthy and Rue, which was the big one of the first innings. Morley will continue. 88 for 4. Morley's in and bowls, and it's a forward press, and there is no run. I think we're going to head outside and speak to Josh at the end of this over, which is quite exciting. There's Morley. Bounces his way in, bowls around the wicket, forward again, just a little edgy down towards backward point, and there's no run. Goldsworthy on 22. 88 for 4, 90 behind. Left alone by Goldsworthy, one outside the off stump. Taken by Dane Villas. And there is no run. Halfway, 4 balls into this over now. Again, little forward defence back down the pitch. Once more, there is no run. Got 3 around the bat. Short leg. Leg slip and slip. Morley left arm round the wicket, balls. Forward defensive from Goldsworthy.
What was all that about?
Getting excited round the bat.
It appeared to come off right off the middle of Lewis Goldsworthy's bat.
88 for 4. Morley in, balls. Forward goes Goldsworthy. Drives away into the offside. And there is no run. So that is over number 40 done. 88 for 4. Trailed by 90. We're going to attempt something a little different now. I'm going to attempt to speak to one of the Lancashire players who's got, got his microphone and his earpiece in, and hopefully, if everything works to plan, can hear us. Josh Bohannon, can you hear us?
I've got you, mate, yeah.
Oh,
can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
How are things out there?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, Moles is doing really well, and just trying Jebby now to, try and get this halfway stage through, really, and break this partnership.
It's Bailey to continue his off spin. It's pushed away into the...
Get moving, Jonah.
The onside, there's no run. So Bailey with a bit of spin here. This is quite interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's something he works on quite a lot, to be fair, and he's nice if he can get one right today and get a wicket for us.
Short leg and a slip in place. And push back down the pitch by Rue for no run. Nice breakthrough straight away after lunch for Lancashire, Josh. It's Bailey. Comes back around the wicket, balls once more off the back foot and played into the offside.
It was, great wicket, yeah. He was probably the one that we needed at the most, really, to be fair.
88 for 4, trailed by 90. It's Bailey in and balls once more.
Nice, Jimmy.
Little clip out to square leg, just underneath the feet of Keaton Jennings. Picked up at Rob Jones, and there's no run. 2 balls left of the over. Here comes Bailey in again, balls once more.
Nice, Tommy.
Forward in defence. So just a case of trying to keep pressure on here then, Josh, is it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And hopefully you get a few to spin or whatever and get the wickets that way, I think, just through pressure, yeah.
Bailey past the umpire, balls once again. Cries of catch, he tries to whip it away towards backwards square leg, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, 88 for 4, trailed by 90. Is it spinning much out there, Josh?
It's obviously pretty hard to see from where I am, but, based on the theatre around, I think to the left is a lot more spin out the rough. Out to the right is, but I don't think anything untoward, I don't think, but to your but there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders here and on top, hopefully.
Okay, Josh, great to hear you. Do you think you just dipped out at the last minute there? And I was going to ask you the key question about what colour hair Luke Wood has, but we'll come back to that maybe later on. Here's Jack Morley and here's Anthony Gibson.
That's played square of the wicket by Lewis Goldsworthy, which means that James Rue will have the strike. And interesting to hear Josh Bohannon confirming what we were suggesting, that it's more difficult for the left-handers against the spin of Jack Morley with that rough outside there off stump. Right-handed Lewis Goldsworthy's looked much more comfortable playing the turning ball from Morley, who's in his 18th over. He's bowling 2 Roos back on his stumps, playing it to Keaton Jennings at forward short leg. We've got 4 close catches. Jennings at forward short leg. We've got slip. There's Luke Wells. Morley to Rue. Plays that into the offside. Is that Rob Jones at City Point?
It is, yep. Croft at leg
and
slip.
Stephen Croft at leg slip. As Morley bowls to Roos, back on his stumps, comes off the edge, but lands a couple of yards short of Stephen Croft. But that's the danger. That was his bounce and turn there out of the rough outside the left-hander's off stump. Really stiff examination of James Roos' technique. This is pitched up, and Roo with his nose right over the pitch of that ball, getting right down, bat angled down. They shall not pass. Here comes another fizzing delivery from Jack Morley's there bowls, and Roo is back on his stumps. Happy to play that off the pitch, picked up by Keaton Jennings. Good over from Morley yet again. His figures, 18.1 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 38. What are his best figures for Lancashire, Scott?
I think these are him. I think these will be his best figures. Morley's debut 2 years ago at Liverpool. He picked up 4 for 60 something, I think, off memory, but it was 2 years ago. Yeah, 4 for 62 in the game at Egbert against Derbyshire, which came in that Bob Willis Trophy season in 2020. Oh, I think we've got a problem. We've got a problem with the ball, have we?
No, no.
Oh, we have?
Yeah.
Oh, blimey. Can we head back out to Josh for a minute? Can we? Yeah, we can. Let's have a little chat with Josh while we have a change in the ball. This is a popular thing this season, Josh, isn't it?
What's that, sorry?
A change of a ball. This has happened a few times, hasn't it, this season?
It's been absolutely shocking. And the thing is, as well, when you're batting, every time you change a ball, you know it's always going to be newer. So, like, you're almost thinking, no, don't change it. Because the thing is, they can't have any balls that are like, 40, 50, 60 overs old to change because they're already out of shape. So, they're always changing for a newer ball, which, is part of the game, unfortunately. It's just the way it's going. But, yeah, they've not been ideal, I don't think.
So what, they've just been going soft or out of shape or a bit of both? Or?
Yeah, they've been going extremely soft for a start, right. And they seem to go out of shape real easy, and then, it's almost like they're out of shape, but they still fit through the sort of the required gauge, which the umpires measure it on. But then eventually it will. You can tell they get a lot bigger in your hand, and then that's when generally when they get changed.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? Really, we say it can potentially work against you or for you, depending on what state the match is in.
Yeah, well, I think we saw yesterday, they changed the ball at one stage and it started to swing after it was going gun barrel straight. So I think, batting's not ideal sometimes.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Great to have you out there. Are you enjoying being mic'd up?
I'm getting all sorts of comments from Keaton here. Yeah.
Can I just ask you the key question? Yeah. Anthony wants to know what colour hair Luke Wood is.
What colour hair is Luke Wood? Well, I would say blonde, but...
Blonde, right.
I did enjoy the comment about him being strawberry blonde.
I thought you might do, yeah. I thought you might do.
I'll let him know that after.
I'm sure you will. Thank you, Josh.
Cheers,
mate. That's quite exciting, isn't it? Quite like that.
Yeah, very good.
So we've got a different ball. I think Josh described them as being absolutely shocking.
Yeah, well, and the point he made as well is absolutely right, in that there aren't any usable balls that have got sort of 40 or 50 overs on the clock because they've all gone out of shape and gone soft by then. So they're having to take new balls, completely new balls, and bash them around for the equivalent of 40 or 50 overs.
Maybe that could be a new job for someone, a ball basher.
Crazy. Here comes Tom Bailey. He's reverting to his medium pace. And that's played to Stephen Croft at mid-on. So Tom Bailey had a go at bowling off breaks. Didn't seem to be causing much difficulty to the two batsmen. 89 for 4 after that hiatus for yet another ball change. We've had 42 overs, so nearing the halfway point of the day as Bailey is in and bowls outside the off stump to Lewis Goldsworthy. 96 minimum overs in the day. I dare say Lancashire, if they're taking wickets, might get a few more than that in. with spin at both ends. We haven't seen Luke Wells with his spin yet, or indeed Rob Jones. It's been Jack Morley who's been the main threat to Somerset hopes of saving this game. Bailey's long strides in bowls, and Goldsworthy back on his stumps defending. We've hardly seen a false shot against the seam bowling, have we? It's all of the problems for the batsmen have been posed at the other end by Jack Morley, particularly to left-handers. And I do think that Lewis Goldsworthy ought to try and take as much of Morley as possible. Bailey bowls to him. He pulls this, misses it, and it's taken by Dane Villas. For one awful moment, I thought I heard a nick there, but it wasn't. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 helmets now lined up behind Villas, so he better make sure he doesn't let anything through. Otherwise 5 runs will accrue as Bailey is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. Do you think if it hit 2 helmets it would be worth 10 runs? Because it could easily hit one and rebound onto the other.
Did you get a reply about your the no ball thing?
No, I hadn't. I forgot about it actually, and don't think I sent an email to Polly, but I expect she's far too busy to look at her emails. But it was a bit of a mystery, as Bailey's in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who's forward defending into the offside. End of that over. It was a maiden over from Tom Bailey. 89 for 4, 23 to Goldsworthy and 4 to James Rue.
Elsewhere, Yorkshire 166 for 6 as they lead by 172 runs, still with 4 wickets remaining. 3 wickets for Jamie Overton in that fixture at Scarborough. Matthew Waite and Johnny Tattersall batting. Tattersall got a big score, didn't he, in the first innings?
In the first innings, yeah. And his contract was due to expire at the end of this season, or is due to expire. I guess now it'll be renewed.
Yeah, 180 not out first innings. Yeah. It was a quirky scorecard that for Yorkshire. There was 2 batters that bossed it. Tattersall and Lythe both making 180, and then not a great deal from the rest. Here's Morley in and bowling. And this is left just outside the off stump and taken by the keeper. And there is no run. So 89 for 4. Rue's on 4 and Morley comes in and bowls.
That's the length. That's the length. He needs to get it right up to the bat. Wants to get the batsman playing forward, not able to get back on his stumps and play it off the pitch.
4 still in around the bat. Morley bounces in and bowls. And you see the bounce again there. The ball's wide of off stump and left, bouncing into and out of the gloves of Lancashire skipper. In for a lengthy spell here, Jack Morley, you would think. Rue's playing forward.
Is that a chance?
Oof. Ball deflects away down to backward point. The keeper's Dane Villas is sat down. Plenty of Lancashire players leaning forward with their hands on their knees. Villas is slowly picking himself up, doing a few stretches in the process. Morley in and bowls. Forward goes Rue. Ball just deflects away into the onside.
Come on, Lewis Goldsworthy. Oh, come on, James Rue. Try and get Goldsworthy up this end. It's looking like a wicket waiting to happen at the moment.
4 not out from 34 balls faced. It's Morley in. And Rue reaching forward, trying to get a good stride, and turns the ball away into the onside, and there's no run. It's an intriguing battle, that's a really interesting period with the left arm spinner ball into the young man who's making his Somerset first class debut. Good battle between bat and ball, of which Rue has got through the over. 89 for 4, and we've had 44 overs. Somerset trail by 89. There's a chap watching in the crowd with the most magnificent beard and long floating hair. Look at that. Tremendous. That's Strawberry Blondie, is that?
He looks like a member of ZZ Top. Didn't know they were keen on cricket. But one of them has died recently, hasn't it? Is it Rusty?
Oh, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. This is pulled away. This is Tom Bailey reverting to his off breaks. Alternating his overs at the moment. That was short, and Lewis Goldsworthy quickly onto it. Picks up 4 runs. 93 for 4, I think it is, and he moves on to 27. Slip and a short leg, and this is defended into the offside. He's obviously very happy alternating styles, Tom Bailey. He's in now and bowls. This is driven and gone off. Oh, there it goes. Lost that momentarily. And it's gone for 4 runs up towards the ice cream van. Nice shot from Lewis Goldsworthy. Takes the score on to 97. And he's on to 31. So he's not just going to be content to defend. If the ball's there for the shot, he'll play it. Bailey bowls to him. This is down the leg side, and no need for Goldsworthy to play that. A little bit of bounce and turn. Taken high to his left by Dane Villas. Bailey bowls, and Goldsworthy is forward and will pick up a single into the offside. And he's now at the right end from the point of view of facing Jack Morley in the next over. We've just got 1 ball to remaining in what's been a productive over for Somerset. They've taken 9 runs from it. 98 for 4. Bailey to Rue, who is determinedly forward, nose over the pitch of the ball, keeps it out. Means that Lewis Goldsworthy, the right-hander, will have strike against the left-hand spin of Jack Morley at the start of the next over. 98 for 4, 32 to Goldsworthy and 4 to James Rue.
A little update on the one-day international for you. England have lost 3rd wicket. Joe Root out. England 84 for 3 after, with 32 overs left. 84 for 3. So after 18 overs. There's Morley bowling. Glance down towards fine leg. For a couple there, actually.
100 up. There's a few Somerset followers here. Either made the trip up or expats living in this part of the world.
100 for 4. There's Morley. Balls again. Let's play back along the ground, and there is no run. There's been a few, it would seem, a few Somerset supporters this week.
Yeah.
Morley balls again. It's defended away into the offside, into the afternoon session on the 4th and final day. Somerset 100 for 4 in their second innings, still trailed by 78, with Lewis Goldsworthy on 34 and James Rue unbeaten on 4. The 4 wickets to fall have all come off the left-arm spinner Jack Morley, including 1 after lunch with Tom Lammonby, the man, out for 33. So Lancashire trying to force Somerset here, trying to force a win on the 4th and final day. Somerset still trail by 78 runs at 100 for 4. And here comes Morley again, bowls, and Goldsworthy plays forward in defence. Bounces up towards Stephen Croft. And there's no run. Oh, by the way, I got some information for you. Well, I didn't. There's a supporter in the ground who's been listening to us this week. There's one of his left arm round the wicket and bowls, and Goldsworthy's forward and pushing the ball away into the offside for no run. End of the over, 100 for 4, trailed by 78. And because you mentioned the trains a lot, someone's come up very politely, giving you a map of the local
there you are. This line serves both Lancashire County Cricket Club grounds, Birkdale and Aigburth, plus open golf at Royal Birkdale via Hillside Station. Been enjoying your commentary? Cheers. Well, it is a good. It obviously is a very good service because of the frequency of the trains. They go past sort of every 10 or 15 minutes. And I must say that public transport in the northwest of England is the envy of the southwest of England, where it's pretty much non-existent, particularly local train services. And the metro in Manchester is a terrific service. Right, we got a bowling change. Luke Wells has finally been persuaded to turn his arm over. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed James Rue, and if James Rue has got any sense, he will keep himself down at that end and let Lewis Goldsworthy face Jack Morley. It's a bit of a minefield outside the left-hander's off stump at the Grosvenor Road end of the ground, with the bowling from the Harrod Drive end. And Josh Bohannon is going in. Where's he going? Going into slip or leg slip? Slip. We've got a leg slip and a slip and a forward short leg. So Luke Wells, tall, hairless, full toss, driven down the ground by James Rue, fielded by Luke Wood. Sun glinting off the dome of Luke Wells. Here he comes. And this is turned away down to, oh dear, they're taking a single. They think of coming back for a second run. No, they won't get there, which means that Lewis Goldsworthy needs to take a single now. 101 for 4. Luke Wells's action is not a thing of great beauty, is it? It's he sort of untangles himself. He's a rangy cricketer, just resetting his field. What have we got? Forward short leg and a slip. Close catches. He's in bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays that up to Stephen Croft at mid-on. Won't get a run. We've got deep backward square leg on the boundary and a cover sweeper. Other men out. As Wells bowls, and Goldsworthy comes right forward, and wicketkeeper and slips, applauding that delivery from Luke Wells. But all of the threat at the moment seems to be coming from the other end. Wells bowls, and Goldsworthy again right forward, killing the spin out into the offside. But he needs to be thinking about taking a single now, so as not to expose James Rue to ordeal by left arm spin. He's back on his stumps looking for a single, but it's not there as Bohannon goes quickly to his right to do the fielding. It's the end of that over. It's 101 for 4, 5 to Rue, 34 to Lewis Goldsworthy, and another over, I dare say, coming up from Jack Morley.
Josh Butler's out for England. England at 87 for 4.
Oh dear, he's not having a great series, Josh. Josh, is he?
And Yorkshire have lost a 7th wicket. Johnny Tattersall out. LBW for 14, so 175 for 7. It's a lead of 181 with 53 overs remaining in that game. Means Morley, left arm over the wicket, bowls. Rue going back and trying to work it into the onside. Deflects away off the thigh pad. He's got plenty of company around him. Still those 4 Lancashire fielders all crouching down. Morley to Rue. Tosses the ball up outside the off stump. He plays forward in defence. No run. All 4 wickets for Jack Morley today. 4 for 40. Second successive county championship match for Morley. Like Bussers, waited 2 years between his first and second. Gets 2 on the spin. It's off the back foot this time by Rue, trying to force the ball away into the offside. Bolton comes up from deep backward point to field. There's no run.
He must be getting a bit tired, Jack Morley, in his 21st over.
He had the break for lunch, didn't he?
He did.
So this spell is his 8th. Morley bowls, a little flatter perhaps to Rue, plays watchfully off the back foot, and there's no run. Rob Jones, who's caked in sun cream, maybe he's the one that's pilfered out.
Could be, could well be.
At silly point, under the helmet, Morley's in, and Rue plays it right on top of the bounce and steers the ball out through the offside for no run. 101 for 4. 77 behind. Minimum of 48 overs left here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Morley bowls again. It's turned off the back foot just behind, square on the leg side for a single. And they jog through for 1. So it's 102 for 4 at the end of the 48th. Somerset trail by 76.
Halfway point. Halfway to salvation for Somerset. 48 gone, 48 remain. Minimum. Could be a few more than that. But I think that depends on whether Lancashire pick up some more wickets between now and tea. But I can see this going till through most of the afternoon. 102 for 4. Scoreboard still showing 47 overs bowled, but it is in fact 48. Luke Wells is going to be bowling to left-handed James Rue. He's there and bowls. Rue is forward, pushing it into the offside. Williams competes with Rob Jones to do the fielding. Jones prevails. There's no run. Wells in bowls, and Rue again getting right across to kill the spin, which is away from his outside edge. Luke Wells bowling off breaks from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground on this sunny afternoon. He's there, bowls, tosses this one up, and he looks a lot less comfortable against the ball pitched up, James Rue. And length ball, he can get back on his stumps and play off the pitch. It's when the ball is pitched right up that doubts begin to creep in. As Wells is in and bowls, and again, good length from Wells and met with a solid defensive bat. Wells looks at the ball, gives it a polish. Interesting what Josh Bohannon was saying as well about sometimes, even though they are out of shape, the balls will still go through the gauge used by the umpire when the players know perfectly well that they're not in any decent state to be playing a first-class game of cricket with, as that's defended by James Rue. It does seem extraordinary in this day and age that you can't produce a batch of cricket balls capable of doing the job.
Well, I've not done a season like this before.
Yeah. Wells is in and bowls, and this is played to Jennings at forward short leg on the bounce, and nicely played by James Rue, who survives that over. He has 6. Lewis Goldsworthy has 34. It's 102 for 4. 47 overs remain in the day's play maximum.
Yorkshire have lost an 8th wicket, 180 for 8. A lead of 186. Jordan Thompson, the man out for Yorkshire. Again, Jamie Overton with a wicket.
He's doing a good job.
So Yorkshire 180 for 8, lead by 186. Looks like Morley's spell will be progressing deep into the afternoon.
Yeah.
He's bowled, I think, exclusively from that Harrod drive end. Don't think he's bowled from the Grosvenor Road end.
I think I think as long as he's got a left-hander to bowl at, he's going to carry on from that end.
He's in and bowling and forward in defence, and there's no run. 102 for 4 then. Trailed by 70.
Because he could try bowling into the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. Sometimes an effective tactic.
Balls cut out into the offside. Croft comes round to field. No run. Goldsworthy remains on 34.
It has the reputation of being a negative way of bowling, but it can make life difficult, especially for a less experienced batsman.
Morley bowls. That's pitched outside the leg stump, and Goldsworthy goes back and flicks the ball away to backward square leg. George Balderson fields. Goldsworthy ticks along to 35 not out. Score to 103 for 4. 75 behind.
You see, I'd say there was a case there for Goldsworthy not taking the single, because it's exposed James Rue.
He waits for Morley. Just steered safely away to a backward square leg. Josh Bohannon fields. 105 for 4.
It might also have been a case for sending in Lewis Gregory ahead of James Rue. So you've got 2 right-handers out there.
Morley to Goldsworthy. Just lets that hit the pad, the ball pitching outside. Leg stump.
Yeah, I think he's doing what I suggested he might, which is aim at the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump, see what happens.
And balls, straighter delivery, which he plays at and turns it into the onside, no run. Stopped low to Keaton Jennings' left-hand side. That's the end of the over for Somerset. It's another one chalked off. There's 46 left in the day. Still trail, 74 behind, 104 for 4. These two have batted for almost an hour now since that wicket for Lancashire early on after lunch. And in fact, because we have had about an hour's play after lunch, it's going to be time for a drinks break.
Simon Tower says, I think Lammonby looks a good all-round young cricketer who's learning on the job. Tom Banton reminds me of Crawley in 4-day cricket, consistently flatters to deceive. Yeah, he's trying very hard, Tom Banton, to master red ball cricket, and I agree, Lammonby is a good all-round young cricketer, but it's just his shot selection that gets him in trouble. And playing 2 reverse sweeps in succession, being dropped off the first of them. It's not great under the circumstances that Somerset find themselves in. 104 for 4 then. At drinks, chance for the fielders just to gather their thoughts and make their plans. Share observations about pitch and batsmen.
Yeah, I don't know whether we can head out and have a little word with Josh at the end of this drinks break. I don't know whether that is possible or not. If we can, we will do. 104 for 4. Trail by 74. Let's see if we can hear from Josh. No, we can't. We can't yet. No, not to worry. We'll catch up with him a little bit later on. Well, the drinks break's been taken. I'm sure it's a welcome drinks break for the players out there on a pretty hot day. Well, I think we can now, Josh. Little drinks break there. Are you able just to give us a little insight to what the general view was?
Hey, what's that?
After that little drinks break, Josh, what was the general kind of view amongst the Lancashire players there?
Nah, just the same stuff as we said all day. Just stick to it, and you know, it's one of them pitches where you feel like you're always in the game. You know, and it might not happen straight away, but it could be one of them that they come in clusters. So just, you know, stick in there, and the pitch is not getting any better, that's for sure.
It's a kind of game of patience here, potentially, Josh.
Absolutely, yeah. Typical 4-day cricket, really. Just stick at it and keep doing what we want to do.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks, mate. Thank you. Stephen Croft is in a bowling change of bowling for Lancashire. Darts one in pretty quickly, and that's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4 byes. The score moves on to 108.
It's only the 6th over that Stephen Croft has bowled all season in Championship cricket.
Yeah, he used to bowl quite a bit, actually, and certainly did in T20 cricket.
He's yet to take a wicket.
This is nudged away down towards fine leg as well. And that's 4 leg byes, so 4 byes and 4 leg byes to start Stephen Croft's first over of the match. So 112 for 4. There he comes in with his sunglasses on. That's off the back foot and clipped away behind square leg. 113 for 4. It's a 65 behind. Slipping a forward short leg. Croft balls. That's cut off the back foot out towards deep backward point. Balderson Fields, 1 run.
He's got a strange sort of pause in his action, hasn't he?
Yes, he kind of bounces his way in, doesn't he, and then almost holds back for a second. And then releases it. It's eased out towards mid-wicket where Rob Jones fields. And there's no run. Rue remains on 8. Final ball of the over coming up. Croft in. And that's off the back foot. Cut out through the offside for a single. And that completes the over.
An unthreatening over, I think, would be fair to say. All the menace is coming from the other end at the moment. James Rue's doing a good job. He may only have 9 runs to his name, but he's been out there for 56 deliveries. And Morley being given a rest.
Or maybe a switch of ends.
Yeah, it could well be.
Oh, Ben Stokes has gone as well, out for 21. So England are 102 for 5.
Just as well they got plenty of batting. Luke Wells just having a practice delivery. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed James Rue, so he will be aiming at the rough outside the left-hander's off stump, which we've been conscious of been going on about. 115 for 4. Wells bowls. And Rue just lets that go through. Not so much with the off spinner, of course, will be turning the ball away from the left-handed Roux, who gets forward to this one, pushes it into the offside. So, but we've still got forward short leg slip, and a slip as the close catches. As Wells bowls, and Roux is back on his stumps. Just runs down the face of the bat and down into the onside, where Rob Jones, Stephen Croft rather, picks up. 115 for 4 as Wells bowls to Roux, who plays a dead bat shot into the offside. Great experience for a young cricketer, this, having to keep spin at bay on a turning pitch in a crucial game. Oh, and this is edged by Roux, and I don't think it was a chance. I've seen the replay. It's Rob Jones at slip. Let's have a look. Did it bounce just in front of him?
Probably.
Yeah. Wells to Roux, back on his stumps, playing that into the onside. And taken by Keaton Jennings on the bounce. And it's the end of that over from Luke Wells. And we'll see if Morley is indeed going to come on from this end, or whether Stephen Croft, looks like Stephen Croft's going to get another over. So Morley is being given just a little bit of a break. He's bowled 22 overs and that one extra delivery. 4 for 43. So we've got part-time spin from both ends now. Stephen Croft to bowl the next over.
Yeah, Croft coming in. It's off the back foot and forced into the offside. Rob Jones fields for Lancashire, and there is no run. So Hartley, who's at deep square leg, just going behind square. A forward short leg in a slip in position. Croft in and bowling. Gets on the front foot. Goldsworthy. Ball's played back towards Croft, with his collar flapped up and his sunglasses on. He has bowled previously with his cap on. In fact, his cap on backwards. It's a late cut down to third man. And they come back for 2. The score moves on to 117 for 4. Trailed by 61.
Chairman's in his civvies today.
He is very dressed down there, isn't it, today?
Been very smart. Suit and tie, first 3 days.
Goldsworthy's waiting as Croft pushes it outside the off stump and it's left. Yeah, it's a most sedate sound around the ground today. The lively hospitality tent is busy. Croft is in and bowling. Well, that brings Goldsworthy forward.
Beats him on the outside edge.
He does.
First time that the ball's passed the bat for some time. Heart in mouth time.
117 for 4. Had Lancashire's fielders reacting around the bat. He goes back this time and watches the ball, doesn't offer a shot. Ball through into the gloves of the keeper. And it's the end of the over. 117 for 4. Goldsworthy 38 not out. And James Roux working hard, unbeaten on 9. He's faced 62 deliveries for those 9 runs. Those 4 wickets on the card there. Renshaw for 12, Davis for 11, Lammonby for 33 and Bartlett for 4.
These two have batted together for 20 overs now. And they need to double that. And what is Somerset now? 161 behind. 61 behind. So even another 20 overs probably wouldn't take Somerset into credit. Luke Wells to bowl another over. He's there and bowls, and Rue is stretching forward, playing a defensive shot out into the onside. James Rue, that's his 63rd delivery. Lewis Goldsworthy's faced 107. So they're selling their wickets dearly, which is exactly what the situation demands. Wells is in and bowls, and was in the air for a time, but Keaton Jennings went the wrong way. I don't think it would have been a chance in any case, but he moved to his left, and the ball went past him to his right. But there's no run. Luke Wells tall, and Rue this time right back on his stumps, playing a dead bat defensive shot. Just got to be a little bit careful that the ball doesn't run back onto his stumps, as happened to George Bartlett, who was batting nicely in the first innings when he almost yorked. Well, he did york himself. This is through outside the off stump, quicker ball from Luke Wells, no shot from James Rue. Lots of lovely blue sky overhead. Big poplars on the far side of the ground, just glittering almost in the breeze as the sunshine reflects off their bright green leaves. It's we've had 3.5 days now of really hard fought, tough, professional county championship cricket. We're going to have 2 forward short legs now. I think probably in response to that shot earlier in the over, when it was in the air for a time to Keaton Jennings' right, and this time Rue is back on his stumps, letting that go through outside the off stump. We've got a slip, we've got a leg slip, we've got a forward short leg, and we've got a silly mid on. So 4 close catches plus the wicketkeeper encircling James Rue, is back on his stumps, defending and keeping that one out. Another over ticks by, 54th of the day, so 42 overs remain for Somerset to survive if they want to take a draw with them back down to Taunton.
Yeah, Lancashire using all their spinning options here. Croft and Luke Wells in combination. And a terrific spell from Jack Morley, who bowled unchanged, kind of either side of lunch. He got the breakthroughs for Lancashire. Came into the attack quite early because of the injury that Will Williams picked up this morning when he flicked the stumps with his bowling hand. So he's having a little bit of a breather at the minute. He got all 4 wickets as young Jack Morley, and now it's Croft and Wells as Lancashire try all different options here. Croft in and bowling. Pushed away into the offside by Goldsworthy, and there's no run. It's the best part of the day now, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
It is, yeah.
Croft in his shades comes in and bowls again. Flicked up to Will Williams, mid-on, but for no run. .38 not out, Lewis Goldsworthy. Croft in and bowls. He goes back and defends away into the offside. Gathered by Jones at extra cover. No run. Croft again to Goldsworthy off that front foot to push it away into the offside.
Really is a game of patience, this, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what Josh was saying, wasn't it, before?
Bowlers plugging away, and batsmen intent on defence.
It's just a classic afternoon of really good 4-day cricket, isn't it? 2 sides determined to get the result they want. Hard fought. There's Goldsworthy again, forward in defence, no run. Been a terrific few days. Really enjoyed being back at Southport and Birkdale. 4 years since Lancashire last played here. It was a good day then for Josh Barnum. Good partnership with Dane Villas in that match. A great win against Worcestershire then for Lancashire. It's off the back foot. Goldsworthy smothering the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. So 117 for 4. So 61 still behind. How many overs left? A minimum of 41.
41. This partnership now worth 42 runs. But more to the point, it has occupied nearly 22 overs. That's a crease occupation that Somerset are intent upon. Wearing down the Lancashire bowlers as the ball gets softer. Luke Wells is going to bowl another over from the Harrod drive end. He's bowling to the left-handed James Rue, and that one does run down the face of his bat, and he stops it from rolling back onto his stumps with his left boot with a minimum of fuss. He and Goldsworthy both batting in short sleeve sweaters. It must be more of a breeze out there than there is on the terrace of the Birkdale Tennis Club where we're sitting. And Rue is back on his stumps, and that may have been the arm ball from Luke Wells, judging by the response of the close catches. Didn't miss the off stump by much, but miss it did. 1, 2, 3, 4 close catches go down. Slip legs, slip 2 short legs, and did that take the edge? It certainly bounced and turned. It spat at James Rue. It wasn't taken cleanly by Dane Villas. Don't think it. I think that was just turn, wasn't it? Haven't seen a replay. Here's Wells in and bowls, and Rue stretches forward. Ordeal by spin for James Rue. It's a tough game, this. Turning wicket on the last afternoon. Some very experienced bowlers. And some very experienced fielders in very close attendance. And this one bounces as well out of the rough, but bounces almost too much. It's too wide of off stump as well for James Rue to have to play a shot at it. He's got one more ball of this 56th over to survive. As Wells bowls, and he's forward. Nose over the pitch of the ball, out into the offside. It's a maiden over, well batted James Rue, well kept out. He's faced 74 deliveries for his 9 runs, and Lewis Goldsworthy 113 deliveries for his 38, but they're doing a great job for their side.
Yeah, it's a really, really intense kind of period, isn't it? It's really good to watch. It's Lancashire throwing every different option they can. And these 2 young Somerset batters are working hard to stick at it. 9 from 74 for James Rue. Of course, got 70 in the first innings on his Somerset first-class debut. Now looking to try and bat to help save the match. Cross going to continue. It's dropped out into the offside. And there's no run. Yorkshire are 9 down, but they've pushed the lead up to and beyond 200 now. So 216 for 9, lead by 222.
How many overs?
I'll come back to you on that. Croft bowls, it's wide, and that's fiddled away down towards third man for 4 runs. First boundary in a while, that. I think it's 47 overs left in that match.
Plenty enough.
Croft in Goldsworthy flicks the ball up towards mid-on. Williams fields, and there's no run. So Goldsworthy moves on to 42 with that boundary. Deficit down to 57. Again, it's a wide ball from Croft and left by Goldsworthy. Nestles away into the gloves of Dane Villas, and there's no run.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me if he's next to a wide of the off stump as well. You want to keep Goldsworthy down at that end.
In and bowls. Gets forward in defence. Deflector back down the pitch. Croft fields, and there's no run. Final ball of the over coming up. Croft's third of this spell. Little flatter. And Goldsworthy squeezes the ball away into the offside. And that completes the over. Number 57 of the Somerset second innings. 39 a minimum of remaining today. Partnership is 46 and they've batted for 76 minutes, these two.
I think Lancashire are going to get more than that 39 in there, judging that tea interval would normally be taken when 32 overs remain. On the last day it's always taken at 3:40, but if they were taking it with 32 overs remaining, they'd be on schedule to take it a little bit before 20 to 4. Here is Wells with another over to James Rue, who plays a defensive shot, picked up at short third man, still got these two forward short legs. A leg slip and a slip for Luke Wells. Turning the ball away from the left-handed James Rue, who goes for a big shot and got something on that, and that was a drop chance. That was a missed chance. Not sure who was the culpable fielder. Villas, was it his catch, do you think?
To look back on the replay.
It's given us a run.
It went quickly, didn't it?
It did. I mean, it would have been a miraculous
It would have been
catch.
Pretty spectacular.
We're not seeing the replay, but I think James Rue getting away with one there. I was watching it for real rather than on the screen, because the screen's difficult to see at the moment with the sun where it is. So Goldsworthy's on strike now, and he's back on his stumps as that's outside the off stump. He's got a slightly different field as Goldsworthy. We've got forward short leg and a silly point, and leg slip and slip for Luke Wells. He's in and bowls. This is shorter, and Goldsworthy can get back on his stumps and defend. Wells in his sixth over conceded just 2 runs. 4 of his first 5 overs were maidens. And certainly one of the 2 runs was a chance, if not the other one. Both off the outside edge of James Rue's bat. And Goldsworthy's back on his stumps. Goldsworthy's looking much the more comfortable of the 2 batsmen at the moment. And I think that is purely because of that rough outside James Rue's off stump when the bowling is from the far end as we look out across the ground. Wells to Goldsworthy, who jams the bat down on that. Will pick up a couple of runs as Morley moves to his left in front of us and does the fielding, and 2 runs are indeed taken. 124 for 4 at the end of that over, with Goldsworthy on 44 and James Rue on 10.
49 run partnership now between these two. So building on what they did in the first innings in different circumstances. Yorkshire all out for 220, and that leaves Surrey needing 227 to win from 44 overs.
Well, they'll fancy their chances, won't they?
They'll have a go at that, won't they? Yep. Win for Hampshire earlier on today to move them at least temporarily top of Division 1. Croft is in and bowled. It's left and through to Dane Villas, and there's no run. It's a hot afternoon in the field for Lancashire. As Rue plays a forward defence, is smothering the ball back along the ground, and there's no run. Working hard under a blue sky and a hot sun, as indeed are the 2 batters here for Somerset. Croft with his short sleeves on. The ball's around the wicket. Rue defends out into the offside. And there's no run.
Lots of noise. Lots of animation from the close catches.
Slip and a leg slip in place. Croft drops short. It's punched through the offside.
Don't take the single. Don't take the single.
It brings up the 50 partnership.
50 partnership, yep. Yeah, the Somerset fans. Sitting in a row in the front of what was the chairman's marquee. I suppose it still is the chairman's marquee, but it's been opened up to the general public today on purchase of a souvenir programme.
125 for 4. One tossed up by Croft and driven through the offside by Goldsworthy.
That's the way.
126 for 4. Trailed by 52. Gets James Rue back on strike 11. Not out. Croft spins the ball from one hand to the other. Again comes around the wicket and bowls.
Oh, nice shot.
And that's hit away through the offside. And that's all the way towards the boundary. And down for 4 runs. And that's the end of the over. Williams went chasing after it.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it?
It was.
Bit of a bolt from the blue. Just over-pitched from Stephen Croft outside the off stump, and James Rue could not resist the temptation to drive that away through extra cover. 130 for 4. We've had, how many overs have we had? 59? So
yeah, we have.
Minimum of 37 more overs for Somerset to survive. First of those overs will be bowled by Luke Wells, bowling to the right-handed Lewis Goldsworthy. He's there in bowls, and Goldsworthy lets that go through outside the off stump to Dane Villas. Forward short leg, silly point, slip and leg slip are as previously the close catches. Wells bowls. This is driven by Goldsworthy, and they're going to take the single. Luke Wells inviting them to take the single. I think he could have fielded that if he'd wanted to, Luke Wells, but decided to let it go through up to long on so that he can have a bowl at James Rue. And again, I think they might have been well advised, the batsman, to refuse the single. Jack Morley being summoned from deep backward square leg to go on the not quite on the 45, but backward square leg. And Rue, Rue nearly plays it back onto his stumps. I mean, dear.
Couldn't have been far, that could it? Watch the replay here.
So let's show a bit of intelligence, lads, and let Lewis Goldsworthy take the strike up this end. It's treacherous outside that off stump. Gets away with it. It's 131 for 4. 2 short legs go down. Wells bowls a quicker one, and that too comes off the face of the bat. Misses the off stump and taken by Villas. I bet Rue can hear the ball whirring in the air as it comes down towards him. You know what it's like. Wondering what's going to happen when it hits the pitch. It drives this away through the offside and will pick up probably 2 runs. Yeah, 2 runs. 133 for 4. He moves on to 17. James Rue, how many balls have we got in this over? 1,
I think.
1 for him to survive. Wells bowls to him. He's forward, defending reasonably comfortably this time out into the offside. He survives another over. That's 60 overs have been bowled, so 36 remain in the day's play.
Yeah, a little fist bump between the two batters in the middle. We're absorbing a bit of pressure here. Trying to get through whatever Lancashire throw at them. See there on the card, Bailey 11 overs. Wicketless, Williams 8.5 overs. Wicket Morley's picked up 4 for 43 from 22. Woods bowls 6 overs for 17. Wells 7 overs for 7, and Stephen Croft 5 overs, 1 maiden for 15. And, Will Williams is going to return from the Grosvenor Road end. Because your captain.
First time we've had Seam for. We had a couple of overs from Tom Bailey, didn't we? When he sort of alternated.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
Spin and seam. Other than that, it's been spin all the way since lunch.
36 overs remain, so there's still another 20 minutes until tea.
Yeah, just over 20 minutes. So as I say, I mean, Lancashire just, they're bowling at slightly better than 16 overs an hour. Oh, not the ball again. Don't believe it. This is going to be the second ball change of this innings. It's got through 60. We've had 60 overs. First ball was changed. What, it was about 20 overs, wasn't it, Scott?
Yeah.
And now this one has lasted.
Well, he's got his magic device out here, hasn't he? See if the ball will...
No, it doesn't go through.
Well, as Josh was saying before, sometimes they go through and they're still rubbish.
Dear me. Here comes a box of new balls that have been bashed around.
What a job to have.
Yeah.
So out comes a selection of balls to choose from.
He's found one. No, it will. Putting that one back. Don't like any of those, lad. He's having a look at the other box now.
I think we're happy with that.
He's got one. We have a ball. And Stephen Croft looks quizzically at it.
It's been the feature of the summer, hasn't it? Cricketers looking rather quizzically at cricket balls.
Why don't they just import a whole lot of kookaburras from Australia? It's wasted so much time, and it must be costing so much money as well. Because they cost about 60 quid each, don't they, cricket balls? And yet they're having to take batch after batch after batch of brand new cricket balls and smash them around with bats, or whatever, however they do it, which presumably is the way they do it. Bang them into the ground with a cricket bat. Anyway, here we go.
Will Williams then to start the 61st over in the Somerset second innings. Here he comes, keeper standing up, and defender back down the pitch by Goldsworthy. He's 46 not out, and there is no run. Still with Keaton Jennings at that forward short leg position. Short mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Extra cover, point. Off the back foot and hit nicely through the offside for 4 to bring up 50.
Well batted Lewis Goldsworthy. 130 in the first innings, 50 in an absolute crisis situation in the second innings when Somerset really needed those runs, and not just the runs but the crease occupation as well. Terrific knock.
Nice way to get there too. Back foot drive through the offside for 4. It's a 50 for Goldsworthy, 128 balls. He's defended and into the offside for no run. That was his 8th 4 for that 50, and the partnership is worth 62 between these two, who put together a 145-run partnership in the first innings for Somerset. The standout partnership of the innings for Somerset. Williams over the wicket and bowls and turned down into the onside. Rob Jones fielding at mid-wicket and there's no run. Williams walking back to his mark, his shirt billowing in the breeze, which I'm sure is quite a welcome one for spectators. Pretty hot day, there's limited amount of shade around the ground. So a bit of breeze will be welcome, I'm sure. Williams in, and as the try makes itself heard, Goldsworthy plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
It's a level crossing just up the road, isn't it? So that's presumably why he was sounding his horn, or whatever they call it, on the modern equivalent of the whistle.
137 for 4, trail by 41. Can Lancashire find a breakthrough before tea? Williams to Goldsworthy. Pushed away back along the ground, gathered by Williams off his own bowling. And that's at 137 for 4 after 61. 41 behind with 6 wickets remaining.
The Somerset contingent and some Lancastrians as well applauding what's been a really stout innings from Lewis Goldsworthy. Don't think he's given a chance. I think the half chances, which is what they've been, have been off the outside edge of James Rew's bat. Here comes Wells into bowl to Rew, who stretches right forward, showing great patience for a young cricketer whose natural instincts are attacking ones. But he knows the job he's got to do here this afternoon. Wells is in and bowls, and Rew is back on his stumps, and yet again he's just letting it run down the face of the bat. It's not far away from them. Just needs to be careful about that. Here is Wells into bowl to Rew, and again he's right back on his stumps, and the ball just dribbles out a yard or so into the offside. Almost every ball is an ordeal at the moment for James Rew. Wells bowls to him, and he's forward, and that spins off the inside edge this time, not particularly near to the stumps. Misses them by a yard or so down the leg side. Picked up by Jack Morley. About time Jack Morley was brought back into the attack, if you ask me. He's looked the most likely, although Wells is bowling well at the moment. And Rew is again right forward, defending. Wells aiming for that rough outside his off stump. Spinning the ball away from the left-hander. And we've got a silly point. Forward short leg. Wells bowls, and this is driven just a touch uppishly, but perfectly safe. End of that over, which James Rew has survived, much to his credit. That's the 62nd over of the day, 137 for 4. A minimum of 34 overs remain. Somerset are 41 runs from requiring Lancashire to bat again.
Yeah, tea will be at 20 to 4. We'll have another chat with Josh Barnum before we get to tea. A hot all day for the Lancashire fielders out in the middle, working hard to try and prize at least another one if they can before the tea interval, but they're being frustrated by a good partnership here between Lewis Goldsworthy and James Rew. 62 from 172 deliveries. Gorgeous day. Look at that blue sky right above the ground. Williams comes in. Balls again. That's off the back foot and pulled away down towards fine leg. Jogs through for 138 for 4. Trail by 40. Goldsworthy moves on to 51. Brings Rue back on strike. Looking over his shoulder towards that leg side boundary. He's got Keaton Jennings right behind him at forward short leg. Can't miss the frame of Keaton Jennings. Williams around the wicket, bowls, and Rue off the back foot. Push the ball away into the offside, but for no run.
Still not much in this pitch for the seamers, is there? Matt Renshaw was saying last night Somerset thought that it might just break up a little bit towards the latter stages of the game, but it's really only from the bowlers' footmarks that there's been any assistance of any significance for the bowlers.
Williams bowls again, turned out into the onside. Back down the pitch and there's no run. Yeah, 138 for 4. Williams bowls, clipped away into the leg side. Again, there's no run.
England have lost another wicket, 151 for 6.
Williams bowls, and James Rue goes back and across and defends away into the offside. No run.
And Liam Livingston has gone for 33.
What's the score again?
151 for 6 in the 31st.
It's the final ball of the over. Williams to Rue. Kept out. It's the end of the over. 138 for 4. It's a trail by 40.
And Lewis Goldsworthy is going to be up the business end to Luke Wells. Just seeing the visual of Somerset Partnerships. And Lewis Goldsworthy scoring the Lions' share of the runs in this partnership. And that's because of what I've been going on about for most of the day, which is the difficulty the left-hander is facing with the bowling from the Harrow Drive end. And we're going to have Jack Morley coming back into the attack from that end. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Goldsworthy. 138 for 4. Morley is in a bowls, and Goldsworthy turns this into the onside, and they're just going to take a single, which again I'm not sure is the most intelligent thing to do, because it means that James Rue will be on strike against the left arm spin, and the close catches will accumulate. We've got silly point, forward short leg, leg slip, and slip. And Luke Wood is on the 45, short fine leg. Morley to Rue. Rue's back and playing that down to short third man. And there won't be a run. I don't know how many runs James Roux has scored when he's been batting at this end. Not many, I think, is the answer. A couple of outside edges for singles. And he cuts this hard, and it hits Luke Wells on the shins. And one must assume he didn't seem in any great discomfort. Shins of iron, either that or he's got fielding pads on, but it's quite hard to see from this angle as Morley bowls to Roux, and that one takes off, taken above his head by Dane Villas. There we are. Yes, he has. Looks as if he's got some protection on his shins. That's Luke Wells. This is bowled and outside the off stump, and that's gone away for, I think it'll be 4 byes. It is indeed 4 byes. 143 for nothing much that Dane Villas could do about that. Again, sharp turn out of the bowler's footmarks. Shows just how difficult it is for a left-handed batsman. Here comes Morley again. He's in and bowls, and Roux is forward in defence, and that's the end of that over. 143 for 4. So under normal circumstances we would now be taking tea. 64 overs having been bowled in the day and 32 remaining, but we ain't, because we've got another 7 or 8 minutes to go before the tea interval.
Shall we have a little trip out to the middle and see if Josh can join us for a few moments before we get to tea? Hi, Josh.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. Hot day out there, working hard, throwing everything at it.
Yeah, we've created chances, but not had any luck yet. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, just keep kind of trying all different options. That I guess the strategy, is it?
Yeah, just got to keep hammering away, you know. And as I said before, the 2 young lads have played really well so far, but just never know. You get one here, you might just come in clusters.
Is that the belief you've got to have? If you can break this partnership, there's still a possibility going into the evening session.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you know, Wellesley's bowled really well. Like I said, he's just not had any luck. Same with Moses so far. So just got to keep going, keep doing what we're doing.
Can you stick with us for this over as Wells comes in and bowls forward in defence and there's no run? Go on, just take us out to the middle. What's it looking like out there? What's Luke trying to do here?
To be fair, there's not as much rough as to the end he's bowling to now. There's a little bit to the lefty, but nothing to the righty. So he'll want to bowl to the lefty, really.
It's Wells in and bowling, 3 around the bat. Forward in defence, and there's no run. I guess you're trying to keep your energy levels up out there too on a pretty scorching day.
Yeah, it's tough at times, isn't it? Obviously, you know, when it's hot and you're not getting much luck, it feels like it's becoming a dead game. But we're just going to keep hammering away.
There's Wells again. Let's cut away through the offside for a single. 144 for 4. Couple of half chances for you since we last spoke to you, or not?
Yeah, there was one that fell short of me, and then obviously one that sort of came real quick off Dane's glove, which is, to be fair, I thought was going to tip my teeth out. I'm quite glad it wasn't straight, to be fair, because I hadn't even moved. But that's what I mean. You just need something like that just to stick or something, you know, that gets us 5, and then who knows? You go bang bang, 7 down with still 15 overs left. Who knows?
There is Wells in and balls to Roux, but down the leg side taken by the keeper. There's no run. It's been a really interesting game of cricket, though, hasn't it? It's certainly been a game that the batters have enjoyed. The bowlers have had to work hard here.
Yeah, I mean, it's played a lot better than I think we probably thought it would do, over what pitches probably have done in the past.
It's left and through the keeper.
Generally breaks up a lot quicker, but it's been a great wicket. There's still plenty there with a new ball. It's just like, as you said, batters have probably played really well.
This is the final ball of the over. Wells pushing fielders backward square leg and backward point a little deeper. Mid wicket comes in.
Want to give him a single.
44 for 4. Wells in and bowls. hit back down the pitch, and there's no run. Ended the over, trailed by 34. And for you, Josh, 90 when batting. Nice to get some runs.
Yeah, I was actually chatting last night. You're never happy with this game. You know, no matter how many you get, you're always annoyed at some landmark you've missed out on, or some runs or something. But yeah, it was nice to get a few after having a tough few weeks, I suppose. Yeah.
Got happy memories of playing here, haven't you?
Yeah, it's you know, obviously I played some club cricket here as well. It's always nice to come back and see people we've not seen for a long time. And you know, obviously the memories from me and Dane in 2018, just to, you know, build on top of that, I suppose, was really nice.
And how good was that, watching Keaton Jennings get a triple century yesterday?
Honestly, he's the best red ball knocks I've seen, I think. You know, just determination, and the way he played every single different ball was quite remarkable, really. Great patience. It was just a great knock, and you know, I couldn't be happy for him. He worked so hard he deserved everything he got from yesterday.
Good stuff. Thanks, Josh.
No worries. Thanks, mate.
Josh Barner joining us live from the outfield. Terrific. As Morley sends down the second delivery of this over back into the attack, and there's no run. Yep.
Goldsworthy just turning that into the onside. I think we'll get certainly one more over in before tea. This is a full length fired in by Jack Morley at the pads of Lewis Goldsworthy. Just calmly plays it out into the onside. 2 balls remain in this over. Goldsworthy on 53, 144 for 4. Somerset need another 34 to make Lancashire bat again. This is dug out by Goldsworthy, a Yorker almost from Morley, and it means that James Rue will have one delivery to face from Jack Morley. Ball spinning out of the rough outside his off stump. 4 close catches go down. Morley is in and bowls. Ball runs off, a mixture of bat and pad down into the slips. In fact, he's got 2 balls to face. So last ball of the 66th over. Morley is there and bowls, and Rue drives away through the offside, and there will be probably 2 in it. So I think that's Balderson. George of that ilk doing the fielding, sends in a very nice return over the top of the stumps, which Dane Villas makes the most of. 146 for 4 at the end of that over, with James Rue on 19 rather, and Lewis Goldsworthy on 56. 54.
Surrey 28 without loss, and they've started their reply. Target of 220 to beat Yorkshire with, I can't remember how many overs I said now. Was it 44?
Something like that, yeah.
In the mid-40s, wasn't it? Burns and Patel batting for Surrey. This is going to be the last over then of the afternoon session. It'll be Luke Wells to bowl it. And a short little burst from Williams, didn't we? And we've gone back to Wells, who's in. It's off the back foot and pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. So 147 for 4, trailed by 31. And a really gutsy partnership this between these 2 Somerset players. Goldsworthy's forward in defence, and there's no run. James Rue is having a game to remember here. 70 in the first innings, but this 19 is worth probably even more.
Yeah.
It's
not been easy for him.
Absolutely not, no. Wells in. Forward again goes Goldsworthy. Gathered by Wells off his own bowling. 72-run partnership.
Said this before, what a contrast between the cricket we've seen this afternoon and what's going to happen on Saturday. You wouldn't think it was the same game, would you?
No. Wells in. Oh, and that skids full and wide of off stump, and
surprised he's not given a wide. come the field. Field's coming in. See, they still want to bowl at James Rew rather than Lewis Goldsworthy. Well, they want to keep Goldsworthy at that end, so that James Rew will be up this end for the first over after tea. Good thinking.
Off the back foot and cut away for 4 for Lewis Goldsworthy, and that brings up the 150 as well for Somerset. Nice flash of the blade out through the offside of the ball, rattling its way towards the rope. Oh dear, a couple of ladies
senior
there.
Citizens.
Yes. In the middle of a very heated conversation, I think. They were putting the worlds to right, those two. The cricket ball came and spoilt it. It's Wells in. Forward goes Goldsworthy in defence, and there's no run. And that is tea, I think.
Yep. They're going off for tea. Well batted Lewis Goldsworthy and James Rew. They came together when Tom Lammonby played his second successive reverse sweep. He was dropped off the first one and caught at forward short leg off the second, and that was 75 for 4, and Somerset in all sorts of trouble, particularly with Jack Morley turning the ball quite sharply out of the rough outside the left-hander's off stump, and the writing seemed to be on the wall. But whatever the writing said, James Rew and Lewis Goldsworthy have written a rather different script, because they have added 76 so far for the 5th wicket. Lewis Goldsworthy, the senior partner, 58 from 146 balls. James Rew really hung in there gutsily. He's made 19 from 106 deliveries as Lancashire have plugged away and Somerset have offered stout resistance. It could still be a fascinating final session, but we'll be back in around about 20 minutes to bring that to you.
Indeed we will. Yeah, thanks to Josh Bannon for agreeing to be mic'd up in that afternoon session to join us for a little bit, and we will return in around about 20 minutes. 151 for 4, trail by 27 Somerset.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Well, welcome back to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for the final session of this 4-day County Championship Division 1 game between Lancashire and Somerset. The match situation, the scoreboard says 146 for 4. The actual score is 151 for 4. Goldsworthy on 58 and James Rue on 19. These two have added 76 so far for the 5th wicket after Tom Lammonby was out early in the afternoon session. Jack Morley is going to bowl the first ball of the afternoon. He's bowling to James Rue, the left-hander, accompanied by a forward short leg, silly point slip and a leg slip, and this is where the danger has been coming from the Harrod drive end. Jack Morley bowling left arm spin into the rough outside the left-hander's off stump, and James Rue has been defending stoutly, keeping Morley at bay so far. This time he drives away through the offside, and that will be 4 runs. Just over pitch that from Jack Morley. He's conceded very, very few boundaries, as Morley. He's bowled very well and targeting that area of rough. He's gone, that's his 50 up, 51 he has now conceded, but he's taken 4 wickets, all 4 of the Somerset wickets to have fallen. 155 for 4 as Morley bowls and Rue is back on his stumps defending. So Somerset now just 23 runs short of requiring Lancashire to bat again. The scoreboard has jammed, we understand.
Oh dear.
Yep. As Morley is in and bowls, and Rue is gone, I think. Bat pad, yes, given out. Good diving catch by Keaton Jennings. Well, it was almost bound to happen sooner or later that one would bite and turn and bounce, and mixture of off the glove and a very good catch by Keaton Jennings diving forward at forward short leg. Disappointment for James Rue, who has battled through the afternoon session, through most of it, for 23 runs he'll finish with, but cuts a rather sorrowful figure making his way back to the pavilion. But it's been tough out there for the left-hander against Morley bowling into the rough outside his off stump. And he'll have learnt a lot from this afternoon's innings, will James Rue, and he's given a very good account of himself. 70 in the first innings and 23 from 111 deliveries in the second innings. He's not quite carried Somerset to safety, but with Lewis Gregory marching out a right-hander, they'll feel that they're not far short. 146 for 5. Looking at the scoreboard, 155 for 5.
Yeah, the first 5-wicket haul for Jack Morley as well in his career. 5 for 51 for Morley, and a wicket straight after tea, in the first over after tea. Just what Lancashire were hoping for, but I echo what you were saying with regards to James Rue. It's a brilliant effort from the young man through the afternoon.
Here's Morley then to Lewis Gregory, who turns this into the onside, and they won't take a run. So 2 right-handers now, which means that the threat from Morley won't be quite so severe. But that was another great over from Jack Morley. 25.1 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 51. It's 155 for 5. With 28 minimum overs remaining in the day's play, so still plenty of time for Lancashire to pick up the 5 remaining Somerset wickets that they need, and then knock off whatever the deficit may be. Somerset they've had 1 partnership, they need another.
Yeah, that was an excellent partnership from 2 young Somerset players working hard through the afternoon to try and save the match. Goldsworthy, he's still there, 58 not out. and defends away into the offside for no run. So the scoreboard is jammed. I need to not look up there. My instinct is to always look up there.
I know.
Not to be alarmed for viewers on Lax TV. Bottom left of your screen is bang up to date. So it's going to be Wells continuing. I guess you've tried Wells, Croft, and obviously Morley is the front-line spinner, but the combination of Wells and Croft. Leg spin from Luke Wells. It's off the back foot and played towards wide mid off for no run. 155 for 5. Final session of the match. A minimum of 27 overs remaining. Lancashire needing 5 more wickets. Still 23 behind Somerset. Play back along the ground. And there is no run.
Which does he prefer bowling, Luke Wells? Off spin or leg spin?
I'll be honest with you, unless I'm mistaken, I think he's only really introduced off spin this season. I think he has bowled leg spin mainly. As Goldsworthy plays it back along the ground towards him. I need to ask him about this, but he has. Unless I didn't notice it last year, but I think I would have done. He seems to have introduced kind of the off spin bowling this season as well as his leg spin. Touch of the Liam Livingston's about him.
There is.
End of the over, that 155 for 5.
Well, that was either the off spinner or it was a googly. That maiden over to Lewis Goldsworthy, who I must say has been batting. Hasn't put the mockers on him, but been batting very calmly. Lewis Gregory's got a very good technique. That, as I've said umpteen times before, his problem is shot selection. But he looked in very good form in the Somerset first innings when he made 42 before playing a rather absent-minded pull shot and being caught at deep backward square leg. This time he's forward defending. Luke Wood comes in to do the fielding. We haven't got anybody mic'd up this evening then.
I don't think so. No, just had that through the afternoon.
It was very interesting. As Morley's in and bowls and Gregory is forward again. Reassuring as well that he sort of reinforced the impressions that we were gaining of what was going on out there, and particularly the difficulty outside the left-handers off stump at this end, at the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. Morley's in and bowls, and Gregory, that's that run off the face of his bat out into the leg side. Same field as for James Rue, but mirror image of it in the sense that Gregory is a right-hander. Morley bowls. Gregory forward with that broad bat of his. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, saving one, and can't see anyone. There must be somebody out in the deep as Morley bowls, and Gregory's back on his stumps, playing that back up the pitch. Can't see anyone. We haven't got a third man or got a short, fine leg. Morley bowls. Gregory punches this into the offside, but it'll be fielded by Josh Bohannon. And that's a maiden over from Jack Morley. 26 overs minimum remaining in the day's play. They bowled 2 more, didn't they, than they would normally do in the afternoon session. So we can safely say that probably 28 overs at least can be bowled up to close of play at 6 o'clock. Was it 16 overs in the last hour?
That's the one. Yeah, we could be down to time rather than overs left.
I think we will. I don't think Lancashire will waste much time between overs.
Wells to Goldsworthy. It's defended out for no run. So Somerset trying to find another partnership. A little edge edges. He plays forward. The ball does squirt away. And come back for two as a throw comes in from that point region.
Yeah, Somerset have got Roelof van der Merwe still to come, who made 55 in the first innings. But then Lancashire would be into the bowlers, Siddle, Brooks and Verdi. Not that they can't bat, but they don't have any all-rounder pretensions, really. Particularly against the turning ball, which tail-enders always find it more difficult in dealing with.
Have a new ball as well in 10 overs' time. Goldsworthy again playing forward in defence, and there's no run. .60 not out. Goldsworthy. Decent stint this from Luke Wells into his 12th over. Two slips and a forward short leg. Again, Goldsworthy defends, leaning into it and pushing it away towards Will Williams at extra cover, and there's no run. Floated up by Wells, his next delivery, and Williams, as Goldsworthy rather, get on the front foot to defend. 1-5-7 for 5. Final ball of the over coming up. Sun disappears. Again, another one that's looped up by Wells and clipped away to mid-on, where Josh Bohannon fields. And there's no run. 71 overs gone. 1-5-7 for 5. Somerset trail by 21 with 5 wickets remaining. We had Josh Bohannon mic'd up in the afternoon session, which was quite intriguing. I'm not sure if that's been done before in county cricket, but it was great to get a little insight out in the middle, wasn't it, and to hear what was going on.
Not in county cricket on the radio, I don't think. I mean, it might have happened on television, but I don't recall it. But yeah, could have been a world's first from Scott Reed and Josh Bohannon. We're going to have another over from Jack Morley. He's bowling to Lewis Gregory, who's yet to score. Gregory fires this away through the offside there. That was short from Morley, and Gregory rocked onto the back foot and punched it through a big hole on the offside for an uncomplicated boundary. 159 for, or is it? No, 161? Yes! 161 for 5.
Well worked out.
Here's Morley in bowls. Oh, and just short of Keaton Jennings. Is it Keaton Jennings or is it Rob? No, it's who's it?
Rob Jones.
Rob Jones, yeah. Rob Jones. It's Keaton Jennings is at forward short leg. Rob Jones sitting mid-off. Morley bowls and Gregory right forward, killing the spin on this occasion. We're in the 72nd over, so 8 overs after this before the new ball is due, which you would think might be Lancashire's last throw of the dice. And Gregory's on the back foot and hits it all along the ground despite the expostulations from the close catchers. It's fielded by Luke Wood next to the square umpire. That's not a reflection on Mr. Middlebrook's stature, but he's at cover point rather than square leg because of the probably because of the sun rather than the position of Keaton Jennings, although that may have something to do with it, as that's defended by Gregory. Last ball of the over coming up. 161 for 5. Somerset need 178 to make Lancashire bat again. Morley to Gregory, right forward defensively, keeps the ball down, back to the bowler. End of the over, 72nd over has ticked away. 161 for 5 with 4 to Gregory and 60 to Goldsworthy.
Yeah, van der Merwe, Siddle, Brooks, Verdi to come. Goldsworthy, who held the innings together. Not entirely, of course. He had some good contributions, most notably from James Rue in the first innings. But again, the young man for Somerset, right in the heart of it again, second time round here. 60 not out. He's having a good week in Southport, isn't he? I'll have fond memories of this club. He waits for Wells. It's a full-length ball, actually, from Wells, much fuller on off-stump, and he brings the bat down and defends out towards the offside for no run. There's two slip fielders there, isn't there? There's a silly point as well. So it's 3 all closing in on that offside. That's cut away for a single for Goldsworthy. Takes him on to 61. And the score moves on to 162 for 5. So 16 behind. As soon as Somerset get themselves in front, especially if they've got still 5 wickets remaining, they can start to try and push the game further beyond Lancashire. Overs remaining in the day, and then the lead building. Then that becomes the kind of the next equation, really, to keep an eye on. Lewis Gregory, I think, facing Wells for the first time. Takes a few moments to settle into his crease. And Wells is in and forward. Again goes Gregory to defend. And there's no run. A lengthy spell here for Luke Wells. Gregory defending away to backward point. And there's no run. Gregory on 4.
That was certainly a leg break, judging by the way it spun off the face of Gregory's bat.
162 for 5, trail by 16. Everyone's settling in behind and around the batter. Bit of width, and that's carved away through the offside. Oh, he's carved it enough for 4. Good looking shot from Gregory. Doubles his total. He moves on to 8. Just a little bit of width there for him to open up his arms with.
Yeah, good piece of placement from Lewis Gregory as well. Made sure that he hit it well clear of the man patrolling the cover boundary.
So it's 166 for 5. 1 ball left of the over. Oh, and Gregory going back.
Yeah, in 2 minds, wasn't he? 2 minds. Good length delivery from Luke Wells. And the batsman initially coming forward, then changing his mind. And late on the shot in the end.
Yeah, got a bit of a reaction, didn't it, from the Lancashire players? That slight hesitation to go back or to play forward. It's another noisy train.
Yeah. They're coming thick and fast, aren't they? It's the grey one with yellow doors. See if I can see the cricket bat on it. I'm not sure that one's got has it got a cricket bat on it? No. Yes, it did. Yes, I'm sure. Just no, it isn't. No, it's a yacht, as this is played. Backward a square by Goldsworthy, and a good piece of fielding by Luke Wood.
A yacht's infamous in Liverpool. Is that very much a symbol of the city of Liverpool? Is a yacht?
Well, I think it's the northwest, isn't it?
Okay, right. Okay.
There's lots of sailing around.
Fair enough.
166 for 5. Morley bowls. Goldsworthy defends. Goldsworthy, that was the 161st delivery that he's faced. No, 162nd, I think. As Morley bowls to him, and he defends again.
Bet there's a few people around here on yachts in Birkdale. It's quite posh around here.
It is. We've only got 3 magnificent golf courses just up the road. Is outside the off stump, a little bit of bounce and turn, but no need for Lewis Goldsworthy to play a shot at it, as it was too wide of the off stump. Now the scoreboard's gone completely blank.
Oh.
So.
Maybe it's powering down to restart.
Yeah, that's the obvious thing to do. If it's not working, turn it off and start it up again. And it works with just about every electrical appliance you can think of. Why not a scoreboard? As they take a single down to a backward point, 167 for 5. Goldsworthy on to 62. We've had trouble with the scoreboards at Taunton recently. They're new ones. They've got new electric brains, or computerised brains, or whatever they are. And there was a T20 game. That's no shot there, no run. T20 game when the scoreboard seemed to go through every match that Somerset had played at home during the course of the season before they got to the right one. But it's all very, very different. Paul Allett was saying yesterday that he did a burst yesterday afternoon, and he had a text from Sefton Kwasnick in somewhere in America, Massachusetts. No, it wasn't Massachusetts. Anyway,
Here's Wells bowling. That's short and muscled away. Out towards the leg side boundary for 4.
He texted his former colleague in the Old Trafford scoreboard, Bob Mueller, to say, "Here, that Paul Allett's just been on radio." Cincinnati, that's where Sefton Kwasnick was, listening to Paul Allett.
Excellent.
And they used to run the Old Trafford scoreboard together.
This is driven down the ground towards Wells, and there's no run.
Paul was particularly asked me to mention it, so if you're listening, Paul, there you are. And if you're listening, Sefton, happy days with the Old Trafford scoreboard.
171 for 5. Forward. In defence, Goldsworthy, and there's no run.
Got 3 on the scoreboard now.
It's getting there bit by bit.
Yeah.
And there's people peering through the little window of the scorebox with a few technical suggestions. A yelp from Wells as he releases the ball. Push back along the ground towards him. 171 for 5. So 7 behind. Lewis Goldsworthy on 66. Live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app. 5 wickets have been picked up today on the final day. Lancashire need another 5. And they'll have to get some runs here because Somerset are within 7 now. This is padded away by Goldsworthy. And there is no run.
Interesting, you see Luke Wells licking his fingers before he bowls the ball.
In bowls. Goes back and tries to cut. One just bobbles out through the offside. And there's no run. End of the over, 171 for 5. 75 overs gone, so a second new ball becomes available for Lancashire in 5 overs' time.
It's prompted a tweet from Paul Gilpin, who says, question for you, if the bowler isn't able to use saliva to polish the ball, can he still lick his fingers before bowling it? Watch Luke Wells on his bowling actions. I think the answer must be yes, otherwise the umpire would have said something to Luke Wells. But it's just a sort of habit that he's got into, just licking his fingers before bowling the ball. So where are we? 171 for 5, with another over to be bowled by Jack Morley. It's his 28th over. He's in bowling to Lewis Gregory, stretches forward, plays it back up the pitch. How many overs have we? 21 remaining overs for Somerset to get through as Gregory gets a full-length ball, which he defends again, back up the pitch. He plays very straight, does Lewis Gregory. He's not too much given to playing around his front pad as Morley is in and bowls. Almost a full toss. It just dipped late on Lewis Gregory, who played it quietly out into the offside, resisted the temptation to go for the big shot. Still got the same close catches. Short leg, silly point, leg slip, slip. Morley bowls, and again, Lewis Gregory keeping his pad well away from his bat as he plays his defensive shot. He's putting his pad down the line of middle stump rather than necessarily pushing it right across to the line of the ball. As Morley is in and bowls. This is cut by Gregory for 4 runs. Short from Morley, just dragged it down. And Gregory, who is looking in good touch, just timed it away through the offside, had all the time in the world to play that shot. Moves on to 12. And the score moves up to, I forgot what it was, 175 are we now? Yep, we are 175, so just 3 runs short of making Lancashire bat again. And full length ball from Morley, defended by Lewis Gregory. And it's noticeable, Scott, how much easier it is for the right-handers to play Jack Morley when he's bowling from the Harrod Drive end of the ground than it was for James Rue.
Yeah, we saw that through the course of the afternoon in particular, didn't we? It was really tricky, which I think is why Rue needs an awful lot of credit to getting through to tee without getting out. There was real challenge there for him. There was turn, but there was bounce as well, which was proving to be quite tricky. Morley trying to make the most of that, but it does look a little more placid for the right-hander. I mean, another burst, isn't there, with Lancashire? They're going to have a chance to bowl with a new ball. It will be the last kind of throw of the dice for the Red Rose, perhaps. This is knocked back down the pitch by Goldsworthy as Wells sends down the first delivery of his latest over. 175 for 5. Surrey have lost a couple of wickets in their pursuit of a victory. So Wells fires running much fuller to Goldsworthy. There's no run. So Surrey are 65 for 2. They've got 29 overs left to get a further 162 runs. Jamie Overton's batting. Wells around the wicket bowls. Forward goes Goldsworthy. There's no run.
Well, he's developing into a genuine all-rounder, is Jamie Overton. But he does like to feel bat on ball.
I'm sure he's been given a bit of a licence to go and have a go there. Quicker delivery. Gets Goldsworthy going back and trying to work it down to third man. It's picked up at backward point. And there's no run. 175 for 5. It's just gently played back beyond Luke Wells, and Will Williams has to come round to complete the fielding. And again, no run. So final ball of the over. 5 successive dot balls so far. It's wide of off stump and left.
Long way wide of off stump. Could easily have been called a wide. I don't know why umpires are so reluctant to call wides in red ball cricket. It's the public address announcer giving the score to the remaining spectators. There aren't so many here now. People beginning to drift away, thinking that the prospect of a Lancashire victory is receding, but it hasn't gone by any means. A wicket now, and even more so, a couple of quick wickets to remove one of these two and possibly Roelof van der Merwe and bring the bowlers in would make it look very different. As Alex Hartley comes on as sub. Morley's going to bowl another over to Gregory is there and bowls, and Gregory pulls that. And for 4 runs. And Somerset have erased the Lancashire lead. They move on to 179. They're now 1 run ahead, and Lancashire, to win this game, will have to bat again. That's the first landmark reached for Somerset. Again, Morley must be getting a little bit tired, just dragging that one down as he's in and bowls short again to Gregory, who plays this firmly into the offside, and a very good stop by Josh Bohannon. Pity he wasn't mic'd up. He could give us a running commentary. I got across to that one and tumbled to his left and made a good stop. That was firmly struck by Gregory. Morley in and bowls. This is almost a full toss. It just dips on Gregory on his leg stump, and he plays it out into the offside. We've got the scoreboard is coming back to life. It now says 175. It's actually 179, but it's not far away.
Give it a chance, Anthony.
Yeah, not far away. Morley to Gregory on the back foot, punching this again into the offside. Nice piece of fielding again by Bohannon, although that one bounced nicely for him as he moved to his left and returned quickly back to Dame Villas. Morley in bowls. This again, just bowling a little bit too short. Gregory hit that in the air for a time, but well short of Bohannon. Some excitement from the close catches, but no real concern for Gregory, although he is given to that sort of slightly absent-minded mistake. Morley bowls. He's turning this into the onside, but there won't be a single. It's the end of another over. That was the 78th over of the innings. 179 for 5. Somerset lead of 1. And a minimum of 18 overs remaining in the day.
Ken Graham's on the public address system today. Late call-up for Ken today. He's under pressure.
Yeah,
he's now having to do the score.
It's very good, I must say.
Yes,
the public address
doing
here.
a good job,
It's
Ken.
very audible.
He was drafted in late on to cover. He's doing a good job. over account of the score.
Yep. Yeah. We're getting bits and pieces of information back on the score. The number of wickets is correct. The number of overs is almost correct.
Last man out for 22.
Yeah.
Wells in, bowling again. So off the back foot again, a little bit of width there for him to cut the ball away out towards the offside. Balderson comes round to complete the fielding. The score moves up to 180 for 5. So the lead is 2. Gregory on 16's the man on strike. Is a ferocious spin of the ball from Luke Wells from right hand to left.
Licks his fingers.
Yes.
Saliva on the ball.
In and bowling. Forward goes Gregory in defence, and there's no run. Does he lick his fingers and then just dab them onto his trouser?
I don't know. Let's watch him this time. Yes, he does. Yes. Yeah. You're quite right.
In and bowls too, Gregory. And that's punched to mid-on, where Bohannon fields and there's no run.
I'm not suggesting for one moment any sharp practice or impropriety. It's just a habit he has got. But he does. He licks his fingers and then he just wipes them on the thigh of his cricket trousers.
Balls again. Gregory jabs the bat forward and the ball deflects away for no run. 180 for 5. 1 ball left, and then 1 over to go, and then Dame Villas, if he wants to, can pick out a brand new ball for Bailey and Williams. It's off the back foot and flick down towards fine leg for a single.
Of course, the other factor now that Somerset have taken the lead, it means that if Lancashire are to win, they'll have to do it in 2 overs fewer, because there'll be 2 overs for the change of innings.
Yep. So 181 for 5, lead of 3 with 79 overs gone and 17 remaining. But that's a good point that Anthony makes. You've got to take off 2 of those overs for the change of innings. This might well be the end of Jack Morley's lengthy day with the ball, or at least for the time being. This is his 31st over.
Yeah, he's bowled very well.
Yep.
Fingers maybe just getting a little bit tired now as he's in bowls to Gregory, who just lets that run off his pad out into the onside. He looks there as if he was aiming for the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. Jack Morley, Gregory on 17, Goldsworthy on 67. Morley bowls and Gregory defends, and Rob Jones tumbles onto the pitch to do the fielding. He and Keaton Jennings in fielding pads, helmets on. Morley is there and bowls full-length delivery to Gregory, who not tempted to go for a big shot. Needs to bring all of his experience to bear. Lewis Gregory, 181 for 5, 3 runs ahead, Somerset. As Morley bowls to Gregory, who turns that into the onside, won't get a run as it's fielded by Balderson at short fine leg. 4 dots in this over so far. Last over before the new ball, which we assume will be taken straight away. Morley bowls again, full length and calmly played by Gregory. Somerset will kick themselves if they lose this game from here. As Morley bowls and Gregory again, model forward defensive shot. Maiden over, good over from Jack Morley, 30.1 overs he has, 7 maidens, 5 for 64. It's 181 for 5 after 80 overs. And I guess we're going to see the new ball.
With the return of Tom Bailey, tossing his cap towards the umpire.
That's always assuming they've got any new balls.
Run out of them, yeah.
They haven't bashed all of them into a state of 30, 40 or 50 overs old.
What did Josh Bannon describe them as being?
It was ridiculous, wasn't
yeah,
it?
something like that. Oh dear. There we go. So this is perhaps the final throw of the dice for Lancashire. New ball taken.
Well, I think if Somerset could get through the next 10 overs, say, without losing a wicket, then players will start thinking about shaking hands.
So 181 for 5. Bailey has a new ball. Somerset lead by 3 with 5 wickets remaining. Here is Bailey bowling, and it's left, and taken by Dane Villas, and there's no run.
That's a variation on the theme that we heard at say Bales by name, Bales by nature. It was all's wells that ends wells, wasn't it?
Someone
One of the sages of Southport.
Someone next to the media tent came up with that perler, keeping our colleagues in the written press entertained. Forward goes Goldsworthy, and defends away to Will Williams at extra cover, and there's no run. She's got 2 slips. So Luke Wells and Rob Jones at first and second slip. Still got that forward short leg in there. That's Keaton Jennings. Just off the screen there, Jennings, but just to the right of screen. It's down the leg side, taken by Villas. There's a backward point. Cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg for the field for Bailey. Three dot balls to start this 81st over. Bailey bowls again, left by Gregory. Through to Villa. So you made the point this afternoon, Anthony, that I think of the contrast that we've got now at 20 to 4 on
there
this.
Won't be many balls left outside the off stump on Saturday afternoon.
Well, it's a sedate, gentle feel to the whole thing, and it'll be absolute carnage on Saturday, won't it, at finals day?
It will. It will, especially in hot sunshine, as we've been promised.
Bailey in, snapped away by Goldsworthy. Towards extra cover where Williams fields, and there's no run. $181 for 5. Final ball of the first over with a second new ball. A brand new ball, not the different ball we've had. We've had lots of changes today. And this is defended by Goldsworthy, a straighter delivery from Bailey. And but Hannam fields, and there's no run, so 81 overs gone, so 15 left. Somerset edging towards safety. 181 for 5, 15 overs remain. You lose 2 for the change of innings.
Well, it'll be 16 from 5 o'clock, won't it?
That's true, yeah.
So, and Lancashire ought to get in at least 4 overs between now and 5 o'clock. So that would be 20 less 2, so 18, I would say, probably remaining in the day's play. Will Williams just doing a practice run-up from the Harrod drive end.
Scoreboard is edging back to full life, isn't it? They're not far away from...
no, it's not bad.
Get in there bit by bit.
67 is on the board for Lewis Goldsworthy. Matt Renshaw walking rather gingerly past our commentary position. Here comes Will Williams then to bowl the 82nd over of the innings, and Gregory will get 4 runs for that, short and wide, and he played a nicely timed back cut shot just into the fencing just to the left of us. And Stephen Croft retrieves it, 4 runs, 185 for 5. The score on the live stream is also now slightly, it's 1 ball behind. I'm sure they'll catch up. But it is 185 for 5. After 1 ball of the 82nd over, being bowled by Will Williams to Lewis Gregory, who thinks about a single, but Bohannon very quickly across to his left from extra cover, deters any such thought. It is 185 for 5, isn't it?
It is... $181 for 5.
Williams in and bowls. There's 4 more, almost identical. He hit that one slightly harder, in fact. Lewis Gregory probably heard the bang as that hit the boundary board. They were 3 runs ahead though before that, before the start of this over, and he's hit 2 4s during the course of it. So they should be 11 runs ahead now, which I reckon is 189 for 5, and we've had 81.3.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good shot, wasn't it?
It was. He's a fine player, Lewis Gregory. He's never really done himself justice with the bat. Well, sporadically, occasionally he does. This is outside the off stump. Dane Villas, good take, standing up to Will Williams. Presumably to keep the batsman honest. Score is still not correct on the live stream. Oh dear, the blooming Wi-Fi's gone down as well. So if it's not one thing, it's another. And I think it's 189 for 5. And I know that it's Will Williams bowling. Oh, he's gone. He's hit it straight to Josh Bohannon. Well, that's what I was talking about with Lewis Gregory. He plays some handsome shots, but sometimes he forgets to keep the ball on the deck, and he's driven that straight to Josh Bohannon at extra cover. And that is 189 for 6. And what a waste from Lewis Gregory, who was looking in no trouble whatsoever. He'd made 25 from 44 deliveries and just plays a loose shot like that. Well, it's bringing Lancashire back into this game.
Keeping the minute, isn't it? Yeah, 189 for 5.
Just has a short chat with the incoming batsman, Roelof van der Merwe. Well, these late order Somerset batsmen have got a job to do.
Yeah, 2 boundaries off the over, 2 kind of late cuts down to wide third man, and then punch one straight to Bohannon. 189 for 6. They're still in there with a chance. Josh Bohannon. He's been involved with the commentary earlier on today, which has been great fun, having Bohannon all mic'd up in the afternoon. And they've still got a chance, Lancashire. There's 11 in front. But they've picked up 2 wickets since tea. Still need to get 4 more, mind you.
Yeah, but, well, if they can get rid of one of these 2, they'll be in amongst the bowlers. Scoreboard's now gone completely blank, but it is 189 for 6 as Williams is in and bowls to van der Merwe, who drives it on the bounce to Williams, who aggressively threatens to throw the stumps down, decides better of it. It's the end of that over. It's the 82nd over of the innings. And we're not up to 5 o'clock yet, so still probably get 3 more overs in. So 14, 17, less 2, 15 overs, maybe, something like that. Available. No, yes, no, more than that. 16 plus 3 minus 2 is 16 plus, 17 overs.
This is Bailey in to Goldsworthy. It's defended up to mid-on for no run. Surrey 89 for 2. With Hashimana 28 from 38 and Jamie Overton 12 from 14. 1-4 and 1-6 for him. So they need a further 138 runs off 25 overs for a victory at Scarborough. So some interesting finishes to the County Championship games this week. Dabbed away towards the offside by Goldsworthy for no run. He's got the towering figure of Keaton Jennings with his arms folded, lurking over his shoulder. Forward short leg. Bailey doesn't have as much sun cream on today as he did on Monday. He was caked in it on Monday, which is a wise move. It's a hot day. Flicked off the pads through mid-wicket. Jogs through for a single. Goldsworthy moves to 69. And the score moves on to 190 for 6. Correction, Goldsworthy to 68. So van der Merwe on strike for Somerset. Bailey with a couple of slips waiting. Balls. It's played to Croft at mid-on. And there's no run.
Well, Van der Merwe's going to need to bring all of his experience to bear to keep out these Lancashire bowlers with the new ball. And he does have loads and loads of experience. And he's a very gutsy cricketer.
Tap of the bat. Bailey bowls. Oh, he's jabbing forward. The ball deflects out into the offside. There's no run.
Mixture of bat and pad, wasn't it?
Yep. There's a family in front of us all stooping low underneath the camera, which is positioned to our left-hand side. Yeah, it's quite funny. 190 for 6. Final ball of the over. Van der Merwe waits for Bailey, who's in and bowling, and he's playing forward. And ball just nibbles its way past the outside edge of the bat.
Ooh.
190 for 6 at the end of the over, lead by 12. But that ball just snaking past the outside edge, not by a great deal. But he didn't nick it. The 12 in front, 4 wickets remaining.
The scoreboard has now got ahead of itself, 191. They've got 69 to Lewis Goldsworthy, when in fact he's got 68. But that means that in this match he's got both his highest first-class score and now his second highest.
Decent week.
Yeah, 130, and previously it was 67. And he's past the 67 now. So well batted, Lewis Goldsworthy. Coming of age as a Somerset middle order batsman. He waits now as Williams is in and bowls and checks a drive to make sure he doesn't hit it in the air. Hits it up to Luke Wood at mid-off. 190 for 6, Somerset. We're in the 84th over. Just coming up towards 5 o'clock, after which there will be 16 overs to be bowled. This is cut away into the offside. Morley is going to do the fielding, and it's just a single. Moves on to 69. 191 for 6, and the scoreboard is correct now in terms of the total, not in terms of the overs, because this is the 84th over. There's Williams again to Van der Merwe is there in bowls, and Van der Merwe covers up and plays out into the offside to the accompaniment of oohs and ahs from the close catchers, who are, we've got 2 slips. Is it 2 slips? I think there is. Who's the other one? Oh no, Villas is standing back.
Yeah.
Villas is standing back. It's Luke Wells at slip, and Rob Jones in the gully, and Keaton Jennings at forward short leg. As Williams is in and bowls, this is outside the off stump, and no shot from Roelof van der Merwe. Oh dear, and the scoreboard has gone blank again. There are 2 chaps there doing their level best to get it working, functioning properly. But the score, I can tell you, is 191 for 6. We're in the 84th over. Is it a minimum of 16 overs in the last hour, or
yes,
a minimum? Right. As Williams is in and bowls, and this is away past Bohannon in the covers, and they'll come back for 2 runs, 193 for 6, and Roelof van der Merwe off the mark with that 2 runs into the covers. Luke Wood doing the fielding.
Interesting final day, hasn't it? I mean, it's been better. It's been a really intriguing, fascinating final day, hasn't it? The way it's developed.
Williams in and bowls. Oh, and just a little bit of late wrist action there from Roloff van der Merwe. Almost sent the ball back to the bowler on the full, but landed short. End of the over. 193 for 6. It's not quite 5 o'clock yet, so we will, I guess, 17 minus 2, so probably a minimum of 15 overs to be bowled, and with the new ball in the equation, it probably won't be many more than 15. Somerset 193 for 6 are just 15 runs ahead.
Goldsworthy on 69 defends the first delivery from Tom Bailey, and there's no run.
Yeah, Somerset got off to a shaky start. 3 wickets down early on.
Yeah.
And then Lammonby, who was looking good, getting out straight after lunch. And then that excellent partnership between the two young cricketers of 75 seemed to have steadied the ship.
This man in particular, Goldsworthy, who leaves a no ball from Tom Bailey.
Yeah, he's batted really well, hasn't he?
He's been terrific, yeah. Great game for him. Real composure. I mean, the second innings, same with James Root, in a way, of more significance, really, because of the team's under pressure and having to try and save the match. All sorts of different things to factor into it. It's a good short ball, that, from Bailey. There's Goldsworthy bending down and getting out the way of it. Somerset will take a great deal of heart, I'm sure, certainly from where a couple of their younger players have performed. Real gutsy efforts through the course of the afternoon. Lancashire, on this final day, I think have done well to get Somerset 6 down at this stage. It led for an intriguing final day, still with plenty of life in it yet. As Goldsworthy defends again, back towards Tom Bailey. And there's no run, 195 for 6. Big breath of air taken in by Bailey as he's in again. Oh, bowls a slow ball, which is almost kind of a loopy full toss in the end.
Good piece of bowling though, wasn't it? He almost got that through. Goldsworthy smiling at that.
As is Tom Bailey, yeah. There's a cheeky little one, wasn't it, from Bailey?
It's well worth a try. How many deliveries has Lewis Goldsworthy faced? 262 in the first innings.
196 so far. He goes back and defends away into the offside for no run. He's been out there for a bit then, hasn't he?
He has. What's that, 458? 458 deliveries in the match so far.
Final ball for Bailey. He's resisted and defended everything so far as Goldsworthy. And again, just protects the top of his off stump. The ball rolls its way out towards Jack Morley, who's enjoyed a great day today. First fifer for him. That is the end of the over. 195 for 6, so a lead of 17 runs with 4 wickets remaining.
And 16 overs will start now. So 16 overs less 2 for the change of innings means that. There we are on the PA. So 14 overs Somerset have got to survive. At most. At most. But Well, if Lancashire can make the breakthrough in the next 5 or 6 overs, could still be a very, very tricky from the Somerset perspective and exciting from the Lancashire perspective conclusion to the day's play. It's going to be Will Williams. We've got 2 short extra covers for Williams into Van der Merwe, who gets off strike by playing that to deep backward point where Jack Morley does the fielding. 196 for 6. And that's just what Somerset would have wanted. Lewis Goldsworthy back on strike. Who just looks around the ground, twiddles the bat in his hands and waits as long striding Will Williams is in and bowls. And as he's done on umpteen occasions during the course of this day, and indeed during the course of the first day, he's forward, defending, straight bat, playing it back up the pitch. Williams has got he's got a slip, a gully, and a forward short leg, and 1 short extra cover for Goldsworthy, who lifts his bat out of the way of that delivery from Will Williams. Tane Villas had been fielding, standing up to the stumps for Williams, but he's now retreated to, and fancy he's not quite as deep as he was first thing this morning, which suggests that ball isn't flying through quite as well as it did this morning off what must be a pretty tired pitch. Williams bowls and Goldsworthy defends, and it's picked up at short extra cover by Josh Bohannon, who won't have given up hope by any means. 1 wicket very often brings 2 or even 3, but Lancashire need to break this partnership, get in amongst the bowlers. Goldsworthy just needs to keep his concentration, which is jolly sight easier said than done when you've been out there for as long as he has. As Williams is in and bowls to him, and that's off the edge, but all along the ground out into the gully where Rob Jones makes a sprawling stop. Just a thick edge as he pushed slightly tentatively at that one. Goldsworthy hasn't made many mistakes, but he'll count that as one of them. 196 for 6. Lead is 18. We've got this is the first of the minimum 16 overs in the last hour. Williams bowls and Goldsworthy defends much more comfortably on that occasion. Brings that maiden over to a conclusion. Williams has 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. 196 for 6, and 15 overs remaining minimum, -2 for the change of innings, so 13 overs remaining for Lancashire to pick up the wickets they need and indeed score the runs that they'll need.
Surrey are 110 for 3, with Jamie Overton 19 not out and Will Jacks on 13, so they need 117 runs to win from a minimum of 21 overs.
Getting up towards 6, isn't it? But even so, well, and I suppose you can put fielders all around the boundary in the red ball cricket, can't you?
Yeah.
Which makes life a little bit more difficult for the batting side, but not much, because if it's only 6 and over, you can knock it around for 1s and 2s.
So Bailey with the ice cream van behind him in the distance. It's not been a busy day for the ice cream van today. He's about to start his second over. He's in a bowling. Ooh, he goes back to Van der Merwe and
it's bounced on him that one.
A bit, yeah. Actually, this is the correction. This is the 4th over of his spell. The New ball. A bit of an extra firmer delivery. Getting the ball to bounce a little bit in towards Van der Merwe. Keeps it out. 196.46. Steered up towards mid-on. This next delivery where Croft fields. Lead of 18. Plenty of smiles amongst the Lancashire players. They've worked hard on this final day to try and get these wickets, but some stubborn resistance. Bat and pad together, squeezed away into the offside by Van der Merwe, determined not to let the ball breach his defences. His bat leg almost touching the ground, down on one knee almost.
Good man for this sort of situation. He's a bulldog, as he's known. The bulldog breed. Bulldog spirit is very definitely called for at this moment.
196 for 6. Bailey in. Ooh, he's uppercut that down towards the boundary for 4 runs at third man.
I'm not sure that was a very wise shot. He couldn't resist it, could he?
It's just a short ball from Bailey, and he leapt back and just flicked it with an open face of the bat over the wicketkeeper's head down for 4.
It's the periscope shot, isn't it?
Yes. It brings up the 200 for Somerset in their second innings. 200 for 6. Takes the lead to 22. Bailey is in and bowls, and Van der Merwe defends with an angled bat, and the ball then ricochets away to the leg side, and mid-on fielder Stephen Croft scoops it up.
Not a bad option, the short ball, you know, to Van der Merwe. You'll find it hard to resist having a go at it, with unpredictable consequences.
Well, they've got themselves a forward short leg, a deep square leg, and a fine leg.
Yeah,
quite a wide mid-wicket
for
anything that might well be short. And it is short again, and he ducks underneath it, but he has him kind of hopping around a little bit in the crease. End of the over. 200 for 6. Lead of 22. Into the final hour on the final day. 22-run lead for Somerset.
So 12 more overs for Somerset to survive. We're going to have some spin.
Looks like we are, yeah.
Helmet is coming on.
Jack Morley.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good move. Good move for Lancashire. I think if they're going to take these last 4 wickets, it'll be spin rather than seam that does the business. Goldsworthy on 69 will be on strike, and he's got the usual accompaniment of a silly point, forward short leg, leg slip and a slip. Man goes back, Will Williams just to our right at deep backward point for the Lewis Goldsworthy square cut. And Jack Morley is in and bowls. And Goldsworthy for the umpteenth time plays it defensively back up the pitch. If Somerset do lose a wicket, it'd be interesting to see what approach Peter Siddle and co take, as Morley is in and bowls and Goldsworthy defends, because there is an argument that half a dozen lusty blows could get the lead sufficient to make it very hard for Lancashire. Morley bowls right up to the bat, no shot from Goldsworthy, who just lets it go through to Dane Villas. Morley, slow left arm to Goldsworthy, who plays this into the onside. They hesitate. There was always a single there. It means that Roloff van der Merwe will have 2 balls of the over to face. 201 for 6. So the lead now 23. We're in the third over of the obligatory 16 minimum in the last hour. Morley is bowling to Roloff van der Merwe, who turns that nicely into the onside, and they'll just settle for the single. There might have been 2 there, but Bailey was onto it, didn't field it cleanly, but got his return away, and a good throw it was too. So it's just a single, 202 for 6. Van der Merwe on to 8. Goldsworthy on 70, following up his 130 in the first innings. Morley bowls, and Goldsworthy defends with his bat angled down. So 3 overs of the 16 have gone, which leaves 13 minus 2 for the change of innings. 11 more overs Somerset have to survive. Unless, of course, Lancashire can bowl more than 16 in the last hour, which, if we got spin at both ends, is more than possible. But it's going to be Luke Wood taking off his cap, handing it to the umpire.
Tony Elwood there, chatting to one of the residents around Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. The chap on screen, they've built a little kind of terrace at the back of his garden. So that right at the very back of his garden,
see, yes,
one of the houses, they've created a terrace in between the kind of the shrubs at the back of his lawn. He's put a bench there.
Nice bench.
He's got little wooden doors that close it off when the cricket's not being played. Look at that for a spot.
Perfect, isn't it?
Bet he's well chuffed the cricket's back.
Well, there must be loads of good club cricket played here as
Yeah,
well.
well, absolutely, yeah. I meant Lancashire back, obviously. Yeah, what a great spot. Tony Elwood, who's been around Southport and Birkdale for years, in his casual clothes today, and his suit and tie on this week. Wood left arm over balls, back foot punch away through extra cover for 4, I think. Yeah, nice shot by van der Merwe. A bit of extra pace from Wood, and van der Merwe exploiting that. Up off the toes, nicely driven. His quick outfield we've mentioned all week, coming to the benefit there of Somerset. Takes the lead to 28. It's 206 for 6. Van der Merwe on 12. Wood left arm round. Ooh, has him hopping away, and he's caught it forward short leg. Keaton Jennings with a catch. 7 down now, Somerset. Maybe Lancashire still just about in the game. Quicker ball, angled into van der Merwe. See it on the replay now.
Yeah, good piece of bowling, wasn't it?
It's shovelled away, and Jennings with the catch.
Well, just when every time I start to think, oh, well, we're almost safe now, a wicket falls.
But your point about how will Siddle play it is quite interesting, because it's 28 run the lead now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it worth him coming out and having a bit of a dart and seeing if he can try and score quickly, and it pushes that lead up to and potentially beyond what Lancashire could get?
Yeah, could be.
Maybe a little bit of counter-attacking here from Somerset. Might not be a bad choice. I suppose if you do that and get out quickly, then it looks a bit daft, doesn't it? But
exactly. Yeah. I should think. I suspect. I don't know. Peter Siddle, I think, will be fairly circumspect and try and give as much of the strike as possible to Lewis Goldsworthy. Jack Brooks might be the one to take the attack to the bowlers. Well, that's a big wicket. He's a tough little cricketer, is Roloff van der Merwe, but he was found out by that short short, skiddy bouncer from Luke Wood.
Yeah, it's a horrid delivery that, wasn't it? You say it was short and skiddy was a great way to describe it. And it kind of got on quickly to Van der Merwe, and he was just trying to get it off him, really. Flicked it up to Jennings to his left at short leg, and he took a pretty comfortable catch. It just sparks perhaps a bit of life back into Lancashire and the back end of this final day. Short again to Siddle, and he ducks underneath it. And through to Dame Villas, and there's no run.
Is this the fourth over of the last 16, I think, isn't it?
I think so. .206 for 7, so a lead of 28. The Somerset captain, Peter Siddle. With a couple of slips waiting. It's a fuller ball by Wood, and defended by Siddle for no run. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that house in the top corner of the ground there. Imagine building that in your back garden.
Yeah.
Love that. Put a little wooden bench there, and you've got your wooden doors just to close it off when the cricket's not being played. What a view. Is there a better spot in cricket than having that at the end of your garden? Wood to Siddle, short once more.
Well, the retirement apartments next to the ground at Taunton are pretty good.
I know, but they've been built there particularly. He's created that himself, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's devised that. He's got a landscape gardener in to create something at the end of his garden so he can watch the cricket. I think that is impressive. I understand the flats and apartments and around different grounds are obviously great as well, but he's got someone in to design and plan that. Big fan. 206 for 7, final ball of the over. And Siddle defends back along the pitch. And that is the end of it. So 206 for 7. It's a wicket taken over, so the decision to bring Wood into the attack has worked. Lead of 28 for Somerset. Just about keeping it going.
With that was the fourth over, so the 4 from 16 is 12, less 2 is 10, and at least one ball will be bowled, so that will be maximum of 9 overs remaining now for Lancashire, assuming they bowl Somerset out. And Jack Morley's going to bowl the first of them to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's forward, defending, pushing it into the offside, and they take a single. I'm not sure how wise that is.
Well, I wonder whether Siddle fancies having a go at Morley here.
Well, he's an Australian, and you know
Exactly.
Australians like to go after spin bowlers. So 207 for 7 as Morley bowls to Siddle, who drives firmly but back up the pitch, and Morley fields off his own bowling. The lead is 29. Maximum of 9 overs, as I was saying, for Lancashire to take these last 3 wickets and knock the runs off. This is turned into the onside, and Balderson's quickly onto it, deterring them from taking a single. Three balls have gone in the over. Morley to Siddle, and again he plays it square of the wicket on the onside, and again Balderson does the fielding. He's playing against the spin at the moment is Peter Siddle, which I'm not sure is entirely wise. As Morley's in and bowls, he's back on his stumps this time, defending. Last ball of the over coming up. Jack Morley's done a fine job for his side today. 5 for 66. He's there and bowls. Full toss. I don't think that was a catch. No, I didn't. I was watching it, and
no.
It was a good piece of fielding by Rob Jones, plunging forward. Just watching the replay. No.
Well, it's been, if it turns out to be a draw, it's been a terrific effort by Lancashire. They've picked up 7 wickets on the final day when we only had 19 fall across the first 3. It's been a pretty impressive attempt to try and bowl Somerset out on the last day. Been some stubborn resistance, been some excellent batting, and the young man on strike at the minute has been a real star for Somerset this week. Lewis Goldsworthy, 71. Lancashire put all their resources into trying to take 10 wickets.
8 overs left now for Lancashire, or at least there will be after the first ball of this over.
Which will be sent down by Luke Wood. He stood there just making sure he's happy with where everyone's positioned. He's got a fine third. Actually, I'm not quite sure if Luke Wells is almost directly behind the wicket keeper there. Kind of backstop position. Can't work out from this angle where Wells is going. There's definitely a fine leg. There's a slip. Oh, he's going back down to third man, and Wells there just walking back towards third man, and Croft is at short fine leg, and there's a forward short leg in place as well. Oh, and it is short, and it's deflected down to Croft at short fine leg.
He's going to be he's going to try these skiddy bouncers at Goldsworthy. Surprised he doesn't go around the wicket.
How difficult that
be over the wicket for he's a left-hander, of course.
It must be a challenge to bowl like that when you've got quite a short batsman.
Yeah,
you can get your length right to trouble Goldsworthy.
Goldsworthy does like to hook and pull.
Here we go. Wood around the wicket again. Ooh, and he kind of flirted with the idea of it, didn't he?
Did, yeah, it's his instinct. Plays it very well, but it's not the time for it.
Lancashire set a feel for it. To Dane Villas, the keeper's right, there's the slipping Rob Jones. To his left, there's that fine leg fielder Stephen Croft. There's a forward short leg, which is Keaton Jennings under the helmet. There's a fine leg, there's a deep square leg. There's a fine third man. There's a lot of people in catching positions for a mistimed hook or pull. Short, and that's pulled out towards Bailey at square leg for a single. And Goldsworthy moves on to 72. The score moves on to 208 for 7. A lead of 30 now in the final hour on the final day.
Tense this, isn't it? Very tense.
Siddle on strike. Will it be the same tactic to Siddle? The field would suggest it will be. It's not changed, really. Actually, if the one subtle change is Bailey's come in from square leg, maybe 20 yards, but nothing more than that. Wood, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and Siddle plays it back to Luke Wood, and there's no run. Chap Morley will give that a bit of a polish. What will Siddle's instinct be if something's in and around the region to hook or pull? Duck and dive or take it on?
He's an Aussie, isn't he? I don't know.
Wood gets himself set to send down another one. Following the training, actually, Luke Wood. In and bowls, it is short, and he gets underneath it. Ducks this time to Siddle. Ignores it. Gathered by Dane Villas, who's got Rob Jones chirping away to his right-hand side. It's going down, well, it has gone down to the final hour of the fourth day, which is terrific entertainment, good value for those who have come to watch today, for those with us on Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website and the app. We've got Wood for the final time of this over, perhaps to send down something spicy again. Wood in, no, it's a fuller ball which is pushed away by Siddle for a single, and he gets himself his first run there as well. Keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. 209 for 7, and that's a lead of 31 runs.
So 6 overs, so 7 overs Lancashire have to take these 3 wickets and wipe off whatever the deficit may be. And the first of them is going to be bowled by Jack Morley to Peter Siddle. Here we go then. Tom Bailey brought in to short mid-wicket as Lancashire go for all-out attack. And Siddle drives this back up the pitch. It's fielded off his own bowling by Morley. Slip, leg slip, short leg, short mid-wicket, silly point. Morley bowls, tosses this one up. Siddle's not to be tempted. Morley in his 34th over of the day. He's into Siddle and bowls. Siddle cuts into the offside, but Bohannon fields in the covers and there's no run. Halfway through the over. Lancashire straining every sinew to pick up these last wickets. Morley is in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Siddle. Vastly experienced, of course, Peter Siddle. And he needs to bring all of his experience to bear as Morley bowls. He's outside the off stump and oohs and ahs, but it was a good 6 inches wide of the off stump. 67 test matches for Australia, Peter Siddle. And he does have a first-class century to his name. Is Morley in and bowls, and this is driven by Siddle for a single. He's not afraid of taking the strike. That brings the over to a conclusion. 7th over of the 16 has slipped by, so that leaves 9, -2 for the change of innings, minus another 1 for the first ball of the next over. So that leaves 6 overs now for Lancashire to pick up 3 wickets and then knock off the deficit, which at present stands at 32. By no means impossible, but not easy. Luke Wood is going to bowl to Peter Siddle. 2 slips and a leg slip and a forward short leg, the close catches as Wood comes racing in and bowls, and Siddle digs that one out into the offside. There are runs here. There'll be at least 2. It's being pursued to the boundary. 2 is what they will get as the throw from Balderson comes in. 212 for 7. So the lead is now 34 with a maximum of 6 overs for Lancashire to take the wickets and score the runs. Luke Wood comes in and bowls a bouncer, which Siddle ducks underneath quite comfortably.
Two they've put into Siddle now, isn't it? And he's ducked them both.
He's not going to. I don't think he's going to play the hook shot unless he absolutely has to. I mean, Luke Wood's just got to get the sort of delivery bowled that Roelof van der Merwe, where the batsman has to play it. Otherwise, he'll get hit. It's the sort of Neil Wagner style of skiddy bouncer, which again I'm surprised he's bowling around the wicket. Luke Wood is in bowls and another bouncer, which Siddle is quite happy to duck underneath. Halfway through this over, Peter Siddle on 4. Lewis Goldsworthy, the hero of the hour again for Somerset, following his 130 in the first innings with a patient, assured, skillful, determined 72 so far. He hasn't had much of the strike in this partnership with his captain. He's wandering around at the non-striker's end as Wood bowls and Siddle defends. And that's the 4th ball of that over. So 2 more for Siddle to survive, and then the number of overs available to Lancashire will drop down to 5 after allowing for the 2 overs for the change of innings. But it's still possible, still more than possible. Lead is 34. Here comes Luke Wood in bowls, and Siddle drops that down in the crease in front of him. Dead bat defensive shot. One of the, I think that's Keaton Jennings saying, "Come on, Woody, come on," clapping his hands. It would crown a great 4 days for Keaton Jennings if Lancashire can pick up these last 3 wickets. Last ball coming up of this Luke Wood over, who's into Siddle, and Siddle defends, and another over ticks by. 212 for 7, and just 5 overs remain now for Lancashire to pick up 3 wickets and score 35 runs as it would be now.
Surrey have lost 6 wickets in pursuit of their victory target, so they're 149 for 6.
Ooh.
They need 78 off 16 overs.
Wow. How many did Jamie Overton get?
He came out for a swashbuckling 28 off 24 with 2 4s and 2 6s.
Sounds like Jamie Overton, doesn't it?
They've all been given a bit of a bash at the top there for Surrey.
You're going to do this Jack Morley over?
I'll do Jack Morley. 212 for 7. So here comes Morley in and bowls. They do take a single. They'll push into the offside for 1. Goldsworthy moves on to 73 not out from 213 deliveries. Every run is valuable, if not more so, than his century in the first innings. But he's captain with him at the other end. On 4, it brings Siddle on strike. Lead of 35 now. Morley is in and bowling us off the back foot and driven away in towards the offside where Bohannon fields. And there's no run. Siddle's approach has been just like that of every other Somerset batter before him. It's been careful and cautious and defensive first. And he works the ball away into the offside for no run. 213 for 7. Siddle waits. In comes Morley and bowls, and Siddle plays forward and defends into the offside for no run. We're into the final hour. What do you remember? What over we're on now? The final hour? We'll find out at the end of this one, won't we? It'll be announced. I've lost track.
He gets a wicket. As things stand, Lancashire have got 5 more overs.
Okay, here's Morley in. Siddle plays the ball out to point for no run.
If Siddle can defend this one, then it'll just be 4 overs left. Allowing for the change of innings and for the 1 ball in the year, at least in the next over.
We're pretty much at that point now, aren't we? Forward again goes Siddle in defence, where Lancashire captain Dane Vellas might be thinking that might be enough. In fact, that's exactly what he's thinking. He removes his gloves and shakes the hand of his counterpart Peter Siddle. And that is a draw. Somerset have managed to bat through the day. They've lost 7 wickets in pursuit of a draw, but Dane Vellas, the Lancashire captain, can ask no more from his players. They've picked up 7 wickets on the final day in a match where only 19 fell across the first 3 days. So a pretty formidable effort to try and bowl Somerset out, but Lewis Goldsworthy is unbeaten in this second innings on 73 to go with his century in the first innings, 130. It's a game to remember for Goldsworthy. It's a game to remember for Keaton Jennings making 318. It's a game to remember for Jack Morley with his first fifer, and likewise Van der Merwe as well. There's plenty in it.
And don't forget James Rue.
Ah, of course.
70 on debut in the first innings and a gallant 23 from 111 deliveries. In all sorts of trouble against Jack Morley, bowling into the rough outside his off stump, but he hung in there and gave Lewis Goldsworthy great support. They added 75 through the afternoon, and Peter Siddle walking in with Lewis Goldsworthy. I think he ought to let Goldsworthy go in ahead, and he does, and he pushes him. And Lewis Goldsworthy, modest man that he is, just giving a little round of applause to Jack Morley. Well batted, Lewis Goldsworthy. 130 in the first innings, 73 not out in the second, saving the game for Somerset. A game and an occasion that he will always remember.
Well, it's a nice way to finish that, actually, because both Lewis Goldsworthy and Jack Morley were both quite reluctant to go off first, weren't they? They both had notable achievements in the match, and Morley today in particular, so that was quite nice to see. But it's been played in a good spirit. It's been played in front of a great crowd, in front of unbelievably good weather. And on a very, very good pitch. We've actually got deep down into the final hour of the 4th day, and we still weren't 100% certain which way it was going. It's meant for a good 4 days, Anthony.
It certainly has. There's been some top-class defensive batting today, and some very good, aggressive, slow left-arm bowling from Jack Morley. He was the only bowler, really, who was much helped by this pitch, but he got the absolute maximum out of it. And, well, James Rue and Lewis Goldsworthy had to draw on every resource of stubbornness and determination and gutsiness and skill in order to keep him at bay. But keep him at bay they did, and it's a draw, the first draw that Somerset have been involved in since this time last year. And I think they'll be reasonably happy with that, to have drawn away at Southport against Lancashire, who are doing so well in the county championship. And as far as Somerset are concerned, that's stopped the rot in the county championship. What they need to do now is to go on and start winning.
Well, that's your match summary there. Somerset's first innings of 4-4-6 with 130 for Lewis Goldsworthy. Lancashire's first innings, 624 for 9 declared, with that monster innings, a historic innings from Keaton Jennings, making 319, and a fifer for Van der Merwe. And then Somerset, second time round, met the resistance of Lewis Goldsworthy, 73 not out, despite 5 wickets for the left-arm spinner Jack Morley, 5 for 69, 213 for 7 is what Somerset finish on. Lancashire take 15 points from the match.
And Somerset will get 11.
Excellent. And the table is updated. I can bring that to you if you want.
Yeah, do.
Somerset, with those 11 points, move up to 72 points. In 9th position. The Northamptonshire game is still progressing. And Lancashire remain 3rd with 137 points now. Surrey above them with 143, and Hampshire at the top with 150, but the Surrey match, again, that's still in play. and to be resolved. Thank you for your company throughout the course of the 4 days. To Roland Butcher and to Phoebe Graham, who's been with us as well. I hope you've enjoyed your trip to Southport.
I
Birkdale.
certainly have, Scott. I really like Southport. It's a lovely ground, beautifully organised occasion as well. Wonderful hospitality, not least from Paul Edwards providing us with refreshments every afternoon. It's been a great game of red ball cricket. I've thoroughly enjoyed it and look forward to coming to Southport again.
Thank you, Anthony. Been great fun. That's it from us. Anthony and I will be back at Saturday for coverage of finals day with Lancashire against Yorkshire in the first game, and Somerset against Hampshire in the second game. But from all of us here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, of which we thank everybody for their hospitality, we will bid you a fond farewell with the news that Lancashire and Somerset, this match has ended in a draw. Thanks, mate.